5% of elective activity running. We've got to make sure that we invest not just in our service and in our staff, and we're working actively with health unions to achieve that goal.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister join me in thanking the fantastic employees of Northumbria NHS Foundation Trust for the continued dedication and commitment from the top surgeon to the ancillary worker? You know, the NHS is held together by their efforts. However, it does come at a severe personal cost to many individuals. A recent YouGov poll showed that 73% of our heroes, the heroes of the NHS, reported suffering from burnout. That's severe exhaustion. Can the Minister tell the House what extra measures he's taken to ensure that those who will put their own well-being on the line to protect the health of the nation receive the support and the care they so richly deserve?
I'm hugely grateful to my honourable friend for his question, and he is rightly proud of his local trust. It's absolutely right that we cannot expect the NHS simply to rely on the goodwill of staff going above and beyond the call of duty to meet the needs of patients. That's why the government is committed to publishing a new workforce plan to create the workforce that's ready to deliver the transformed service set out in our 10-year health plan. We're already working with health unions, both on issues around pay, which people would expect, but also the conditions that people are working in, recognising, as my honourable friend rightly does, that this is not just about doctors, important though they are, it's about the entire NHS workforce who are delivering the improvements with this government that the country is so desperately crying out for.
Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that contributes to staff burnout is caring for patients in corridors. I recently visited St Helier Hospital and saw this for myself, and it was very concerning and distressing to see this. We're also seeing this in East Surrey Hospital in Redhill, in my constituency. Would the Secretary of State confirm when we can expect to see this resolved for good?
The honourable member is absolutely right to describe the appalling state of corridor care in this country. In fact, under our predecessors, not only was this allowed to emerge as an issue in the NHS, it was normalised, with even benign nomenclature like temporary escalation spaces being used to endorse this normalisation, which should never have been considered normal or acceptable. We'll be shortly setting out our plans for publishing data so that we can be held to account as well as the system. I am clear I want corridor care gone over the course of this Parliament, and I'm confident that when we publish all of the data surrounding this winter, it will have been better than last winter. But I also want to be honest with the House and the country, Mr. Speaker. Even on the best days of this winter, there are still patients being treated in corridors and in conditions that I do not believe are acceptable, and we should never allow to be normalised, which is why we're committed to year-on-year improvement.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
So stay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rural and coastal constituencies like South Dorset are at the heart of our shift in the 10-year plan from hospital to community. Not only does everyone deserve care closer to where they live and work, but people in rural and coastal areas often see the sharp end of health inequalities. After 15 years of damage, this government is determined to change the current postcode lottery of where you live determining the care you received. So as announced in the budget, we're committed to delivering 250 neighbourhood health services across every part of England. There are also now 100 community diagnostic centres across the country offering out-of-hours services 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Lots done, but lots more to do.
Lloyd Hutton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I've been campaigning to restore the rheumatology clinic at Swanage Community Hospital and the chemotherapy clinic at Wareham Community Hospital. Both of these clinics were closed despite good health outcomes and high levels of patient satisfaction, and local NHS bosses agreed that they were successful clinics before they were mothballed. So with all this in mind, does the Secretary of State agree that we must deliver key services and clinics closer to where patients actually live? And will he take the opportunity to encourage local NHS bosses in Dorset to restore our much-needed chemotherapy and rheumatology clinics?
So stay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can well understand why my honourable friend is particularly concerned about the impact of changes on cancer patients. I know his ICB has heard his representations. They will have heard them again today, and I'm sure we'll be happy to meet with my honourable friend, as would my honourable friend, the Minister of State for Health. It is important people have services they need on their doorstep. And that's one of the reasons why we're devolving so much power and responsibility in decision-making closer to communities, so that services can be designed around the differing needs of communities in different parts of the country.
Hello, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vital services like x-rays and scans have been removed from the Oak Park Clinic in my constituency without any prior warning or consultation from the ICB. Will the Secretary of State meet me to discuss how we can restore these services locally so my constituents don't have to travel to Portsmouth?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, Mr. Speaker. He should absolutely make representations to his local ICB if he's got concerns about service reconfigurations. We are investing more in the NHS, and I recognise that there are nonetheless big challenges for ICBs to face into, and I'm sure they'd be happy to meet with the honourable member to hear his concerns.
Rosie Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 3, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Pathways trial has undergone a thorough independent review and has received all the regulatory and ethical approvals. The study sponsors, King's College London and the South London and Maudsley NHS Foundation Trust, are working to ensure that this is conducted in compliance with the relevant regulations.
Rosie Duffy.
Thank you. The United States Department of Health and Human Services peer-reviewed report found that harms from paediatric medical transition are significant, long-term and too often ignored and inadequately tracked, as testified by Keira Bell, who is here in Parliament today. What's the government's rationale behind medicalising yet more vulnerable children, given that we have no evidence of any benefit of this approach and in fact plenty of evidence of harm?
Yes.
Well, the government is acting, as the Honourable Lady knows, on the recommendations of the excellent report from Hilary Cass, which I think she would agree is world-leading evidence, moving the model away from medical intervention towards a more holistic approach to care. The government will continue to be guided by that evidence, as I think the whole House would appreciate. I know that she references Keira Bell. I know that my friend, the Honourable Member for Birmingham Edgbaston, asked the Secretary of State to meet with clinicians and others who disagree with the trial. That meeting is being arranged, and we will continue to work under the guidelines for clinical evidence.
Nadia Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the House that puberty blockers are still prescribed to young people who are not trans, yet I don't see some of my colleagues who are so exercised when they're given to young trans people expressing the same concerns for their cisgender peers. Even Dr. Cass herself acknowledged that puberty blockers are effective for some young trans people and recommended against a blanket ban. While the trial is ongoing, could the Health Minister outline what steps the department is taking to increase funding and capacity for children and young people's gender services to address the unacceptably long waiting times, which continue to cause enormous harm?
Well, I thank the Honourable, my honourable friend for her question, and I do think we need to be very careful, in line with Dr. Cass's report, about our language here. We are talking about children here presenting with gender dysphoria and who are in gender distress, away from the medical intervention model towards a holistic approach to care based on the evidence. That is what the government is supporting. That has cross-party support more generally. I'm not entirely sure of the Liberal Democrats' position on supporting that through, but that is the model in which we are progressing. With the wider issues regard to support for children and young people, and particularly as they present across the board, of course, this government is investing much more than anyone else has indicated they would do in support for all services.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Part of the trial is to ask the child participants the ALSPAC Romantic Relationships questionnaire. Is she as concerned as I am that children under the age of 13 will be asked sexually explicit questions?
Yeah.
I think all members across the House are concerned about the distress which young people are coming forward for all these services and need to support them and their families. Again, with all parts of this trial, it is important that it follows clear ethical and clinical guidelines.
Jonathan Pender.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government was right to bring in the indefinite ban on puberty blockers due to concerns about the gender services treatment that was being given over the last 15 years. During that time, 2,000 children who were questioning their gender identity have already been given puberty blockers. So could the Minister explain why we're not following up on those long-term outcomes before we administer these powerful drugs to 200 more children?
I thank my honourable friend for his question and his constructive work on behalf of young people in this area. I think there is a further question later. The government is looking at how we can link and use the data linkage study from that previous work, how we can best use it. As I think honourable members understand, that data was collected for different purposes. It's not of the quality that might be needed for this review, but we will continue to use all evidence that is available both in this country and in others in line with the best clinical practice under the guidance of what Dr Hilary Cass prescribed in her review.
Shadow Minister Dr Caroline-Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the Secretary of State has previously said that he accepts all recommendations in the Cass review. One such recommendation is that the Secretary of State mandate the release of data for the data linkage study. Can the Minister tell us what specific steps have been taken to mandate the release of this data?
We absolutely stand by that work, so that we are working to make sure with NHS England that they are mandated to do exactly that.
Morella.
Question number 4, Mr Speaker.
Mandated, so it will happen.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Excuse me. This government is committed to ending the gaps in teeth by filling the gaps in local provision, including in rural areas like Dorset. We will work to introduce fundamental changes to the dental contract before the end of this Parliament. But already from April, the reforms to NHS dentistry that I announced last month will mean more NHS appointments and better oral health.
Morella.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. NHS dentistry in West Dorset is in crisis. We have just 15 practices offering any kind of NHS care, and only half of young people have seen a dentist in the last 2 years. Residents are writing to me, elderly people removing their own teeth, children in A&E with preventable tooth decay. What consideration is the Minister given to requiring supervised trainee dentists on placement at dental training schools to work exclusively on NHS waiting lists rather than taking private appointments, which would help reduce the backlog?
Well, I thank him for that question. He will have noted that we have committed to tie-ins for future qualifying NHS dentists, dentists going through the training programme, I should say. That is absolutely right. It costs the taxpayer hundreds of thousands of pounds to train a dentist, and we believe it's absolutely right that a significant percentage of their time should be being put into NHS dentistry. What I would also say in terms of improving access is in the financial year 23-24, there was a shocking £392 million underspend on NHS dentistry at a time when demand was going through the roof. I made it clear that every penny allocated to NHS dentistry must be spent on NHS dentistry. I'm very pleased to report we've got that underspend down to just £36 million. The decrease in the underspend is leading to an increase in NHS dentistry, but I accept that there's still a long way to go.
Sharon Hodge.
Question number 5, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Before I answer, may I also put on record my condolences to the family and friends of Colin Pickthall, the former member for West Lancashire. As the current member for that seat, it is my privilege to build on his legacy. We are committed to furthering investment to unlock new treatments and improve outcomes for brain cancer patients, including investing in cutting-edge equipment to improve access to samples for research. Individual pathology services in England maintain their own standard operating procedures, and these outline local capabilities and practices, but we are continuing to invest in England's pathology networks to deliver productivity and transformation improvements.
Sharon Hodge.
Can I thank the Minister for her response and welcome the Government's focus on improving survival rates for cancer, particularly in the forthcoming National Cancer Plan. Will she agree to attend the campaign for Owen's Law here in Parliament on the 3rd of February to meet the families who've travelled from across the country to come and brief members of this House on the urgent importance of fixing the current tissue freezing postcode lottery? I thank my honourable friend for her question. We are determined to ensure everyone who receives a brain tumour diagnosis, regardless of where they live, has access to the latest treatment options available. And I look forward to meeting Owen's wife, Ellie, later this month to hear more about their story and the next steps on this topic.
Paul Ward.
Question number 6, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With permission, I'll take questions 6 and 9 together. As the House knows, I'm deeply concerned by the state of maternity care we inherited in the NHS. While a majority of births go well, I know from the courage of families who've spoken up and the concern of staff that there are devastating impacts arising from failures in care. That's why I asked Baroness Amos to chair an independent investigation into maternity and neonatal services to drive urgent action. But that's not stopped us from taking action. In the meantime, we've invested over £131 million to improve neonatal care facilities, brought in a new maternity care bundle, implemented a programme to reduce the 2 leading causes of avoidable brain injury during labour, and increase maternal mental health services. But there is so much more to do to guarantee safety now and into the future, and also to ensure truth, justice and accountability for past failures.
Paul Ward.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The new maternal care bundle, which the Secretary of State refers to, is rightly aimed at reversing the recent worrying rise in maternal death and ill health, particularly with an increase in obstetric hemorrhage, which concerns so many midwives, doctors and, of course, the families affected themselves. Given the government wants to help women to make informed choices about how they give birth safely, can the NHS do more to highlight the well-documented risks of severe bleeding and placenta accreta that's caused by caesarean sections?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question. Everyone accessing maternity care should be offered a personalised care and support plan informed by a personalised risk assessment. This is so women have more control over their own care based on what matters to them, their individual needs and preferences, and also to make sure that every woman understands the risk factors that might arise in her case. A caesarean section is generally a very safe procedure, but like any type of surgery, it does carry a risk of complications. All women should have the confidence of knowing that the doctors and midwives dealing with them are robustly trained to deal with severe complications, including hemorrhage. And that's why the maternity care bundle, as well as other measures, is leading towards greater safety, more information and, crucially, personalisation of care and patient choice for the mother.
Laura Coates.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I really welcome the new maternal care bundle and its ambition to drive consistently high standards of care for every pregnant and new mum. It's great that maternal mental health is prioritised as one of the 5 elements in there. And I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for his focus on this. The challenge now, of course, is to drive forward its implementation. So can the Secretary of State say more about how he intends to do this, and particularly how he'll ensure that NHS staff are trained and confident enough to be able to better screen and support women who are struggling with their mental health?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this, and I commend her for the work she's doing in this area. There is real risk to women of postnatal depression, and certainly where there have been complications in birth, or worse still, injury, or the most unimaginable experience of loss. We need to make sure that women and their partners and the wider families are supported from day one. That doesn't just mean training and support for staff and making sure that they're doing emotional well-being screening. It also means thinking more thoughtfully about estates. And one of the things that's been really impacted upon by me, is the experience of women who've suffered loss during labour, and during the care that follows are asked to go back to the very maternity units where that unimaginable pain was first endured. So those are difficult issues to challenge. They will require investment, but these are the sorts of issues we're getting into as we think about more thoughtfully how to ensure that not just the physical health of the mother and baby is taken care of, but also thinking about the mental health and well-being of mother and the wider family.
Leila Moran, Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An Oxford midwife recently told me how sewage regularly rises up through the floor and drips down through the ceiling on the maternity ward. This has become so common that it is now standard procedure for midwives to move the clinic whenever this happens, so patients are none the wiser. Now, obviously, if the hospital had the money to fix it, they would have already done so. But equally, obviously, they should be looking after mothers and babies, not shoveling sewage. So can the Secretary of State confirm that when the AMOS review does its work, there will be a flexible pot of money so specific issues in specific hospitals can be dealt with like this to improve patient safety and also to help staff retention?
Without preempting Baroness Amos' work, the chair of the Health and Social Care Select Committee is absolutely right about making sure that we give staff the tools to do the job to the best of their ability and the right facilities and environment for them to be working in and for patients to be cared for in. It is completely unacceptable that on top of the other challenges that staff and families face during what is such an important moment, a unique moment of bringing new life into the world, that they're having to do so against that backdrop of crumbling estate she describes. We are putting the largest ever capital investment into the NHS. She makes a powerful point about the need for capital investment in this area, which was impressed upon me at Queen's Hospital in Romford on one of my recent visits, and I'll be looking at that issue very closely.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently visited the Dorset Breastfeeding Network at their centre at the Purbeck Community Centre. It was fascinating to hear the work that they're doing, but what they told me was that since COVID, standard antenatal classes for NHS, within the NHS, have stopped. They've never returned. And as a result, women are not getting the information they need to make informed choices, which is leading to decisions about how they give birth and whether they feed their babies. We know that the Pride in Place and the Best Start in Life centres are going forward, but they're not going to be covering most of my area. They're only covering the deprived areas. How are we going to make sure there's a universal offer for antenatal care for everyone?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sure to make sure that my department, the NHS, looks into what's happened to provision in her area, and I'll write to her further about that. She's quite right about the need to make sure that parents are given high-quality information from conception to make sure that they're able to make informed decisions as they're thinking about everything from whether to breastfeed through to the steps that parents can take in those formative first 1,001 days to make sure we get the best possible outcomes. And on that, I will also take the opportunity to welcome the appointment of Will Quince to lead the 1,001 Days Foundation. We've previously crossed swords across this House, but I know how committed he is to this agenda, and I very much welcome his appointment.
Dr. Caroline Johnson, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the maternity and neonatal plan is due in the spring, almost 2 years after he took office. The maternity review is delayed. There are no signs of the 1,000 additional midwives he said he'd train. Gynecology waiting lists are rising, with the number waiting for admission 6% higher than 1 year ago. The Secretary of State has an opportunity to save many lives, and I know he wants to make the use of all the opportunities available to him. Can I ask him to concentrate on making more improvements in maternity care?
Mr. Speaker, I would just point out that the 18 months that I have had the privilege of holding this post, we've invested over £131 million on 122 infrastructure projects across 49 NHS trusts to improve safety of neonatal care facilities. We've implemented a new programme to reduce the 2 leading causes of avoidable brain injury during labour. We've piloted Martha's Rule in maternity and neonatal units in 14 trusts across 6 regions to give patients and families the right to request a second opinion. We've launched a package of initiatives and interventions to reduce stillbirths, brain injury, neonatal death and preterm birth. We've held a culture and leadership programme. We've created targeted tools and schemes to promote midwife retention. We've increased maternal mental health services to help women. We've had to do all of this because we've had to do all of this, not wasting a single day in 18 months. Imagine how embarrassed we would be if we'd wasted 13 whole years.
Jonathan Brash.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As previously stated, we're boosting investment to unlock new treatments and improve outcomes for brain cancer patients, including investing in cutting-edge equipment to improve access to samples for research. Each pathology service in England maintains its own standard procedures for tissue freezing, which inform local capabilities and practices, and we're investing in England's pathology networks to deliver productivity and transformation improvements.
For Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer and for her positive response to this issue at the recent Westminster Hall debate. As she will recall from that debate, my constituent Trevor Jones died in September last year from glioblastoma. His widow Samantha learned only later that there may have been life-extending treatment options available had his brain biopsy not been stored in paraffin blocks but instead flash frozen. Will the Minister recommit to examining how flash freezing can be made standard practice for brain biopsies across the NHS, and will she meet with me and Samantha to discuss a way forward on this?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. As he rightly points out, I was privileged to answer for the government in a Westminster Hall debate last week on this very issue, and remember vividly the story of Trevor. Last week I did commit to exploring current arrangements for tissue freezing options and the options for change, and I recommit to doing that today, and I'd be more than happy to meet with him and his constituent to discuss this further.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Government will publish the 10-year workforce plan in the spring. This plan will ensure that the NHS has the right people in the right places with the right skills for patients when they need it. And we are engaging extensively with partners to ensure this plan delivers for staff and patients.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been contacted by concerned doctors in Chester South and Eddisbury who, after 5 or 6 years at medical school and a further 2 years of foundation training, are now struggling to secure specialty posts and are being forced to consider leaving the NHS altogether. While I will reserve judgment on the medical training bill to be presented later today until I've seen it in full, I welcome the fact that the Government is finally treating this issue with the urgency it deserves. However, can the Minister set out how this legislation will be accompanied by a credible plan to expand training numbers so that the number of places is sufficient to meet the NHS's short, medium and long-term workforce needs?
Thank her for her almost support for the bill we hope to lay later to address much of this problem in order to yet again clear up the mess that we were left with by her party by changing to the rules, delivering a workforce plan in 2023 which essentially ramped up the supply of staff by extrapolating existing trends without any reference to constraints or the needs of the service. Our workforce plan will be different. We do hope for support for the bill later to remove some of that problem with regards to foundation and specialty training places, and we look forward to rigorous debate on that subject.
Jane Craft.
Speaker. My constituency, unfortunately, is not unique in seeing long waits for diagnosis of neurodiversity. 18 to 24 months is the expected waiting time in Thurrock, and some have to wait much longer. Given for a child, a wait of 18 to 24 months can sometimes be their whole lifespan or half their lifespan. Will the upcoming workforce plan make sure that there is a plan for paediatric care, particularly in allied health professionals such as occupational therapists, speech and language therapists and clinical physicians?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. And of course, the services that she outlines cover a number of different areas and in different locations. I think it's very important as we bring forward our workforce plan. It will reflect a different model of care. What we have seen is more services into secondary care, particularly into hospitals, at the expense of community and particularly primary care. That needs to change. That needs to change across the age spectrum so that the service that the new workforce plan will be designed in lockstep with new service design, more staff in neighbourhoods, more digital support and addressing the issues that she outlines.
Joe Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A study by the Health Foundation has found that the cost to the NHS of staff sickness and staff turnover is in the order of £12 billion a year. Will the government's new workforce plan include the issue of excessive cost through entirely avoidable turnover of staff?
Yes, because those issues are a result of the shocking morale that staff were left in as a result of his government's policies and the work that they did in opposition. As highlighted by Lord Darcy, staff morale and issues around staff sickness and the huge increase in agency spending we saw under their watch, those are all signs of a system that is not functioning for patients and it's not functioning for staff, and we absolutely will bring forward measures to address those issues.
Mr.
Speaker, when the Secretary of State was in front of the Select Committee, he recognised that we aren't going to solve the workforce problems in the NHS without solving workforce problems in social care as well. There are 150,000 posts unfilled in social care, 3 times greater than in the wider economy. What are we going to do to help solve this problem?
Well, he and indeed the Secretary of State is right to address the fact that obviously the workforce, we need to look across the whole span and indeed people moving between those workforces. And as he will know, the Fair Pay Agreement with the increase in that £500 million to support that is part of our work to make sure that those issues are addressed across the piece.
Joe Platt.
Question number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that many people with suspected ADHD experience severe delays in accessing assessments, and that's not right. We want people with ADHD to receive the right support in their communities. Our medium-term planning framework sets out expectations for local areas to improve access to ADHD services. The independent review into prevalence and support for mental health conditions, ADHD and autism will work with people with lived experience to identify challenges and solutions. The final report is due to be published in the summer and will build on the independent ADHD task force report, which we welcome.
Joe Platt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. And can I declare my interest as the Chair of the ADHD APPG? And with that, providers for ADHD estimate that untreated ADHD could cost the economy £11.2 billion over the next decade, largely due to avoidable impacts on justice, employment, education and health. So will the Minister commit to ensuring that people with ADHD receive the support that they need to succeed? And will they work with the APPG to develop strategies that will help individuals reach their full potential?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. And through the medium-term planning framework, which we published in October 2025, we've set out those expectations, and we will continue to work with Trust to develop those to make sure that people with ADHD or suspected ADHD get the support that they need. And I'm more than happy to meet with the APPG to discuss these matters further.
Tim Farron.
Mr. Speaker, roughly 50% of the young people on the books of child and adolescent mental health services in South Cumbria have ADHD or autism, and the ICB provides no funding whatsoever to acknowledge that. And that is a huge burden on those young people and their families and stops them getting back into school and what have you. But it's also a burden on all those other young people waiting for treatment for things like eating disorders. Will she pay a personal attention to this? Obviously, it's her ICB as well, to make sure that children with autism and ADHD are properly supported through our CAMHS services.
I thank him for his question. Obviously, as it is the ICB shared by my constituency, I am equally as concerned. This is something that will be explored as part of the review, and I'm more than happy to ask the Minister responsible to contact him further on how we can take that forward.
Dr. Neil Hudson.
Question 11, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Rapid housing and population growth can put real pressure on GP services. That's why we're investing an extra £1.1 billion in general practice, taking total GP funding to £13.4 billion. We're also creating 250 neighbourhood health centres, upgrading surgeries through a £102 million fund, and working with MHCLG to determine how developer contributions from new housing through Section 106 and CIL can be improved to enable the delivery of local health services as an integral part of new housing developments.
Dr. Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my constituency neighbour, the Health Secretary will be aware that Chigwell Parish has no GP surgery of its own, requiring many of my constituents to travel to his constituency to access primary care. Given the government's top-down housing targets, what assurances can the Health Secretary provide that any new developments in Epping Forest will be accompanied by the delivery of adequate primary care infrastructure rather than placing further pressure on already overstretched services? And will the government support the long-standing call championed by me, local Conservative councillors and Chigwell Parish Council for the provision of a GP surgery within Chigwell Parish?
Well, I thank him for that. I'm not familiar with the details of that case, but I get the impression that my right honourable friend is familiar with those. I mean, we have, of course, this is a really important part of our manifesto commitment to end the 8 a.m. scramble, because that's all about access. That is precisely what we're doing. In September 2024, patient satisfaction with ease of access stood at just 61%. Today, it stands at 73%. That is huge progress. It's all about getting better access. Building a primary care estate that is fit for purpose is a very important part of that. I'd be happy to meet with the honourable gentleman to discuss the details of that specific case.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Community pharmacies are a vital part of that primary care infrastructure, including in Epping Forest. So using the NHS ODS data, can the Minister tell the House how many pharmacy contracts ceased in England last year?
I thank him for that question and congratulate him on the addition of the facial hair. He's glad to see he's joining that particular club. I think that's the only club that we may both be a member of. But look, we are aware of the pressure on pharmacy. It is a major challenge that we are facing, but we did give pharmacy a 19% uplift in the last spending review. Of all of the sectors in my portfolio, that was the one that received the largest uplift. We're also looking to secure better progress in terms of the use of technology, looking of course at the medicines margin, looking of course at the dispensing fee, recognising the significant financial pressures that pharmacies are under, but through reform and investment we believe that we can turn the corner and rebuild pharmacy in our country.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate his answer, but it is 650 contracts across England and Wales. He only has to look at the newspaper headlines yesterday to see that in his department, in his portfolio. And the chair of the IPA, Leila Hanbeck, has specifically warned that higher business rates and increases in national insurance contributions are to blame, both of which are set by the government, which drive up costs, while pharmacy income remains fixed, which again is set by the government. So does the Minister accept that these tax decisions taken by his government directly increase the costs and contribute to the loss of pharmacy contracts? And will he therefore raise it with the Chancellor immediately?
I thank you for that. I think there is actually some dispute over the number that was on the front page of the Express story, so we're looking into that number and we'll certainly come back to him on that number. On the broader point that he makes about the decisions that the Chancellor took at the last budget, I suppose the question back to him is, would he be cutting the £26 billion that this Labour government is investing in the NHS? And if not, how would you be paying for it?
I think the good thing is, just stick with the responsibility of being in government, don't worry about the opposition. Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 12.
Front bench. Who's 12? Secretary of State.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that, regardless of the challenges we face winter, is facing into them. We've vaccinated over 17 million people this winter, 350,000 more compared to this time last year, and 60,000 more NHS staff. We're not out of the woods yet by any stretch, but just to give people a comparison for how our investment and modernisation is paying off, on New Year's Day, we had the busiest day in NHS history for 999 calls. Despite that, ambulances arrived to heart attack and stroke patients 15 minutes faster than this time last year. Backed by £450 million, our urgent emergency care plan will expand same-day and urgent care services. We're delivering new same-day emergency care and urgent treatment centres, more mental health crisis assessments and 500 new ambulances. Lots done, but so much more to do.
24-hour route surely as well, Minister. Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his answer. Can I ask him to join me in thanking the extraordinary efforts of the staff at Princess Alexandra Hospital in Harlow for their work over the winter period. A few years ago, we saw the shocking statistic that people were waiting in A&E in Princess Alexandra Hospital for 13 hours. Can the Secretary of State outline the changes that this government are making, bringing down waiting times, improving GP satisfaction levels and decreasing ambulance waiting times, and explain how this is ensuring that the Labour government ensuring the NHS is fit for the future?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will absolutely join the honourable member in thanking NHS staff in Harlow and across the country for their incredible efforts during the toughest winter weeks. I want to particularly thank all of those staff who have supported their colleagues, worked throughout Christmas and New Year, sacrificing time with their families to care for ours. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I'd particularly like to thank the staff at Chorley Hospital who facilitated our visit, and your representations from the chair for longer A&E access has not been lost on me or indeed the record.
Look forward to the keys being handed in. Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last night, Surrey Heartlands ICB and 2 hospital trusts in Surrey declared a critical incident. This means that some hospitals can't guarantee that patients will be treated safely, and operations could be cancelled to make urgent care a priority. So can the Secretary of State confirm what action the government is taking to support these trusts, and what funding will be made available to ensure these incidences don't reoccur?
Mr. Speaker, to be clear, because there have been a number of critical incidents running across the country this week, far from meaning a critical incident does not mean that there is unsafe care or that we're unable to provide care. A critical incident means that there is a challenge and the system mobilises in response to help meet that challenge so that people do receive safe care. As I've said, Mr. Speaker, we are investing more in our urgent and emergency care services. We're seeing that impact through year-on-year improvements to date. We're not out of winter yet. We've still got lots of hard yards ahead. I am confident that when we emerge from winter, we will be able to tell a story of year-on-year improvement. However, while the NHS is on the road to recovery, I wouldn't want anyone watching, not least the honourable members to constituents, to think that this government believes that what we've seen this winter is acceptable every day, in every case, everywhere. And until that's the case, we will continue to strive for further improvement day by day, week by week, month by month and year on year.
Dr. Rosanna Allen-Carr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Working my shifts in A&E over the Christmas and New Year, like many colleagues up and down the country, we experienced the undignified norm that has become corridor care. I welcome the Secretary of State's commitment to ending this, and as the chair of the all-party parliamentary group on emergency care, working very closely with the Royal College of Emergency Medicine, we are very keen that the government adopts our recommendations to ending corridor care. Previously, the Secretary of State has agreed to meet with us. Will he today reaffirm his commitment to meet with us to end this scourge in our A&Es?
My honourable friend can be absolutely assured of that. And can I also thank her for, as well as through her powerful advocacy in this place, putting her own words into action on the NHS front line. She doesn't need to. She could do the bare minimum to keep her licence going, but she always goes above and beyond to take care of patients and constituents, literally rolling up her sleeves and putting on her scrubs to do that. She's made a number of thoughtful recommendations in her report, and I look forward to engaging with her and her committee on that.
Mr. Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I genuinely welcome the fact that the Secretary of State is able to praise the efforts of NHS staff this Christmas and New Year. Genuinely mean that. But there's good news in Scotland too, Mr. Speaker. Waiting lists have fallen for the longest waiters for the 6th month in a row. Threatened industrial action by resident doctors has been called off. But there is anxiety, Mr. Speaker, not just in Scotland but across these islands, with the new UK-US medicines deal and its impact on the NHS. So can the Secretary of State change his habits this new year with a New Year's resolution? Answer my question. Where is the money coming from for the UK-US drugs deal?
It is about waiting lists. And I'm sorry, we've got to stick to it. Mr Logan, I was very good at bringing in, especially with health being devolved as well, so please, let's not change the question that's before us. Right, Helen Morgan will be a good example.
I always am, Mr Speaker. Thank you very much. Recently, I've heard from Candice, who was interrupted while changing her stoma bag behind a curtain on the emergency ward. Lynn, who waited 17 hours for an ambulance after breaking several ribs. And Sandra, who has bladder cancer and spent 31 hours on a plastic chair in the fit-to-sit area. Now, they all want to share their stories so others don't have to suffer like they did, in pain for hours and hours. So will the Secretary of State commit to ending these waits and back the Liberal Democrat call, welcomed by the Royal College of Emergency Medicine this morning, for a guarantee that no patient will have to wait for more than 12 hours in A&E?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Speaker. We absolutely are striving towards meeting those standards which were met so successfully under the last Labour government, and where this Labour government has got to pull out every stop to repair the enormous damage that was done by our predecessors. And the Liberal Democrat spokesperson is absolutely right. Safety, of course, is paramount, but so is dignity. And when the Honourable Member describes those patients' stories in those terms, it really does underscore that behind those two words, corridor care, are countless stories of indignity and treatment in conditions that neither we, nor they as patients, nor staff want to see those people treated in, and we're determined to put an end to it.
Number 13, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. As my honourable friend knows, we inherited an NHS dentistry system in crisis, but this government is determined to fix it with fundamental reform of this vital service by the end of this Parliament. Since last April, we've delivered extra urgent dental appointments nationwide, and last month we announced new measures to get the right care to the right people at the right time, incentivising dentists to offer more NHS care.
Minister for that answer. Latest NHS statistics do show that the government really has got the bit between its teeth, as 7,000 more children saw a dentist in 2024-25 than the previous year in the Humber and North Yorkshire ICB area. But adults has slipped from 43 to 41% over the same period. So how quickly does the Minister think that my adult Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes constituents will benefit from more appointments and more dentists?
I thank my honourable friend and congratulate her for that pun as well in her question. Look, it is good news. We are making progress on children's oral health. Absolutely accept that we've still got a way to go in terms of the broader picture. We are making 27,196 additional urgent appointments available in the Humber and North Yorkshire ICB area. Our reforms that I announced in December will kick in from April of this year. They are going to significantly increase the unit of dental activity fee rate that we pay for urgent care to incentivise more dentists to do urgent NHS dentistry. We've also got the Golden Hello system and a number of other measures that we're taking to address underserved areas. So a lot has been done, but there's still a long way to go.
Come to topicals, Tom Collins.
Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today we're bringing forward the Medical Training Prioritisation Bill. It implements our commitment in the 10-year plan for health to prioritise UK medical graduates and doctors with significant NHS experience for medical training posts. Taxpayers spend £4 billion training medics every year. It's time we protect that investment, ensure a sustainable workforce and give homegrown talent a path to become the next generation of NHS doctors. On which note, Mr Speaker, I wish to update the House that constructive talks with the BMA Resident Doctors Committee are ongoing. Let's see if we can collectively do better in 2026 than we did in 2025.
Tom Collins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Patients in Worcester are struggling to access urgent care. Far too many are falling through gaps in our system with devastating consequences and huge amounts of double work. And patients feel they're having to travel too far for treatment. Will the Secretary of State meet with me to discuss the results of my deep dive into the failures in Worcestershire's NHS?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? He's absolutely right. We've got to shift care out of hospitals and closer to people's homes to make sure that we don't end up with the situation he describes. I'd be really happy. I know he's doing a lot of work on this in his own community. I'm very happy to meet with him to hear his findings and what we can learn and apply both locally for him and his community, but also elsewhere.
Secretary Stuart Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With 1 in 5 hospice beds no longer available because of increased costs such as NICs, it is hardly surprising that doctors are raising concerns about the increases in the number of end-of-life patients in our hospitals. It's therefore very concerning to hear that the palliative care MSF won't be available now until the autumn. So given this situation is increasingly urgent, will he commit to accelerating that timescale?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are moving at pace on the modern service framework, but this is also why, whether it was the continuation of the children's hospice grant and over multiple years so they could plan, or the capital investment we've put into hospices, the biggest funding uplift for hospices in a generation, we have recognised those financial pressures. I recognise that there is more to do, and I enjoy a close working relationship with the hospice movement to look at what more we as a government can do to support the vital work they do.
Sir Andrew.
Well, Mr. Speaker, capital funding is welcome, but you can't pay doctors and nurses with bricks and mortar. Hospice UK have said that without additional support, it will mean more unnecessary hospital admissions, more unneeded A&E attendances, and more patients not getting the care they need. So I push again to accelerate the timescale, because obviously their lordships are considering the assisted dying bill, and they need to see that palliative care MSF before making such an important decision, and also make sure that we relieve hospices of this government's NIC hikes.
I understand the point the Shadow Health Secretary makes about capital funding, but I would also say that lots of hospices, through that capital funding, are able to free up their own resources that would have been previously committed to rebuilding works to spend on services. But I recognise that there is more to do. We are working closely with the hospice movement, and I hope he's reassured to learn that we will be reporting on the modern service framework initially in spring, so that we can then take on board feedback, reiterate, and then we will get to the autumn. But people won't have to wait until then to hear the direction of travel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My South Norfolk constituents welcome the government's commitment to 250 new neighbourhood health centres. For rural areas like mine, where healthcare can be miles away, this is a real turning point. Long Stratton is a growing town, yet distant from Norfolk's main health hubs. Will the Secretary of State meet with me to discuss how delivering a neighbourhood health centre for Long Stratton will dramatically improve health outcomes in South Norfolk?
I thank him, and we are committed to delivering 250 centres by 2035 with a progressive rollout over this Parliament. Early sites focused on areas of greatest need with consideration of factors including deprivation and access. Integrated care systems are in the process of planning the best holistic local configuration of a neighbourhood service. I would be very happy to meet with my honourable friend to discuss the potential for a neighbourhood health centre for Long Stratton.
Morgan, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The social care crisis is piling pressure on hospitals where beds are taken up by patients who are fit enough to be discharged, and it's also piling pressure on local councils like Shropshire, where 80% of the budget goes on to social care. Yet the government's shifting funding from counties to cities and dragging its heels on the social care crisis. Will the Secretary of State take action by reinstating the cross-party talks on social care as a priority? Because we need to fix social care if we're going to fix councils, care and the NHS.
Well, Mr. Speaker, cross-party working on social care has never been uninstated. And look, I know there's much more to do. We've been in for 18 months. We've put £4 billion investment in. We've legislated for the first ever fair pay agreements with £500 million committed to that. Significant additional investment in the disabled facilities grant. And of course, making sure that in terms of building the workforce plan for the future, we have commissioned Baroness Casey to do her work. She's going to be reporting soon, and we look forward to taking that work forward.
I'm going to bad throat because of the Secretary of State. James Sprague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following my recent meeting with Bury's Children and Adult Mental Health Service, Has the Secretary of State considered the merits of separating neurodiversity services from core CAMHS mental health provision? And will he meet with me and Bury's health leaders to discuss this approach, given rising referrals in the system, long waiting times, workforce pressures and a growing risk of over-medicalisation?
Well, my honourable friend is right that NHS mental health, ADHD and autism services have never fully met the needs of the population in a tailored, personalised or timely way. The independent review into prevalence and support for mental health conditions, autism and ADHD will explore the current challenges facing clinical services. My honourable friend, the Minister for Mental Health, is currently overseas on departmental business, but I am sure that he'd be delighted to meet with my honourable friend on his return.
In room. Over Christmas, I was contacted by constituents in North Devon who have been without NHS dental care for nearly 20 years. One with a tooth held together with super glue. When will the government reform the dental contract and properly tackle recruitment retention, especially in rural areas, so we stop the hemorrhaging dentists from the NHS longer term?
I thank him for that question. We are in negotiation with the British Dental Association about the long-term contract reform that is so clearly needed. But I would also draw his attention to the announcement that I made in December around a range of interim reforms, particularly on urgent work, where we are significantly increasing the fee rate for urgent dental activity. That will kick in from April and I think will make a real difference in terms of access to urgent care.
Suzanne Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Secretary of State for his letter following your concerns about corridor care in the William Harvey Hospital at the health orals in October. He noted the decisive steps taken to reduce the pressure, including employing more doctors, freeing up beds and accelerating hospital discharges. However, after 14 years of underinvestment, the corridor care has been normalised in part of the NHS. So what steps is the government taking to ensure it meets its commitment and we see an end to corridor care in William Harvey Hospital?
To my honourable friend for his advocacy on this. I know it has been taken very seriously by NHS leaders nationally as well as locally, who listen very carefully to what he says on behalf of his constituents. I've reported to the House this morning, Mr. Speaker, on all of the action we're taking to drive improvement. We are seeing improvement, but there is so much more to do, and we are determined to consign corridor care to the history books, not just in Ashford, but right across the country.
Adam Dance.
Access to mental health services in rural communities is a challenge when services are stretched and underfunded. So what steps is the Secretary of State taking to improve access to mental health services in Yeovil?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his question. The government increased investment in mental health by an extra £688 million in 2025, with all systems forecast to deliver the mental health investment standard. And as our medium-term plan makes clear, we need a newer mental approach to mental health to drive down waits, improve the quality of care. But our expectation is that ICBs will be required to meet mental health, protect mental health spending in real terms, rising in line with inflation year on year, making sure we meet the needs of constituents in all parts of the country.
Butley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And will the Secretary of State join me in thanking staff at the Royal Shrewsbury Hospital for their commitment and patience over the last 2 years, as we've seen our trust move from being the worst hospital in the country to the most improved. And thanks in no large part to the investment in a hospital transformation programme, we've just opened 2 new wards, and he could say it in person when he joins me on a visit, if he would be so kind.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure on my rounds I'll be able to swing through. And look, it's so important, especially against the backdrop of crisis that the NHS has been through over many years, that as well as celebrating the best performance, we also celebrate when there is real improvement. And she knows as well as I do, there is of course more to do, but it is to the credit of leaders and staff that there has been improvement, lots done, a lot more to do.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Speaker, last summer Sussex ICB cut their IVF provision from 3 cycles to 1 due to budget pressures. There is currently a postcode lottery for IVF, and going through fertility treatment can be really harrowing for those families. So given that additional cycles improve success rates, will the Secretary of State commit to a nationally consistent standard for IVF?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an issue that, as a government, we're looking at. As with all treatments, we should be following NICE guidelines, but I recognise that in this area there is a degree of regional variation in provision in a way that, frankly, I find difficult to justify. We are looking at this as a government, and of course, as we make decisions, we'll report on progress to the House.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Currently, there is not a single NHS dentist in Hartlepool taking on new patients, and many of my constituents are desperate. We have made real progress on urgent care, including a new urgent dental access centre, but it's not enough. Can the Minister say what more will be done to fix NHS dentistry in Hartlepool and across the country?
I thank him, and he's right that whilst we are making progress on urgent treatment with the urgent dental access centre that he mentioned, there is a real challenge around new routine care in Hartlepool. We're looking to improve this unacceptable situation that we inherited by offering dentists £20,000 to work in underserved areas and making it a requirement for new dentists to practice in the NHS. But he's right to point to this. It's not an acceptable position and we have to improve it.
Mr. Speaker, the government's interim dental measures will of course be welcomed by residents in North Dorset, but they know, as I do, that we've been discussing the inadequacy of the dental contract in this place for years. What they can't understand and what I can't understand is why it will take to the end of this Parliament to actually sort out that big problem, as the Minister told us just a little while ago, at the end of this Parliament and not sooner, in order to turbocharge NHS dentistry in rural North Dorset.
I thank him for that question. I have a huge amount of respect for the honourable gentleman, but I have to say I'm a little bit taken aback to be told about the lack of progress when they had 14 years on those benches to sort out NHS dentistry. But nevertheless, we are engaging intensively with the BDA. We've got the interim reforms which kick in from April, which I think will make a big difference, as I've said. But we're certainly looking to then put the long-term reforms in place from 2027 onwards. So we want this situation to be rectified by the end of this Parliament, not to have a new contract by the end of this Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, until COVID, Holland Ward had a local NHS clinic serving the community. However, it was closed first temporarily and then permanently, leaving many vulnerable and elderly residents without health care, and it's put immense pressure on services in Brailsford. Will the Minister look at reopening this health centre, and what steps the Department is taking to ensure that more people in Holland Ward can access health care close to where they live?
I thank him for his question. The commissioning of the service, I know it's of great concern to him and his constituents. It is a matter for his local ICB, and I do commend him to keep talking with them about the best provision for his constituents.
Caroline Downage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was fascinated by the Minister's answer about the closure of pharmacies earlier, because the fantastic news is that in my constituency in Leon Solent, there's a new pharmacy that wants to open. Local people are desperate for a second pharmacy in Leon Solent, and the local GP practice supports it as well. The problem is that the ICB have turned it down. Hampshire ICB have rejected it. Does the Minister share my disappointment that local people aren't going to be served in the correct way through their pharmacy provision, and would he please meet me to discuss this?
I thank her for that question. That it does sound somewhat baffling that there's demand for that service. Pharmacies play an absolutely vital part in our community, and I'd be happy to meet with the honourable lady to discuss the details of that further.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A number of local residents have been in touch recently following an announcement of a Cramlington dentist which would no longer be offering NHS services, moving to private prescription only. It's led to a number of people being unable to access services locally. What more can the government do to ensure that my constituents have access to appropriate local services?
I thank her for that question. Could I just check? It was dentistry that it was a dentistry service. I didn't quite catch the wording. Yes, absolutely. I mean, she's absolutely right to point to this issue. As I've said, I do think that the reforms that we announced in December will make a major difference, because dentists haven't been incentivised to do NHS dentistry. That means significantly increasing the UDA, as we are doing. But there's a range of other measures that we do need to take, and I'd be happy to meet with her to discuss the specific details of that case that she mentioned.
Shocker Adam.
failed PFI schemes from the noughties for 3 Leicester hospitals saw the NHS being sued for almost £30 million despite no work being carried out. Leicester hospitals are still without any new buildings. So can I ask the Minister that expensive, inefficient financial packages, £60 billion of private money costing £306 billion of taxpayers' money, will not be utilised for future projects?
Mr. Speaker, this is a government that's putting record levels of capital investment into the NHS to correct more than 14 years of Conservative failure. We are using public investment. We're certainly learning the lessons of the past in relation to PFI. We are only able to do this, Mr. Speaker, because people voted Labour and elected a Labour government. And I look forward to working with the city's Labour MPs to deliver the improvement in services they deserve.
Rachel Baskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To date, Baroness Casey's review into adult social care has been pretty impenetrable, and yet in York we want to engage and innovate. So can my honourable friend provide Parliament with a briefing of the progress, scoping and scheduling of the review as the clock is ticking and the crisis is growing?
I thank my honourable friend, and we have discussed this issue. I hope the issue she's had in terms of access to the Commission has now been resolved. I know that they have made contact with her. The Commission is, of course, an independent body, but I am in no doubt at all that parliamentarians will hold the Commission to account through the mechanisms that are at its disposal, for example, the Select Committee. But of course, we're not sitting on our hands. We are delivering the Fair Pay Agreement. We've delivered the biggest uplift to unpaid carers since 1976, and a range of other measures to get our adult social care system fixed and
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've just been notified that the William Blake House in my constituency, which is a residential home for people with severe learning disabilities, has been issued with a winding up notice, and the court hearing is actually tomorrow. Now, given that the families had no notice of any of this and have had no consultation, they're naturally worried about what provisions will be in place for their loved ones. So will the Minister urgently meet with me and discuss looking in place about putting a contingency plan in place for them?
I thank her for that question. I'm, of course, not familiar with the details. Could I perhaps ask her to write to me with the clear details, and I'm sure that then we can ensure that officials take this up as a matter of urgency.
Matt Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parents supported by a small charity, Harry's Pals, consistently describe a fragmented and emotionally exhausting system when accessing support for parents of children with life-limiting conditions. So will the Secretary of State commit to exploring a dedicated national support pathway for parent carers, including better access to counselling and respite? And will he meet with me and Hayley Charlesworth, the founder of Harry's Pals, who's watching at home today with Harry, to discuss how we can better support these families, both nationally and in the Forest of Dean?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. Local authorities must assess disabled children's social care needs and provide respite care, including funding short breaks where appropriate. We are currently developing an all-age palliative care and end-of-life care modern service framework, and will consider the issue of emotional and practical support, including for parents or carers, as part of that work. The Minister for Care, my honourable friend, also chairs a cross-government meeting with DWP, DBT and DFE ministers to consider how we can provide carers with better recognition support, and I'd be happy to meet with my honourable friend and the founder of Harry's Pals.
Smart.
Much, Mr. Speaker. My local mental health trust is commissioned to deliver just 100 autism and 80 ADHD assessments a year. The team is led by my constituent Claire from Marple, but they have approximately 1,600 people on their waiting list for ADHD alone. That's a 12-year waiting list. This is driving my constituents to seek a private diagnosis, but then their GP is refusing to sign up to a shared care arrangement as the numbers just don't add up. What plans does the government have to review the shared care protocols so that they work for patients and GPs?
I'm grateful to the honourable member for her question, because while, of course, we're looking at issues around prevalence and what's driving apparent increases in conditions like autism and ADHD, what we are really driving at is making sure that we meet the needs of everyone. And I do not want to see a future for this country where those who can afford it pay to go private and those who can't are left behind. Nor do I want to see a situation where people who have a diagnosis do not receive the care they need. And we are looking at these issues with urgency.
Tracy Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I and a number of colleagues have concerns with the up-and-coming Pathways trial. The Secretary of State has powers to use these existing medical records for research purposes. Can my right honourable friend therefore consider using these powers to increase evidence base and to prevent proceeding with the pathways trial?
I thank my honourable friend and for her constructive approach to this very difficult issue. She is right to make challenges. We must have open and transparent debate. And to be very clear on this part of my last answer, the Secretary of State will use his power that we will have a retrospective data linkage study to identify the associations in former patients' experiences and outcomes through the analysis of available digital information within health records and other nationally held databases. This will not establish causation, but it is an important contribution to the evidence base.
And the best suggested.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not ashamed to say that I've had a finger up my bum. Not like that, but in all seriousness, as a black man in the target age range with a family history, I'm a keen advocate for prostate cancer screening. One of my residents has been told by his GP surgery, as there is no national screening programme for opportunistic testing, we have followed the national guidance and patients cannot request one without GP authorisation. So what advice could the Secretary of State give my residents who are struggling to get screening for prostate cancer? And could I also say a big thank you to the team at Kingston Hospital for their swift action in moving my dad from active surveillance to treatment. He raves about them.
Can I certainly join him in endorsing his final message and also to commend him for his declaration. Because the more we can break taboo and stigma around these issues and get us talking more openly about the telltale signs of risk, the better protected we will all be. As he will know, we're looking very carefully at the recommendations around screening. I'll be convening a group of experts with the Chief Medical Officer to probe some of the recommendations, and I'll keep the House informed.
Alex McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, I went on a visit to my fantastic local GP service, Hadwin Health, and they are already using technology and AI to make sure patients get the right care they need. But they did tell me there's currently no technological solution which allows patients to both be triaged and directed to their hard-working family doctor when booking online. So what steps is the department taking to support the rollout of technology in GP surgeries like Hadwin Health in Gloucester?
Thank him very much for that question. I was a little bit surprised. I think that technology does actually exist. I've visited a couple of GP practices where the online booking system gives the patient the option to specify the doctor that she or he would like to see. I'd be very happy to connect my honourable friend with relevant officials in the department so that they can perhaps connect with the GP surgery to resolve that issue.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In NHS provider data published just before Christmas, we learnt that in East and North Hertfordshire Trust, the number of people waiting for treatment has fallen more than any other trust in the country. This is absolutely fantastic news for my community. Would my right honourable friend agree with me and commend all of the staff involved in this success and say that this is precisely what people voted for when they voted for change on the NHS?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course I endorse what my honourable friend has said. Waiting lists are falling for the first time in 15 years. Lots done, so much more to do, but with Labour, the NHS is on the road to recovery.
Zoe Franklin.
Mr. Speaker, in Belfields and Slifield Ward in my constituency, the local GP surgery is squeezed into a unit as part of a parade of shops, clearly no longer the size needed for the growing community. The team do a great job in spite of the challenges. Will the Minister set out the steps the department has taken to support community health hubs in areas just like this ward, in order to bring GP and wider services together locally and improve facilities and access for my residents?
Well, I thank you for that question. We, of course, do have the £102 million primary care estate fund, which can help with refurbishments and improving the functionality of primary care and particularly GP surgeries. If she would like to write to me about the specifics of that case, I'm sure that we can ensure that the relevant officials give her the answer that she needs.
James Wilde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Health Secretary said that he's shocked at the inability to acknowledge and then remedy state failures, and it's now 2 years since the Hughes report, but no time frame has been set for compensation for the Valparate scandal. When will my constituents, Colleen and Andy, get the redress that they need so they can make long-term provision for their son?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He's quite right to hold the government's feet to the fire on this issue. We are having cross-government discussions about this issue and other groups of victims of state failure. We'll keep him and the House updated.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A constituent of mine who attends Dudley Voices for Choice and has autism with complex mental health needs and is at risk of self-harm can't use the telephone but is still required by mental health services to do so. They're not being able to be treated. They're being told that they're non-compliant and their support was therefore reduced. What steps has my right honourable friend taken to ensure mental health services offer alternative ways to communicate to those that can't use the telephone? And I'd like to thank Sarah Offley and the team for Voices for Choice.
I thank you for that question. We are recruiting 8,500 more mental health workers by the end of this Parliament, and also the Mental Health Act reforms will ensure people with a learning disability, autistic people, as well as people with the most severe mental health conditions, have greater choice and control over their treatment and receive the dignity and the respect that they deserve.
Final question, Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Constituents of mine have been reporting that they've been directed to hospital for regular blood tests rather than having them at their GP surgery. Would the Secretary of State please outline how he'll ensure blood tests are taken in a community setting? Surely that must be much better value for the taxpayer and much more convenient for patients.
He's absolutely right, and that's why a big part of our modernisation approach is to shift care out of hospital into the community, making greater use of community diagnostic centres, community pharmacies and GPs. But as the honourable gentleman's question shows, 18 months in, lots done, but a lot more still to do.
Right, we'll let the front bench change over. The urgent question. Shadow Minister Alicia Cairns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government if he will make a statement on the released unredacted plans for the proposed Chinese embassy.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This question relates to the proposals for a new Chinese embassy at Royal Mint Court. This is a decision to be taken by planning ministers independent of the rest of government. As I've said before in this House, this government is committed to the probity of the planning process at all levels to ensure robust and evidence-based decision-making. Planning ministers must take decisions following a quasi-judicial process, meaning they must take decisions fairly, based on evidence and planning rules. As the case is currently before the Department for consideration, and due to ministers' statutory role in the planning process, it would be entirely inappropriate for me to comment further on this live case. That said, Mr. Speaker, I understand fully members' interest in the case, and so I can briefly set out the process this case has followed to date. A public inquiry into the applications was held by an independent planning inspector between the 11th and 19th of February 2025. The department received the inspector's report into the applications on the 10th of June that year. On the 6th of August 2025, a reference back letter was sent to parties seeking further information, specifically in respect of the redacted plans and some issues raised by the Home Office and Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office from parties, and that was recirculated for further comment on the 22nd of August and again on the 16th of October, 2nd of December and 17th of December, and recirculated for information on the 6th of January 2026. Referring back to parties is routine when further information is required. The government does not provide a running commentary on planning casework decisions, as you know, Mr. Speaker, and it would be particularly inappropriate to make any comment on material which has been received. The reference back material will be available on request when the decision is issued. The timetable has been varied to allow full consideration of the applications, given the detailed nature of the representations provided and the need to give parties sufficient opportunity to respond. A final decision will now be made on or before the 20th of January 2026. The variation to the timetable is routine when additional time is needed for determination. Members can be assured, and I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, I will be required to state the following ad nauseam, that ministers will take all material planning considerations into account when the final decision is made, and ministers will inform the House of the decision accordingly.
Furnace, as you brought me into it by saying, as I will know about planning, absolutely. But I didn't choose for you to be the minister that answered this. I would have thought, actually, it would have been the Home Office and the Security Minister. So please, Alicia Cairns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is very disappointing to get a technocratic history lesson rather than answer to the meaningful question.
Exactly.
208 secret rooms and a hidden chamber just 1 metre from cables serving the City of London and the British people. That is what the unredacted plans tell us that the Chinese Communist Party has planned for its new embassy if the government gives them the go-ahead. Indeed, we now know they plan to demolish the wall between the cables and their embassy. Cables on which our economy is dependent. Cables carrying millions of British people's emails and financial data. An access that would give the Chinese Communist Party a launchpad for economic warfare against our nation. The Home Office and the Foreign Office say security concerns have been addressed. So I put to the Minister, had any minister seen these unredacted plans before the Telegraph uncovered them? And if not, why not? Was Parliament misled when we were told that all documents were publicly available? Is it true that in December a briefing was given to Five Eyes partners on these risks? And does the Minister really have no concerns at all over plans to install heavy ventilation equipment parallel to these cables? What is that for? If the government is as shocked as we are today on this, have the ministers already called in the Chinese ambassador to explain these secret rooms? And if not, why not? The embassy would create a daily headache for our security services. What confidence can we have that the CCP's technological capabilities can be contained for a decade, let alone 10? I have consistently asked the government to require the Chinese to pay for any rerouting of cables if they're going to give this the go-ahead. So will the government commit to that today? The Prime Minister, we understand, is planning to visit Beijing this month. Is it true the embassy will be approved this week? That the Prime Minister plans to reward the Communist Party, holding a British national hostage, torturing him in confinement, who put spies at the heart of our democracy, is bad enough. To turn up with a gift in hand begging for handouts is beggar's belief, because Labour promised a new relationship with China, yet UK export goods are down 23%. Surrendering our security for Chinese trade was always a bad policy, but surrendering our security while exports plummet is frankly insanity. The government can claim today that they had no idea about these secret rooms, and we will take them at that word, but they cannot now say they have no power to protect us. Protect our economy, protect the British people, deny the Chinese Communist Party their embassy.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Shadow Minister for her questions. I'm obviously not going to comment on speculation in the press. When it comes to the specific case that's before ministers, at the application stage, it was a matter for parties what information was put forward for consideration, and it was a matter for Tower Hamlets what information was put on the planning register and the inquiry website. We've not misled the House. All inquiry documents are publicly available on that website. If new, potentially relevant information is drawn to the Department's attention, it will be assessed. This includes consideration of its relevance and whether it's necessary to obtain that information or refer back to parties, and that is a routine process. The Secretary of State transparently sought further information on the redacted drawings via a reference back letter to parties issued on the 6th of August. I again say, Mr. Speaker, no decision has been made on the case. I cannot comment on individual aspects of the case. It would be entirely inappropriate for me to comment on any matter of national security or on behalf of the security services. All inquiry documents, including the redacted drawings put forward by the applicant at application stage, are publicly available on the Tower Hamlets website. When the final decision is published, the decision letter will contain a list of post-inquiry representations, including those received as part of the reference back exercise. These will be publicly available on request.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, multiple government agencies and government departments have raised concerns about this mega embassy. Our international partners have raised concerns about it. Every security briefing I had identifies China as a hostile state to the UK. I am in no doubt that this mega embassy should not be allowed to go ahead. Internationally, China is terrorising the people of Hong Kong. It is terrorising the democratic people in Taiwan, and it is terrorising some people already in the UK. I look to my local University of Sheffield Hallam, and I also look to what it's doing to parliamentarians right here. I want my government to stand up to bullies, not reward them. We need to be seeing rules, limits put in place around China to stop this behaviour, not rewarding them with the embassy that they so dearly want.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her questions. I note and appreciate her concerns. We need a consistent position on China, Mr. Speaker, which cannot be boiled down to one word. We recognise that China poses a series of threats to UK national security, and we challenge these robustly. China also presents opportunities to the UK as the world's second largest economy and the UK's third largest trading partner. We will therefore continue to develop a consistent and pragmatic approach to economic engagement without compromising our national security. On the matter of Hong Kong in particular, we will not tolerate any attempts by foreign governments to coerce, intimidate, harass or harm their critics overseas, especially in the UK. But on the matter before us, Mr. Speaker, which is the particular case in question, as I have stressed before, and I'm afraid I will have to do so repeatedly, no decision has been made. I cannot comment on any aspects of the case. It's a live case for planning ministers to determine. All material considerations will be taken into account when making a decision, but I'm afraid I can't comment on any specific national security concerns.
Colin Miller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The redacted plans for the Chinese Super Embassy provide new reasons to reject this application. Can the Minister confirm whether the Government had access before today to these unredacted plans showing the proximity of basements to critical communications cabling? And will he and other ministers ensure that the intelligence agencies update their risk assessments before a final decision is taken? On the 16th of December, the Government told this House that an urgent review would be launched into foreign financial interference in UK politics, including by China. So will the Minister now agree to pause any decision on the Super Embassy until the Rycroft review has reported? The new Super Embassy would also condemn Hong Kongers living in Britain to more surveillance, more intimidation and more bounty hunting. On Saturday, hundreds of Hong Kongers are expected to join a protest outside the proposed Super Embassy site. Will the Minister or a colleague meet with the protesters on Saturday outside the Embassy to listen to their concerns firsthand?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his questions. I want to be very clear on what information the Department had and when it had it. As I said, an independent inquiry into this matter was held by an independent planning inspector. The onus is on the applicant to submit documents to that inquiry. It is then at the gift of the Department, at the point the inspector's report was given to us, to request via a reference back to parties further information. We did so on the 6th of August, specifically in respect of those redacted plans. And I'm not going to comment on live applications of the case. All material considerations will be taken into account. Just as similar, Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't be right for me to comment on the intelligence services or what input they've had into the decision. The National Security Minister is beside me here, who's taken this. A decision will be made on or before the 20th of January. At the point that decision is issued, the decision letter will contain, as I've said, a list of post-inquiry representations, including those received as part of the reference back exercise, and that will be publicly available on request.
Uma Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. China has used their national security law to criminalise political dissent and target Hong Kongers in the UK. My constituency, Stratford and Bow, is home to one of the largest Hong Konger populations in our country. They tell me how scared this proposed Chinese mega embassy is in our neighbouring constituency in East London. What assurances can the Minister offer that this government, the British government, will stand up for the people of Hong Kong and that this proposed embassy won't enable and embolden further coercion, further intimidation of Hong Kongers in the UK, particularly those in London?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. I'd repeat what I said specifically, Mr. Speaker, about transnational repression. We won't tolerate any attempts by foreign governments to coerce, intimidate, harass or harm their critics overseas, especially in the UK. But on the matter of this decision that is before planning ministers, it will be taken independent of the rest of government. Planning ministers must take decisions following a quasi-judicial process, meaning, Mr. Speaker, they must make decisions fairly based on evidence and planning laws. And I stress again, all material considerations will be taken into account in reaching a decision.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
This is the national parliament, and it deserves answers. I've asked this question to the minister sitting next to him already, and I got no answer at all. This may seem a subsidiary point, but it's important. On January the 14th, the Secretary of State wrote the Chinese demanding an answer, as well as going to be a perimeter wall so that the public can access the buried Cistercian monastery there. With typical arrogance, the Chinese haven't even replied. Now, why is this important? Because if ministers insisted on what they wrote about in January, there'd have to be an entirely new planning permission. So this site, near the Tower of London, where so many prisoners of conscience died over the centuries, who knows, maybe the prayers of medieval monks might finally stop this aberration.
Minister.
I'm afraid all I can say to the right honourable gentleman, who I have a huge amount of respect for, is that all material considerations will be taken into account in reaching a decision on this case.
Alex Sherville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Joint Committee on Human Rights undertook an inquiry on transnational repression earlier this year. It found the Chinese state undertakes considerable transnational repression against the Chinese diaspora in the United Kingdom, much of it coordinated out of the existing Chinese embassy, this new super embassy, is a real threat to Hong Kongers, to Uyghurs and other members of Chinese diaspora that don't toe the party line in Beijing. Can the Minister reassure me that transnational repression of the Chinese diaspora is a material consideration when making this planning decision?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. The Foreign Secretary has been robust on human rights, Mr Speaker, including in Xinjiang. He's raised our concerns about the implementation of, for example, the national security law in Hong Kong, called for the immediate release of Jimmy Lai. We're forthright when it comes to human rights with the Chinese government. I am not going to, I'm afraid, comment on a live case in front of planning ministers as to what specific material considerations will be taken into account, but they all will be, I can assure my honourable friend.
Sir Julian Lewis.
The Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament had an opportunity to question not the deputy but the actual National Security Advisor about this matter. If the minister says he doesn't know, then he's the wrong minister to be answering this urgent question. If he says he does know but can't say because it's highly classified, let me assure him that the identity of witnesses who are interviewed at that level by the Intelligence and Security Committee is not private. It is published whenever the committee has a mind to do so. So will he answer that question, please, in a straightforward way? Were the ISC given the opportunity to question the National Security Advisor?
Minister.
Well, I'm afraid, Mr Speaker, it's for the ISC, not me, to comment on its proceedings. What I can tell the right honourable gentleman is that national security is, of course, the first duty of government. It won't be appropriate for me in this instance to comment on any specific matters of national security, but as I continue to repeat, all relevant planning considerations will be taken into account when making a decision on this case.
Russian Nara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My honourable friend will be aware of the concerns that I've written to the Secretary of State about, highlighted by my constituents, within which this embassy is proposed. Can he reassure me, while I recognise the planning dimension and the limits of what he can say, can he nonetheless reassure me and the House that the concerns of residents, the security and human rights concerns as well as wider local concerns, will be taken seriously as part of the process, not least because this is in an area with one of the largest Muslim populations in the country, and we're all aware of the persecution of Uyghur Muslims that this House has campaigned for among the wider human rights violations.
Minister.
Well, as I've said, Mr Speaker, all material considerations will be taken into account when making the decision. It is open, Mr Speaker, for any party to make representations on this case. A number of honourable members from across the House have done so, and all relevant planning considerations will be taken into account when reaching that decision.
Bobby Dean.
Mr Speaker, I have to say I'm exasperated by the government's response to this urgent question today. They are treating this development as a mere wrinkle in a bureaucratic planning matter, and that is simply not the case. If this embassy was granted, it will represent one of the largest, most prestigious embassies held by any country in Europe, and that has huge diplomatic consequences. So can the Minister reassure us that it's not merely planning considerations that are being taken into account, but those of national security and diplomatic importance as well?
Minister.
All material considerations will be taken into account. They include matters of national security, but the decision is being taken by my department in line with statutory provisions governing planning decisions and published propriety guidance. The full reasons for the decision, as I've said, will be set out in the published decision letter. But as I continue to say, Mr Speaker, no decision has yet been made.
Lynn Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I appreciate the limitations in which the Minister on what he can and cannot say, but in light of the publication of the unredacted Chinese embassy plans, just to ask the Minister, will Government and Security Services look again as to whether it would be appropriate to allow the embassy to proceed?
Minister.
Well, I'm not going to comment, Mr Speaker, on behalf of the security services. I'm not going to do it. Chuntering from a sedentary position, it is not appropriate for me to comment on behalf of the security services. But as I've continued to say, all material considerations can be taken into account. I'm here answering a question on the Chinese embassy, which is a decision for my department and planning ministers within it.
Sir Julian Smith.
Speaker, the Minister's talked about this being a planning decision, but essentially it's a political judgment. And I think many people here want to strongly represent the government and the National Security Advisor that this judgment call on getting a closer relationship with China and this embassy on this massive site, I went round it the last couple of days, Mansell Street is really restricted, it's going to be completely impossible to monitor what's going on there, that judgment is wrong.
Minister.
I note his concerns, and the National Security Minister and other ministers will have heard them too. But the case is specifically a planning decision to be made in accordance with the propriety rules and other considerations that planning ministers, as part of that quasi-judicial process, have to take into account. But all material considerations will be taken into account as part of that process.
Mark Seward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I represent Chloe Chung from my constituency, and she has to live with the fact that she has a £100,000 bounty placed on her head under the national security law in Hong Kong. She walks around every day knowing that anyone here could claim that bounty by taking her to the Chinese embassy and handing her over to the authorities. And now she worries that she might find herself locked away in one of the secret rooms in the new embassy plans. What exactly is the government going to do to ensure that Chloe is protected and kept safe, and that this never happens to her or anyone else who has a £100,000 bounty placed on her head, if the new embassy is approved?
Minister.
Well, I recognise, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend's frustration, his anger on behalf of his constituents. We won't tolerate transnational repression of the kind he is concerned about. But what I would say specifically, the counterfactual here is not that the Chinese don't have an embassy. They have 7 diplomatic premises in the UK already. But again, I come back to the fact that we will make a decision on this case on the material planning considerations that pertain to it.
Chris Law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every single day, people from the Tibetan, Hong Kong, Uyghur and Falun Gong communities here in the UK already face intimidation from transnational repression. Their activities are under constant surveillance. Their families living under Chinese rule face arrest and prosecution. There's million-dollar bounties placed upon them. And their neighbours in the UK are encouraged to pass on information or deliver them to the Chinese authorities. So given the increased threat to their safety that this mega embassy poses, what action is the government taking to counter these actions, and what message does the government have for these communities?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. We have reviewed transnational repression through the Defending Democracy Task Force. We take it incredibly seriously. I've noted his concerns. I'm here on behalf of my department as the Housing and Planning Minister to make clear what the process is for making a decision on this embassy application.
Let you do it. James Dish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This debate on the mega embassy isn't just about a building and 208 secret rooms. It's primarily about national security and the safety of those from the Hong Konger, Chinese, Uyghur and Tibetan diasporas in the UK, approximately 700,000 people. We've learned that in 2018, the then UK Prime Minister committed to no delays in granting permission for the mega embassy, which has an air of predetermination. So can I ask the Minister what reassurances he can give me and this House that that opinion hasn't compromised the independence of the planning process?
Minister.
The planning process hasn't been compromised. We will make a planning decision on the basis of the relevant propriety guidance. What I'd say to him about the delays that have taken place, given the detailed nature of the representations that have been provided, the need to give parties sufficient opportunity to respond, we've considered that more time was needed for full consideration of the applications. A variation to the timetable is routine when more time is needed for determination, such as when it is necessary to consider that additional information. But as I've made clear, our intention is to make a decision on or before the 20th of January this month.
Sir Desmond Swain.
July, a British subject's sentencing hearings are taking place. China has abrogated every agreement it made with us over Hong Kong. Yep. What outrage would China have to commit for us to deny any demand that they made? The minister said he could not distill our relationship into China down to one word. Oh, yes, we can. It's a very big word, Mr. Speaker. It's no.
Yeah. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the UK condemns the politically motivated prosecution of Jimmy Lai. No state can bully and persecute the British people for exercising their basic rights. Following the court verdict, the Foreign Office summoned the Chinese ambassador to underline our position in the strongest terms, and we call again for Jimmy Lai's immediate release.
Christine Jordan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is very artfully avoiding answering the question which my constituents in Edinburgh West, Hong Kong Chinese, Muslims, Tibetans, all over this country want to know, and it's not about the planning process. They are concerned about their safety, about the security, and that the redacted photographs show just how close a foreign country is to critical communications cables. That is their concern, that they want to know that they are safe and that this government is taking that into account. That is the question we want asked. Please don't tell me about the planning process.
Minister.
With all due respect to the Honourable Lady, this is an urgent question in relation to plans that are part of a planning process. Now, I understand her frustration, but it was precisely to secure the information in question that a reference back was made to the parties on the 6th of August, and her constituents, Mr. Speaker, can be reassured that all material considerations will be taken into account by the relevant minister when a decision is made on this case.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure Tower Hamlets building control are very good, but they're not security experts. If this plan goes ahead, and I very much hope it doesn't, will the Minister at least assure the House that the agencies will be fully involved in monitoring the demolition of this wall along Mansell Street and round Wapping Exchange, and that the replacement too is monitored closely to ensure that our critical national infrastructure is safeguarded?
Minister.
I note the Honourable Gentleman's question. We don't comment, for obvious reasons, on intelligence matters. I can assure him that national security concerns will be taken into account. All the representations that have been made along those lines will be taken into account as part of the decision-making process. He says that Tower Hamlets don't have the relevant expertise to make the decision in the round. That's precisely why an independent public inquiry is held by an independent public inspector, the report passed to government, and the chance for government to seek further information through a reference back, as we have done on the 6th of August, so that the relevant planning minister in my department can take the decision on the basis of all the required information.
Paul Cullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister asked for a planning question, so I'll give him a planning question. I'm struggling to think of an innocent reason why the important details will be redacted from the original application. So can the Minister tell me what explanation has been given for those redactions?
Yeah. Well, as I've said, Mr. Speaker, it was precisely because the department did not feel it had all the necessary information to make a decision that we sought that further information via a reference back letter to parties. And as I continue to say, all material considerations will be taken into account when a decision is made.
David Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To make the same mistake repeatedly is a form of stupidity. And as a country, we keep doing the same thing. So if we cast our mind back to the debacle with Huawei, we let the Chinese Communist Party essentially into our 5G network. We didn't listen to our national security advice, and we stopped and we pulled back. We've done the exact same with civil nuclear. We are making the same mistake again. So at what point does the Minister, who has responsibility for this, he can step in, he can pull the plug on this, at what point do they wake up and realise that we are just making the same mistake again?
Minister.
Planning ministers will make a decision taking into account all material planning considerations.
Lockhart.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed Chinese embassy includes a subterranean facility just centimetres from cables carrying highly sensitive financial data. Any hostile intelligence service designing an espionage target would struggle to find a better location. Northern Ireland has learned that strategic assets must not be put at unnecessary risk for the sake of diplomatic symbolism, national security, cannot be an afterthought. At a time when this House voices concerns about foreign influence online, we must also confront the real-world threat of hostile states exploiting our critical infrastructure. Will the Minister do the right thing and agree that national security should trump planning and therefore say no to this approach?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I simply can't provide a running commentary on what is a live case, but I can assure all honourable members that national security is the first duty of government generally, and that all relevant planning considerations will be taken into account when making a decision on this case.
Schroebel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has recognised that China poses significant threats, and yet this government is prepared to welcome this Trojan horse of an embassy in the heart of our city, so close to the link system. Now, he talks about material planning considerations, but that means balancing developing needs with community impact, ensuring the development aligns with local and national policies, and site-specific details like heritage, like the father of the house mentioned. Not one contribution in this House can say that this isn't a threat to national security and that this is in any way a good and solid planning application. So how can this government be so naive to accept it?
Minister.
No decision has been made on this case.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I first of all thank the honourable member for Rutland and Stamford for submitting this question, but also, Mr. Speaker, for granting another question on this issue. I do feel that whilst we're not happy with the answers yet, we have at least been given repeated chances to scrutinise it as it's progressed. So I'm here on behalf of Hong Kongers in Sutton Cheam and across London who are aghast at the prospect of this project being given permission. We've seen the persecution and conviction of Jimmy Lai, transnational repression of Hong Kongers in the UK, by, amongst other things, the withholding of their mandatory Provident Fund savings, which allow them to survive here. Bounties placed on activists. Action against MPs, such as my honourable friend, the member for Bath, being stopped going into Hong Kong, and sanctions put on other MPs. If all these actions are rewarded by a hostile state being given permission to expand and increase their capabilities for surveillance, espionage and repression in our capital city, what hope can any of us have that the government will stand up against hostile states for Britain and Britons in an increasingly hostile and dangerous world?
Minister.
Well, I simply note, Mr. Speaker, that all the points the honourable gentleman made could apply to the existing 7 diplomatic premises in the UK. When it comes to this site, as I've said, a decision will be made on or before the 20th of January. All material considerations will be taken into account. We remain steadfast in our support for the Hong Kong community in the UK. As I've said in answer to a previous question, we've undertaken a review of transnational repression as part of the Defending Democracy Task Force. We take it incredibly seriously.
Chester House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For the thousands of B&O people in my constituency of Solihull, West and Shirley, the prospect of the Chinese super embassy is deeply, deeply worrying. This is compounded by the fact of these unredacted plans. With that in mind, can the Minister confirm whether any government minister has called in the Chinese ambassador to discuss these issues? And if they haven't, why haven't they?
I'm afraid to say to them, I cannot provide a running commentary on what is a live case. All material considerations will be taken into account when making a decision.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a complete farce, to be quite honest. We've seen these reports in the media that there will be a secret room less than 1 metre away from sensitive cabling. There's reports that since 2018 in China, the Chinese authorities have been cutting off utilities to the UK embassy there. National security should surely trump the planning system. This is a decision that should be taken by the Prime Minister in Downing Street. It should be a very quick and resolute no, and if the government is not in a position where it's able to do that, the framework needs to be changed. If necessary, the government needs to come before Parliament to do that, where they will find a very warm reception.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think I could have been any clearer. All national security considerations will be taken into account when making a decision on this case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll offer the government some advice, and it's one word, and that is common sense. Common sense in the interest, well, you know, 2 words. But given the interest in national security, I'm quite surprised, really, that a planning minister is here to talk about this, because it's intertwined. So to rebut from other members about, oh, that's a security issue and it's not your portfolio, then I'll retract that. But given what we know, will the Minister review the proximity of other countries' embassies in to major underground fibre optic cables? Because this is a big worry for the country's intelligence services and also a big worry for many constituents throughout the country.
Minister.
I note the concerns the honourable gentleman raises, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate his frustration, but it is ultimately a planning case that a decision is being made on. But as I've said repeatedly to honourable members, all material considerations will be taken into account when reaching a decision on that case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. London is a critical global financial centre. We all rely on it. All of our constituents rely on it. Does the Minister recognise the very serious risk that this Chinese super embassy, if passed, could pave the way for economic war, as my honourable friend, the Shadow Minister, said, not just on our country, but on the Western world, including by undermining the security of critical data travelling under the site to and from the City of London?
Minister.
What I would say to the honourable gentleman, as I've said to other honourable members, is that all national security considerations will be taken into account. He can be reassured on that fact.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whatever statements have been made publicly, the unredacted plans for this super embassy will have our security services filled with dread, as well they should. Chinese Communist Party is not a friend to the United Kingdom. And nowhere is that more evident than consistent espionage, including on this very estate, and frequent cyber attacks against national infrastructure. Can the Minister tell the House, given that his department is responsible for this final decision, if he will do the right thing by national security and pull the plug?
Minister.
But I'm not going to comment on specific considerations that will be taken into account. I've been very clear, Mr. Speaker, that we will continue to develop a consistent and pragmatic approach to the China People's Republic. On economic engagement, we won't compromise our national security. I've been very clear that China poses a series of threats to UK national security, and as I've been as clear as I can be, national security considerations, along with all other material planning considerations, will be taken into account when reaching a decision, and it's for planning ministers to reach that decision, as I've said, on or before the 20th of January.
Objective.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We seem to be here every 3 weeks to address espionage and security concerns with regards to China, be it spying, hacking, the government's failure to add them to the enhanced tier of furs. China is not an ally and features as a security threat in our own security strategy. The Chinese have previously stated that they wouldn't resubmit their application after it was rejected unless they were given assurances it would be approved. To that end, what assurances have been given to China? What are we expecting as a quid pro quo with regards to the rebuilding of our own embassy in Beijing? And what concerns have been raised by our Five Eyes partners, specifically the US?
Minister.
I appreciate why the honourable gentleman is tempting me on the matter, but as I've been very clear, it would be completely inappropriate of me to comment from this dispatch box on national security considerations in respect of this live case. On the specific question he asked about whether China's been given a commitment that permission will be granted, this decision is being taken by my department in line with statutory provisions governing planning decisions and published propriety guidance. But as I keep saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, no decision has yet been made on the case.
Jim Allister.
Why is this government so evidently in awe of the Chinese government and its requirements? And is one of those requirements that this mega embassy is approved before the Prime Minister visits Beijing?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I simply don't accept that characterisation of the government's approach to China. We've got to take a consistent and pragmatic approach, but we recognise that it poses a series of threats. But as I've said, no decision has yet been made on this case, and all material planning considerations will be taken into account when one is.
Joshua Reynolds.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've raised the harassment of constituent of mine, Carmen Lau, by the Chinese authorities with the government multiple times. Bounty letters, deep-fake pornography, her family interrogated by national security agents in Hong Kong. And every time I am told that the safety of Hong Kongers is the utmost importance to the government. So, given that, will the Minister accept that to approve this application,
whilst China is still committing transnational oppression, will be a kick in the teeth to Hong Kongers such as Carmen.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the safety of Hong Kongers is of the utmost importance to this government, and we remain steadfast in our support for the Hong Kong community in the UK. I understand why the Honourable Gentleman is asking me, but I can't comment on what is a live planning case before planning ministers in my department.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's no coincidence that a week ago in a Protestant church in Chengdu, Sichuan province in China, was raided by Chinese authorities. The pastor was arrested, the elders were arrested, those who attended the church were arrested. So at the same time, what are we doing here? What is government doing here? The facts have revealed in those plans do show the potential for risk that must be explored. By all means, the Chinese should have a consulate to enable their citizens to have consular help, but not one that seems so elevated that it poses a threat to national security. The planning question is whether abasement is a real requirement of a functioning consulate, and will the Minister show and prove that national security will always be the priority?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question, and I recognise his long-standing and passionate advocacy for people across the world to be able to practice their faith freely. What I would say in relation to the planning applications in front of us is that all the relevant inquiry information was submitted as part of that independent public inquiry. This department, at the point that the inspector handed us a report, sought that further information, specifically in relation to those redacted plans, so that we are able to take a decision taking into account all material planning considerations in this case, and we'll issue that decision, as I've said, on or before the 20th of January, Madam.
Point of order, Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was hoping to ask this point of order of Mr. Speaker because it's a little difficult for you not having been here for most of the urgent question. But at the start of the urgent question, Mr. Speaker made it clear that he was surprised that a minister was being put up who would not be able to answer questions, being a planning minister, rather than a security minister being put up who would be able to answer questions. In my 28 years in this House, I've attended many ministerial statements and the questioning that follows, and many urgent questions since they were introduced. Never before has there been an occasion that I have seen where every question asked on both sides of the House was deeply hostile, as it was today, about what the government was proposing to do. So my question is, if my honourable friend for Rutland and Stamford were to reapply to Mr. Speaker for a similar urgent question in anticipation that an appropriate minister, a security minister, will be put up to answer it, would that be within the rules of parliamentary order and practice?
Point of order, Alicia Cairns. I'm assuming it's on a very similar subject.
It is indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. With due respect to the Minister, I submitted this urgent question as the Shadow National Security Minister to the Home Office for the Security Minister to answer. How do we in this House get answers on the focus that we have? Because all questions bar two were on national security in this chamber, not on planning. And when, particularly, Madam Deputy Speaker, when the more than capable and diligent Security Minister is forced to sit on those benches silent while his colleague attempts to answer those questions that should be being allowed to be put to him.
Can I thank both Right Honourable and Honourable members for their points of order? As they will know, and the Right Honourable Gentleman made a very salient point of his long-standing experience in the House. The choice of minister and responding department is a matter for the government, not for the chair. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, and I are rightly frustrated and understand the frustrations that members have. The government front bench has heard those concerns and might reflect upon it. Of course, the Honourable Lady is perfectly free, as is every member, to resubmit an urgent question on this matter, but obviously I cannot comment on whether that will be granted or not. That will be a matter for Mr. Speaker. Which brings us to the next urgent question. I will allow a couple of moments for the front benches to swap over.
you ever so much. Thank you.
Which brings us to an urgent question on Storm Gerretti. Andrew George.
Madam Deputy Speaker, to ask the Minister in the Cabinet Office if he will make a statement following Storm Gerretti.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and can I express my deepest condolences to the family and the friends of the man who tragically lost his life in Cornwall during Storm Gerretti. Last week, the Met Office issued a red weather warning for wind covering South East England, with wider parts of the UK covered by amber and yellow warnings for wind, snow and rain. As is normal when these alerts are issued, the government took action to ensure the necessary preparations for the arrival of the storm were in place. In view of the potential threat to life, to Cornwall and to St Ives specifically, the Cabinet Office issued 2 emergency alerts to approximately 500,000 people on the Isles of Scilly and in Cornwall, both of whom were under a red weather warning, urging them to stay indoors during the severe winds. Storm Gerretti caused disruption across the UK. However, some of its most significant impacts were felt in the southwest. The storm saw a peak gust of 99 miles per hour on the Isles of Scilly and was the worst windstorm in parts of Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly for 30 years. The storm damaged infrastructure, resulting in impacts on transport, power and telecom sectors, particularly impacting rural communities in the southwest. Over 250,000 customers lost power during the storm. This morning, 193 customers remain without power in the southwest as a result of Storm Gerretti, with 82 identified as vulnerable customers who continue to be offered support by local authorities. Industry expects all remaining customers will have their power restored by later this afternoon. While reconnections are continuing at pace, I'm aware that a small number of customers have been off supply for an extended period. These are in some of the hardest to reach parts of the network in remote rural areas. My right honourable friend, the Energy Secretary, remains in close contact with National Grid Electricity Distribution on the progress of restoration and to ensure remaining supplies are reconnected as soon as possible. Support is being provided to vulnerable customers by local authorities whilst power supply is restored, and yesterday the National Grid Electricity Distribution deployed 900 engineers and field staff across the southwest to further support restoration efforts and reconnect those without power as soon as possible. Overall, the response to the storm has been managed effectively and the local response mechanisms have worked well. This is a testament to the work of the Local Resilience Forum, which include emergency responders and utility workers, as well as the local communities who've pulled together to work so hard in difficult conditions in order to keep people safe. Madam Deputy Speaker, during these periods of disruption and damage for so many, it is ordinary people looking out for their neighbours and those most vulnerable who help us recover and repair and begin to get back to normal life. I am sure that the whole House will join me in paying tribute to those communities and commit to doing all we can to support them now and when severe weather hits again.
Andrew George.
Grateful to the Minister for his reply, and he's described the impact that it's had on our communities. As he rightly says, the West Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly took the brunt of the storm, but it nevertheless had a devastating effect throughout Cornwall and indeed in southwest England and beyond. I mean, nursing home patients were evacuated at haste. Homes were without power for many days, and thousands of vulnerable people were isolated and still are, I have to say. Many residents in my constituency observed that if this same level of destruction, service outrage, loss of life had happened in London and the home counties, they believed that the national media would have given it high headline billing for days, and the government would have declared a national emergency. Of course, frontline workers have been amazing, and indeed communities have come together incredibly well. However, in spite of the Minister's optimism, I discovered that utility companies' reports of figures home reconnected to be unreliable. And indeed, I also discovered that we have now a society which is now more reliant on these utilities and services, and now less resilient, because many places affected by these outrages have not been able to communicate because all power, broadband, mobile signal had been cut. And of course, higher authorities have decided to turn off the analogue signals some time ago. It has actually meant that people in vulnerable positions have not been able to communicate their vulnerability. And that, I think, is a very serious matter, particularly people who are traumatized and isolated. Service providers have told people to phone or follow advice on their website or just click the app. How can they do that if they're completely cut off? So therefore, I must ask the Minister, why has the government not considered or viewed this a national emergency? And what additional support will the government provide beyond the compensation utility providers are obliged to provide? Will the government review the Bellwin funding formula, which seems designed not to help very small authorities like the Isles of Scilly, nor very large ones like Cornwall? And finally, will the government agree to review the resilience of systems which provide a means of communicating in circumstances like this? Thank you, Madam.
Before I call the Minister, I would just like to make it very clear to members that I intend to prioritise those areas of the country most affected by Storm Gerretti. This may be a test of my geography. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say to the honourable member that I very much appreciate the reasonable and diligent way in which he's made his points. He's absolutely right to come here to represent his constituents, and he's done that very effectively. Whilst he will understand, it isn't for me to take a view about the way in which these matters are portrayed by the national media. I can give him an absolute categoric assurance that the government cares just as deeply about his constituents in Cornwall as we do about residents right around the country. And I personally know Cornwall incredibly well. I think it is an extremely important part of the United Kingdom. And I represent a constituency that also feels it's a long way away from the centre, and often feels that it's neglected, and often feels that other parts of the country will get preferential treatment. So I can say to him and other honourable members from the county of Cornwall that we take the points that they're raising today very seriously, and I give him an assurance that government departments, agencies and local partners have and will continue to work very closely together to ensure that Cornwall has the same emergency support, recovery funding and resilience measures that would be available to other parts of the country, including those parts of the country that he mentioned. Now, let me give him a bit more detail about that, because this includes support for affected households and for businesses, and the very important issue of the coordinating activity that takes place with local authorities, as well as important engagement with utility providers and the emergency services to ensure that collectively we are working together to get services restored as quickly as possible. Now, we do fully recognise the particular vulnerabilities of coastal and rural communities, like the one that the Honourable Gentleman represents, and that the disruption and that severe weather will inevitably cause a significant amount of disruption to infrastructure and to livelihoods in areas such as Cornwall under the conditions that we've seen over the past few days. But the government remains absolutely committed to standing alongside Cornwall as the recovery effort continues, and to ensuring that no community in Cornwall or anywhere else in the United Kingdom for that matter feels overlooked or treated differently because of where it is located. Now, I do recognise the impacts of severe weather like Storm Gerretti, that they're hugely disruptive and distressing for those who've been affected. And of course, this can feel even more acute for vulnerable individuals and those in more remote communities who can feel isolated from support. The government took the decision to deploy an emergency alert following the Met Office red weather warning. I was there in the Situation Room when we took that decision, and we issued that alert. And we did that to ensure that all communities across Cornwall and in St Ives, the Honourable Gentleman's constituency, were aware of the incoming storm and could take the necessary precautions to stay safe. Now, I'm pleased to see that communities have been coming together to respond to the impacts of the storm, and I do want to take the opportunity, and I know that the Honourable Member will join with me in doing that, in commending the tireless work of network operators to reconnect the remaining properties with power. For the final 193 customers, power restoration is challenging as repairs may be required at individual properties in remote locations, and access to these properties may be blocked still by fallen trees or by debris. Now, the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero, I'm very pleased to see that the Minister of State is here for this response, are continuing to work closely with the national grid to deploy generators to individual properties while repairs take place. This is in addition to the point I mentioned earlier, to the further 900 engineers and field staff that were deployed yesterday. Vulnerable people are being supported and have been offered alternative accommodation, transportation, support and hot food. I can give the Honourable Member and the House an assurance that the Cabinet Office continues to work closely with DESNES, MHCLG and with DEFRA to ensure that the recovery efforts are progressing.
Order. I very much appreciate, as I'm sure Cornish members do, the Minister's comprehensive response to that urgent question. It was twice the length of his initial response, and perhaps answers could be slightly shorter. Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank members of the emergency services and the utilities and the volunteers and everyone across Cornwall who's looked after their neighbours and responded so brilliantly to what was a storm that tested the resilience of rural and coastal Britain to the hilt and exposed vulnerabilities in our infrastructure and our emergency planning that could affect any part of the country. Now, the Honourable Member has mentioned communications technology that proved unreliable after the shift from digital to analogue. That failed without power, leaving people completely cut off. I would ask that this could be taken into account for future backup with communications, maybe satellite, using satellite and moving more quickly to that. The priority response services for vulnerable people also rely on sign-up and rely on being able to contact those people. So again, could the Minister please agree to look at this when it comes to future incidents, because the climate is changing. This storm was incredibly ferocious and terrifying, but there are likely to be more like it.
Well, I'm extremely mindful of your earlier guidance, Madam Deputy Speaker, with regard to brevity. I hope the House will understand I was just seeking to convey the seriousness with which the government take these issues. The Honourable Lady, she does make an important point about telecoms, and I absolutely give her the assurance that we'll look carefully at this. As I know will the local resilience forums. Having discussed the matter with colleagues in MHCLG earlier today, I know that there is a process in place where local resilience forums will conduct both a hot debrief and then subsequently a cold debrief to look very carefully at what's happened and what lessons can be learned from it. But I think the Honourable Lady makes an important point, and of course we'll look carefully at it.
Shadow Minister Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I join the Minister in thanking the emergency services, the local authorities and Environment Agency staff and volunteers who worked tirelessly to recover from the storm and to keep the public safe, and in sending our condolences to those families who are grieving and whose lives have been upended by the storm. Given the severity of this and previous extreme weather events, can the Minister outline what further preparations the Government will make for future storms and for adverse weather? Does the Government plan to carry out further storm preparedness exercises and to implement lessons learned from the previous test of the emergency alert system in response to these extreme weather events? Can the Minister confirm what further discussions the Government has had internally and with local authorities, utility providers and emergency services to coordinate the continued response to this storm? And does the Minister agree that the latest mass power outages in the South West show why the Government should reconsider its drive for more electricity pylons and instead back faster undergrounding of cables, and particularly in high wind zones? As the Honourable Lady said, many people reported that when the power failed, mobile signal followed shortly after. So what is the Government doing to ensure the telecommunications masts have sufficient battery or generator backup to remain operative during 48 or 72-hour storm cycles? And what assessment has the Minister made of the implementation and the operation of the severe weather emergency protocol to support the most vulnerable, and particularly those sleeping rough in rural areas like Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly. Storm Gerretti has led to significant rainfall across many parts of the country. So can the Minister confirm what assessment the Government has made of localised flooding and whether support will be made available for those affected by Storm Gerretti through the Flood Recovery Network? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I understand the Flood Resilience Task Force met on the 8th of September. I would be grateful if the Minister could outline what actions were taken following that meeting on the 8th of September to prepare for eventualities such as this.
Well, I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister for the points that he has raised, and he's absolutely right to recognise the efforts of all of those involved in the operation, both to support local residents and to restore power where it's been lost. I think it is worth making the point where normal people will hunker down under these very difficult conditions. We should collectively pay tribute to those who don't do that, but go out and brave the elements in order to restore power and provide support to those residents who need it. I thought the Honourable Member made some good points about the importance of looking very carefully at these matters and ensuring that government is properly prepared for future incidences. I've already looked quite carefully at the way in which there was a response to Storm Arwen a number of years ago, and I think the government can learn quite a lot from that particular response, and I will ensure through the Cabinet Office, working with colleagues across government, that we look very carefully at the response to this recent storm and ensure that we are drawing lessons out of it so that as a country we can be as resilient and as best prepared for future challenges that undoubtedly we will face. The Shadow Minister specifically raised the issue of telecoms, and whilst I know that he will understand that telecoms equipment is usually highly resilient and major outages are extremely rare, most telecoms equipment relies on a power supply which of course can be disrupted by severe weather. On the rare occasion that the sector does experience an outage, there are statutory obligations on telecoms providers to maintain the availability of services and report significant outages to Ofcom. But in general terms, I give the Shadow Minister an absolute assurance of the seriousness with which we take these matters. We'll look very carefully at the response and ensure that we draw all of the right lessons from it.
Aaron Moon. Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, jutting out into the Atlantic, Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly have often found themselves in the front line of nationally significant weather events. And predictions, as my honourable friend has just mentioned, are that storms like Gerretti will become more and more frequent. And this is a reality that I'm not convinced has been taken seriously enough by consecutive governments. Now, the response from the people of Cornwall and the Isles of Scilly before, during and after Storm Gerretti has been nothing short of remarkable. But can I urge the Minister to please commit to a comprehensive cross-departmental review of the resilience of essential Cornish and Solonian infrastructure, communications and priority list support?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to him for the point that he has made, which I think is a very good and reasonable one. Let me take the opportunity to reiterate the point I made earlier to the Honourable Gentleman about the Government's commitment to Cornwall. I do absolutely recognise that Cornwall, like many other coastal communities, can feel geographically isolated and a very long way from the centre. The Government understands that, as do I, as the Minister for Resilience. The Honourable Member has made good points about looking in the round, specifically with regard to the resilience of Cornwall. Let me give an assurance that I'm very happy to continue that conversation with him and other colleagues. I'll look carefully at the detail of the point that he's made, and as I say, I'm happy to discuss it further with him.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Tim Farron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank my honourable friend for his characteristic passion and energy in defending his communities in St Ives. I also wish to send mine and the Liberal Democrats' collective deep sympathy to the family of the man who lost his life in the storm, and to add my thanks to our amazing emergency services and the frontline utilities staff. The Minister rightly says that it's not up to him or the government how the media covers things. Nevertheless, it's worth bearing in mind that 4 years ago, when Storm Eunice hit London and the South East, hitting 200,000 homes, COBRA was convened 200,000 homes have been hit in the West Country, Cobra not convened. He will understand why people from Cornwall, Caithness, Cumbria feel sometimes a little bit a second afterthought. Does the Minister agree that this storm does expose the frailty of our energy, water, communications infrastructure and the vulnerability of those who rely upon them, especially in this entirely and, dare I say, foolishly post-analogue age? Given that so much land, especially in our rural communities, lies saturated, causing water supply and wastewater crises at the moment, will he ensure that this is reflected in the qualifying criteria for the farming recovery? And does the Minister agree that the damaging impact that flooding has on food security means that the Elms budget should be increased by a minimum of £1 billion a year to underpin that vital resilience?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. He's a proud representative not just of his party but of his part of the world, and I know that he speaks with great authority and experience on these matters. I do want to respond to the point he made specifically about Cobra, because I think that is an entirely fair challenge. I am incredibly keen to ensure that we are using all of the machinery of government to best effect. So I spend quite a lot of my time deciding and considering whether we do need to convene Cobra, whether the set of circumstances that we face that we're responding to requires that level of government response. In truth, Cobra tends to sit when there is concern about the nature of the response. We took the decision last week that because we thought that the response was being conducted in an effective way, there wasn't a requirement to bring ministers together. But I give him an assurance that we think very carefully about these things and keep them under constant review. I thought the right honourable gentleman made a number of other good and useful points with regard to vulnerabilities and flooding. I can give him and others an assurance that we consider these things both specifically and collectively in the round as part of the work that we're doing on resilience. We work very closely with other government departments, including with DEFRA, on them. But should he wish to discuss them further, I'd always be very happy to do that.
Anna Gelderd.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I align myself with the previous comments regarding the tragic loss of life in Cornwall and add my thanks to the local emergency services, utilities companies and local people who've worked tirelessly over the weekend to make sure that arms have been put around our most vulnerable in our community. And with an ageing population, South East Cornwall has many vulnerable residents who rely on consistent power and water. The extended outages during Storm Gerretti left families in unmanageable conditions, and storms will only likely increase if we don't tackle climate change. So will the government work with utility companies to prioritise vulnerable households and ensure faster restoration times during severe weather events?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to her for the very important points that she makes, and yes, I can give her those assurances. I mentioned earlier, Madam Deputy Speaker, that currently, and the numbers probably reduced slightly, but that currently there's 193 customers remain without power in the southwest, with 82 identified as being vulnerable customers. Now, working with National Grid Electricity Distribution, vulnerable customers have been supported by local authorities and local resilience forums throughout the incident. This has included the provision of alternative accommodation, battery packs for medical equipment, transportation, warm spaces, crisis packs containing torches, blankets, hand warmers and warm clothes, and a welfare van providing hot food and drinks. I'm also aware that the National Grid Electricity Distribution is exploring the deployment of generators to get customers back on supply as quickly as possible. And finally, I'd like to take the opportunity to say, and I know that the Honourable Lady and others will agree with me, I'm very grateful for the support that the British Red Cross have provided to the most vulnerable customers.
We have to get through business quite quickly as we have the finance bill later on. I urge the Minister to be as quick as he can with his responses, and we're focused on calling colleagues who are incredibly close to where the storm was. So if it was nowhere near you, then please don't bob. David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to start by placing on record my thanks to the Met Office, who are based in my constituency of Exmouth and Exeter East, for their sterling work throughout Storm Gerretti, and all year round they have international expertise and they are a real asset to our country. One of the main issues that come up when we have big storms like Gerretti is rail in the southwest. Our main line from Paddington was cut off, and many constituents from across the southwest were unable to get home. There are practical solutions put in place, like putting a passing loop into the Waterloo line, and I've raised this directly with the Rail Minister and the Prime Minister. And although I get warm words, no action seems to be taken. So from a Cabinet Office perspective, what more can be done to add resilience to our train infrastructure?
Well, I'm grateful to him, and he makes an important point about the Met Office in his constituency, and I completely agree with that and pay tribute to the vital work that they do. The Honourable Gentleman raises an important point about connectivity. I agree with him. I want our country to be as resilient as we possibly can. And that's why I can say to him that National Rail's winter preparedness regime begins in September of each year. Special trains and equipment are fully checked and any repairs carried out, while contingency plans are reviewed. I give him an assurance that we take these matters seriously. We work closely with colleagues in DFT.
Noah Law.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to put on record my thanks to the emergency services for their work over this long and difficult weekend, and I'd like to thank in particular National Grid for their swift work, at least in my part of Cornwall, for reconnecting people to the grid. However, other infrastructure coming back online has been unacceptably slow. So with many of my constituents still without access to rail, some without access to broadband and their phone lines still, what assurances can the Minister give that he's working with GWR and National Rail to ensure that 4 days after the storm, those closed railway lines can be reopened, and will he reiterate that commitment he made to my honourable friend earlier to work with us to continue to build infrastructure resilience in Cornwall?
Minister.
I'm very grateful to him, and I reiterate the commitment that I gave earlier. He's right to raise these concerns. I want the country to be as resilient and as connected as it possibly can be, and where services are lost, there's an absolute requirement to work at pace to get them restored. I give him the assurances that government will work closely to ensure that that happens, and that I'm very happy to work with him and other honourable members to make sure that it does.
Ben Maguire.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I congratulate my honourable friend for St Ives for securing the urgent question and showing leadership on this crisis in the face of an absence of a response from the government. There's been no COBRA meeting, no declaration of a national emergency. Many of my North Cornwall constituents didn't even receive the emergency alert. And I've got great respect for the Minister, but he doesn't even seem to have the correct amount of households currently without power. The Belwyn scheme activated in emergencies like this reimburses local authorities for its extra costs incurred. But the scheme is unfair for larger authorities like Cornwall Council, which can only apply once it's spent 0.2% of its budget, £1.6 million. If the storm had hit South Hams, for instance, the district council there would only need to spend £260,000. Now that Cornwall Council faces a real terms cut in funding over the next 3 years, will the government commit to emergency financial support for Cornwall Council to assist those drastically affected by this storm?
Minister, short and brief.
I have to say, I'm disappointed that the honourable gentleman made the point that he did at the beginning, which I think is not in keeping with the spirit of this particular debate. I couldn't have been clearer about the seriousness with which this government attaches to these matters. I couldn't have been clearer about the urgency and the pace with which we worked through all of last week and the weekend into this week as well. We take these matters very seriously. We want to work with members right across the House to ensure the best possible response. Where there are lessons to be identified and learned, of course we will take those on board. But the government took this very seriously, and I think in the main the response was a good one.
The Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Suffolk Coastal, obviously on the east of England. Now, we didn't escape the storms by any stretch of the imagination. The coastal erosion in Thorpe Ness has really sped up. We've now got homes facing the worst case scenario, and indeed last night a home was demolished, marking 4 homes that have succumbed to coastal erosion since October, and 3 of those have really been as a consequence of the rapidly eroding shoreline and sped up by the storm. Now, will the Minister arrange to meet with me to discuss a number of issues that are presented, including in particular the Coastal Assistance Grant? One of the homes who will not qualify for that grant may pay £40,000 for the privilege of demolishing their own home. That feels incredibly unfair, and I know East Suffolk Council are working to make sure that doesn't happen, but will the Minister meet with me to talk about this and what can be done to support my community and others affected?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to her for the points that she's raised and concerned to hear about the situation in her constituency. In order to make sure that she gets the best response and support from government, let me confirm whether it is a matter for DEFRA or for the Cabinet Office, but I'll make sure that she gets a meeting with the most appropriate minister.
Minister, like join me and put on record thanks to West Mercia Police, Shropshire Fire and Rescue and West Midlands Ambulance Service and all the local government officers that helped at Telford and Wrekin Council and Shropshire Council. At its peak, 10,000 homes were without power. Currently, there are 200 homes throughout the county of Shropshire, some in my constituency, still without power. Could he urge his officials to press National Grid to do far more and to ensure they're part of the generator scheme? He will know that many trees have fell over many storms over many years in this country, but there was a particular issue with trees falling throughout Shropshire this time, high winds with heavy snow. They blocked the M54 for a large part of it. They blocked the main railway line into Birmingham. So it might seem a minor thing. Could there be a review of the number of chainsaws and people who can operate chainsaws available at Network Rail, at Highways England and in the National Grid?
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman made a significant number of very good and constructive points, including one about chainsaws, and I'm told that work has taken place to look at the number of chainsaws, so the government are looking at that, working with partners. Let me join with him in paying tribute to the organisations that he listed, including West Mercia Police, to the Fire and Rescue Services and to other local services who have been involved in the recovery effort. They do sterling work. They are the best of us, and I join with him in paying tribute to them. Right Honourable Gentleman always takes the opportunity to raise a number of good and considered points. Let me say to him, I look very carefully at them, and as he knows, I'm always very happy to discuss them with him, as is the Minister of State for Desnes, who was listening intently to what he had to say as well.
Patricia Folkestone.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, my own constituency is rather a long way away from Cornwall or the Scilly Isles. However, I do live in a part of the country that is not immune to major storms. And as Chair of the Scottish Affairs Committee, we have undertaken an inquiry into connectivity, particularly in the islands and in the rural areas. It's been reported to us that islanders on the Isle of Tiree, after a recent storm, were actually without any connection to even the 999 services for a matter of 6 days, which is clearly unacceptable and shouldn't be happening anywhere in these islands. But the point that's come out to us already in the early parts of our inquiry is that people want to see resilience. Resilience is difficult when your connectivity is actually very poor to begin with. So can the Minister look into this issue of resilience so that people across the country have some assurance about future activity?
Well, yes, I can give her that assurance, and I can say to her that resilience now sits in my brief. It's something that I take very seriously. I'd be very happy to work with her and colleagues from around the House, including, of course, from Scotland. She's right to make the points about connectivity in the way that she does. We want the country to be as resilient as we possibly can, and we're working at pace to make sure that it is.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Despite the best efforts of people on the ground, during the storm, an entire county in the United Kingdom, namely Caithness, was completely cut off. No road, no rail access, and flying a chopper in that blizzard weather was unthinkable. Now, the House knows how appalled I am that pregnant mums have to make a 200-mile round trip to give birth in Inverness. Frankly, it's a miracle that something horrible didn't happen. So I wonder, can I suggest to the Minister that COBRA should, as a matter of some urgency, formally look at why the Scottish Government was so utterly and appallingly ill-prepared for something that could have become a major disaster.
Well, I'm grateful to him for the points that he's made and the representations of his constituents and his constituency. He will understand that from a UK government perspective, of course, we want to work very closely and cooperatively with the devolved nations right around the country. We want to work closely with the Scottish Government as we do with other parts of the United Kingdom. I've heard the point that he's made. I'm very happy to discuss them with him further, but I think he makes a good point, and I give him an assurance we will look at it.
Gerretti.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Storm Gerretti had a big impact back home in Newcastle and Lyme, made all the worse by the disgraceful response of Staffordshire County Council. I wrote to the County Council on November the 28th, asking what plans were in place to ensure that they were prepared for the bad weather. I was told on December 18th that they were prepared. They were not. Rural communities cut off, schools closed, vulnerable people stuck at home, empty grit bins all over my constituency and roads left ungritted. So what pressure can the Minister apply and what guidance can be given to Staffordshire County Council to make sure they get a grip in keeping my community in Newcastle Lyme safe the next time we have such bad weather?
Well, I'm grateful to him. He's right to raise the importance of the roles that councils have to play during challenging circumstances. I know from work that I've done recently with MHCLG that there is a process of review, what I described earlier as the hot review and the cold review, to look very closely at what's happened in a particular set of circumstances. I'm sure there will be opportunities for him as a local member to feed into that process, but I've heard the points that he's made. I'm very happy to discuss them with him further.
Quick questions now. Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was very grateful to receive a phone call from the Honourable Member for Coventry East on Friday afternoon, warning that because of Storm Gerretti, Haywards Heath in my Mid-Sussex constituency might be losing its water supply. In the event, it was East Grinstead. They're not getting their water back till tomorrow. So what is the government doing to address the evident frailty in the resilience of our water treatment systems?
Minister.
I'm grateful for her referencing of the Honourable Member for Coventry East, who was with me on the front bench very recently. I can give her the assurances that we seek. We work very closely across government, including, of course, with DEFRA, but I'm sure the Honourable Member would be happy to meet with the Honourable Lady should she wish to do so.
Hannah Donegal.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister will be aware that there are a number of places in Sussex and in Kent that are still without water as a result of power outages that occurred during the storm, including in Madam Deputy Speaker's own constituency, people are affected. And what is happening here is that a power supply is interrupted briefly to waterworks. That then means water supply goes off for days, if not longer, which is a really serious interruption for people. The National Risk Register, which the Cabinet Office oversees, currently ranks loss of water supply as the lowest form of risk, 1 out of 5, which I think many of us who have got constituents living without water for days would struggle with. Could the Minister have a look at whether it's ranked correctly in the National Risk Register and what preparations there need to be for major incidents like this?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady makes important points, and I will undertake to look at the point she's made specifically about the risk register. I think she will have heard the comments made by DEFRA Minister in the House yesterday with regard to the water outages in Sussex and Kent. She will know that the government take these matters very seriously, and I know that colleagues in DEFRA are continuing to monitor the situation very closely and are engaging with industry partners.
Yes, Brown-Fuller.
Deputy Speaker, a cargo ship lost a number of shipping containers along the shipping route off the south coast during Storm Gerretti. This is the second cargo ship to lose shipping containers in a matter of weeks that are now washing up on the shoreline in my constituency, posing a risk to the resilience when we have these extreme water events, weather events, which we know are going to keep occurring.
The Honourable Lady makes an important point, and it will have been heard by ministerial colleagues in a number of different government departments, but I'll make sure that she gets an appropriate response from the appropriate minister.
Mr Jim Shannon, is this question about the Storm Gerretti? Mr Jim Shannon.
He asked me, did I get home last Thursday? I got home by the skin of my teeth because the winds were blowing the tail end of the plane. Now, when I got home from London City, many of my constituents didn't get home from Heathrow because all the flights were cancelled by 6:30 or 7 o'clock. That meant that everybody had made it to the airport to get home, but unfortunately didn't. Is it not time for British Airways and other air companies and aerospace companies to ensure that there's pre-warning so people don't make the journeys to the airport whenever they have to return home? And could I ask the Minister this question? With all the lessons that we can all learn from what has happened with Storm Gerretti, is it not time to have a coordinated plan coming from Westminster for all of the regions, for Scotland, for Wales, for Northern Ireland? Because I think the Minister said earlier on, they've coordinated and learned things from Storm Gerretti. Perhaps it's time to ensure that we all can learn from it as well. Thank you.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Member and particularly pleased that he did make it back to Northern Ireland on Thursday of last week. I know that ministerial colleagues in the Department for Transport will have heard the first point that he made. And in terms of his second point, let me give him assurance that we take matters relating to resilience incredibly seriously and we seek to ensure that it is an effort joined up right across the United Kingdom.
The end of the urgent question on Storm Gerretti. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. We now come to a business statement from the Leader of the House. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In light of continuing discussions about tomorrow's legislation, I'm announcing the following changes to business. The business tomorrow, Wednesday the 14th of January, will now be a general debate on Ukraine. The remaining stages of the Public Office Accountability Bill will now take place on Monday the 19th of January. The business on Thursday the 15th of January will remain unchanged. There will be a general debate on new towns, followed by a general debate on financial support for small businesses and individuals during the COVID-19 pandemic. The subject for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee, and I will announce further business in the usual way on Thursday.
Shadow Leader of the House, Jessie Norman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Leader very much for advance notice of his statement and for the statement that he's made. But I think it should be noted by the House that this, and I'm sure he would agree, is a bit of a mess. This is a bill that was in committee in December. The amendments should have been filed by the government on Wednesday of last week. In fact, they came on Friday, too late for colleagues to be able to address them. Now we've had a sudden rethink, rejig, emergency movement of business into tomorrow, and we know not what is going to happen to the legislation that was and the ping pong that was currently planned for next Monday. Instead, we have the new session on this present bill. Can I ask the Leader if he will explain a little bit about why this has happened, what's gone wrong here, and also explain what is going to happen to the motion and the measures that were being debated on Monday, as per the previous schedule, and finally, can he give this House an assurance that when these matters are brought in front of the House next Monday, the Minister will give a full explanation both as to the ministerial snafu and also as to the substantive issues that have caused it in the first place?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the Shadow Leader of the House's comments, not least because we spoke earlier at the earliest opportunity. He will be aware, and the House will be aware, of the importance and the sensitivity of this bill. Now, I recognise that it's not ideal for members when we have to change business at short notice, and last Friday the government did table a series of amendments to further strengthen the provisions in the bill. But we do continue to listen to stakeholders on all sides of the debate to ensure that our amendments strike the careful balance that is required and, where necessary, make changes. For that reason, I decided that we would move the bill from tomorrow until next Monday. I'm not going to provide a running commentary on what those changes might be, but my honourable friend, the Minister, is sitting next to me and has heard what the honourable gentleman has said. We will be tabling amendments, new amendments tomorrow. The government will continue to keep all members updated about this, and then on Monday we will have a full opportunity to debate these important matters.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the statement from the Leader of the House. However, I am a bit concerned that the debate today has been pulled and amendments will be here today. I think watering down the duty of candour, especially for intelligence agencies like MI5 and MI6, is completely unacceptable. The duty of candour is being included in this bill was meant to ensure accountability, to prevent cover-ups and to give victims and their families the answers they are entitled to. If this law isn't watertight, if it does not apply to everyone, then it does not deserve to be called the Hillsborough Law. So why is the government pandering to the requests of the security services at the expense of families and the public trust?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the short answer to the last point that my honourable friend made is we're not. She has been a very strong advocate on these matters and a great support for families, and that we do understand the significance of this bill, particularly in the region that she represents, but also wider still. The government is absolutely committed to the duty of candour, and I know that there have been questions about the application of the duty to, for example, the intelligence services. We've been very clear that the duty will apply to the intelligence services, but there is a careful balance that we have to achieve. It's not about the principles of the duty of candour being applied, but how the legislation will apply in practice and having the right national security safeguards in place. This isn't about can we get there in the quickest possible time. No. It is about making sure that we get to the right place and that we do it in the right way.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Leader for his statement. The whole House wants to get this bill right. And if a delay is what's required, then I think the House will support that. And I'm glad the government's had humility to withdraw it, even at this late stage, in order to get it right. But it does It does seem extraordinary that the bill will be withdrawn at this very, very late stage, and it does raise serious concerns about what kind of ongoing engagement there was with key stakeholders up until this moment. So can the leader assure us that what needs to be worked out can be done so meaningfully in less than a week? And can they commit that the government will deliver the Hillsborough Bill as previously promised, and not just a Hillsborough Bill in name only?
Leader of the House.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I do appreciate the way in which the honourable gentleman has approached this and the understanding here. But in thanking him for that understanding, there has been extensive debate on these matters, and I'm really grateful to everyone who's actually taken part in that. And that is an ongoing situation, but it is important that we do, as I said before, get it right. It will be a meaningful bill that we set out to achieve, but the fact that we're not going to be, it's not in the interest of the bill to try and resolve the next stage of this by tomorrow is precisely the reason why I've decided to move it until the beginning of next week to give that bit extra time.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure my right honourable friend shares my concerns that families, including my constituents who have been repeatedly failed by the state, had arranged time off work, booked travel and expensive accommodation to make the journey to London, only to be told that there will be now no debate tomorrow. It is of course welcome that the government are listening, but please can he use his good offices to ensure that before we reach such critical points in legislation, the government listens sooner to MPs, their constituents and campaigners to avoid such upheaval.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I give my honourable friend the assurance that these are not decisions that we have taken lightly. And of course we try, which is why it's come even at this relatively late stage, which is why we try to ensure that any issues are resolved before they come before this House. I'm sorry that my honourable friends' constituents have already made travel arrangements. I hope that they can be altered in a suitable way. I do understand that the meeting with the Prime Minister that they requested will continue to take place tomorrow, but I'm sure they will take an interest in the debate on Monday when we get to that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I understand completely the government will want to move business around under the circumstances they're under. However, could the leader update the House, because the Backbench Business Committee will be meeting this afternoon, on whether we're going to be allocated Thursday the 22nd of January for backbench business debates, because we'll be deciding that hopefully this afternoon, and indeed the 29th of January if it's possible to do so. And from my personal perspective, that means on Monday the 19th, the Lord's amendments to the Holocaust Memorial Bill will not be debated, and that I chaired the all-party parliamentary group for the Holocaust Memorial, so it would be very helpful to know when those amendments will be debated, so we're ready to put the discussion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not in a position to confirm with the honourable gentleman the 22nd or indeed the 29th, but if I put it a slightly different way, and that also answers his second point about other legislation that was due to be debated on Monday. My aim is to create the minimal amount of disruption, and therefore, while Monday may have shifted and may have changed, it's not my intention to make major changes to what I had already announced about next week. I'm not in a position, as he expects, I'm sure, to say anything about the 29th, but for his committee meeting today, I wouldn't change any plans about their expectations for the 22nd.
Maya.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is an important and historic bill which is about delivering justice for the families affected, and so I think it's perfectly reasonable to ensure we take the time to make sure it is right, and I commend the Minister who is in her place for her tenacity in taking the bill forward. I have a set of amendments to the bill which would extend the scope of the offence of misleading the public to apply to members of this place. Can the Leader confirm that because of moving the bill to Monday, there is now time until Friday for members to add their names to those amendments should they so wish?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can't confirm that not only will the government be tabling amendments tomorrow, but actually there is time for members to table their amendments as well.
Presented the bill at second reading, and given that,
Does the leader not believe that the House was entitled for something more than the chaos we appear to be seeing over the way that this process is being handled?
Mr. Speaker, I agree absolutely with the honourable gentleman as far as he says this is no ordinary bill, which is why we are taking this important step today to make sure that it has a proper time and there is continued engagement. As for the Prime Minister, he does care deeply about these matters, and he did, as the honourable gentleman confirmed, take part in the earlier deliberations on these matters. But it is his firm view too that it is absolutely important that we get this right, which is why we are making the decision that the best time for the next stage is Monday, rather than risk rushing it, given what else has other discussions would have been had since, rather than risking rushing it tomorrow.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have a particular interest in the accountability of public services due to the shocking treatment of some of my constituents by NHS trusts. And I was very pleased to sit on the Bill Committee, which was on the whole very collegiate and very comprehensive. So I welcome the statement from the Leader of the House that we will be getting this bill right. But can he assure me that there will be minimal impact on the implementation of this bill, notwithstanding, of course, it has to go to the other place?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to do that. I do accept that, thankfully, there has been a collegiate approach on these matters, and I hope that that can continue, even if the debates will be on a different day. But I can confirm that there is no great plan to change other than the date at which we take this, instead of tomorrow taking it on Monday.
Present a bill to strip Peter Mandelson of his peerage and kick him out of the House of Lords for continuing his friendship with convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Since tomorrow afternoon is now legislation free, will the government please schedule the second reading of my bill tomorrow afternoon in order that we can kick Peter Mandelson and all of those who are pals with convicted sex offenders out of the House of Lords as soon as possible?
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I commend the Honourable Lady on her ingenuity into weaving into these matters something entirely unrelated. This is a statement on a very specific change to business, and I shouldn't. I should tell her that we do have important plans for tomorrow. There will be a debate on Ukraine. There have been a number of opportunities from that debate, and the government is now has the.
David Baines.
The Hillsborough law has been a long time coming. It's been a journey, and for the families of the victims, survivors, and indeed all those affected by lots of other tragedies and disasters over the years, it's been too long a journey and too long coming. Can the Leader of the House please assure me and my constituents that this change is about getting it right, which is one thing I think everyone involved can agree on. We need to get it right, and not about watering it down in any way.
Yeah. I agree absolutely. I'm able to confirm absolutely to my honourable friend that that is the purpose of the change. It is to get it right. There is no watering down of this bill. It is about a slightly longer time period in order to do that, to make sure that when the bill comes out, does justice for those who have campaigned on these matters such a long time.
Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given the existential importance of the subject of Ukraine, and presuming that the Prime Minister will be in the House tomorrow to answer Prime Minister's questions, will he be staying on to lead tomorrow's debate, as would seem to be appropriate? And could he also explain what's happening to the Chagos bill? Because there was a motion for regret yesterday.
Understood. Leader.
Deputy Speaker, I can't confirm who will be leading the Ukraine debate tomorrow, but I've just said a moment ago that the Prime Minister will be meeting the families tomorrow, so I'm not. I think that will probably answer that part of the Right Honourable Gentleman's question. In terms of the Chagos legislation, that was scheduled for next week. And as I've said, I'm expecting minimal disruption. I'm hoping for minimal disruption, intending minimal disruption. So it won't be very long. It won't be Monday, but it won't be very long after that when we can get onto that important matter.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Leader for his statement. And while I'm here, can I thank the Victims Minister for incredibly hard work on this issue. The Public Office Accountability Bill is hugely important, so I understand why the Leader has taken this decision. Can the Leader confirm to the House that although any changes that are made to this legislation will be thoroughly consulted with the families of those that were tragically lost in the Hillsborough disaster, and will he also confirm that we will continue to make sure that we reach out to the victims and their families when we look at dealing with legislation like this in the future?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can confirm that the Government and Ministers do continue to speak with stakeholders, particularly, obviously, the families. I think there's been a great deal of effort put into that, both by my honourable friends on the backbenches, but also ministers too. I commend them for that, but if there are lessons to be learned, then we will learn those lessons, and such is the progress of legislation. Therefore, for future bills, if there are lessons to be learned, I'm sure we'll have learned them.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now the Chagos bill has been dropped from the order paper on January the 19th. Could you please confirm when the consideration of the Lord's amendments will be scheduled?
Madam Deputy Speaker, they may have been dropped for January the 19th, but they have not been dropped. As I've just said to the right honourable gentleman, my intention is for minimal disruption. Minimal disruption. So if it's not the 19th, the honourable gentleman might want to think what might come shortly afterwards. I will confirm the business on Thursday as usual. If he is in his place on Thursday, he will hear first hand.
Final question, Sir Desmond Swain.
Given that the very welcome intervention by the UN Human Rights Council has arrived subsequent to our own deliberations on the Chagos bill, and to consider pulling the bill entirely.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Government is not going to be tempted down that track, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I'm sure he will, when the bill comes before the House again, which will be soon, then I'm sure he will want to, if he can, catch your eye and make the points that he has just started there. Thank you.
The end of the business statements. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over as we prepare for our second statement. The second statement on Iran. Foreign Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With permission, I want to update the House on the disturbing unfolding developments in Iran. Horrific reports suggest that potentially thousands of people have been killed and many more arrested in the most brutal and bloody repression against public protest in Iran for at least 13 years. On the 28th of December, protests began on the streets of Iran following a plunge in the value of Iran's currency. Over the following week, the protests grew in scale, intensity, and geographic spread. Crowds surged onto the streets from major cities to rural towns. Voices ranging from shopkeepers to university students protesting for change. Instead, they have been met with the most bloody repression. A total internet shutdown instigated by the Iranian regime from the 8th of January, together with restrictions on phone communications, means that the full facts are not yet clear. But I am fearful that the reports that we have seen may underestimate the full scale of the horror as further evidence and testimony reaches the outside world. Videos are still emerging, including of what appear to be protester corpses lined up in body bags outside a hospital in the outskirts of Tehran. The Iranian regime has called for a 3-day period of national mourning, but only for its security forces. No acknowledgement of dead protesters. Instead, the regime peddles its manufactured narrative of foreign manipulation and seeks to portray peaceful protesters as criminals and terrorists, all the while
pursuing a brutal and relentless crackdown on its own people. It takes huge bravery to protest and to speak out in the face of this oppression, especially for women who continue to face and endure severe repression in their daily lives. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the United Kingdom condemns in the strongest of terms the horrendous and brutal killing of Iranian protesters, and we demand that the Iranian authorities respect the fundamental rights and freedoms of their citizens. On Friday, the Prime Minister joined with the German Chancellor and the French President in condemnation of this violence and to call for an end to the violence. It is a message that I have also delivered directly to the Iranian Foreign Minister Gerretti yesterday, setting out the UK's total abhorrence at the killing and the repression that we are seeing, urging them to immediately end the violence today. As the further reports have come through, the Minister to underline the gravity of this moment and the horrific reports that we are hearing. It is no aberration, it is no outlier, rather it is all too in keeping with the fundamental nature and track record of this regime. Consistent with its previous conduct towards its own people, as we saw during the lethal repression of protesters in custody of Mahsa Amini at the hands of Iran's so-called morality police. Or consistent with its destabilising actions towards its neighbours in the region, as we have seen in its backing of terrorist and extremist proxies of Hezbollah, of Hamas, of the Houthis, and from Iran's barrage of missile attacks on Israel. And consistent too with Iran's malign global impact, whether it be in terms of weapons support for Russia against Ukraine or its nuclear programme. And consistent too with Iran's state threats activities on UK soil, posing danger to dissidents, journalists and the Jewish community here in the UK, with more than 20 potentially lethal Iran-backed plots over the last year alone, as tracked through the vital work of the UK's security agencies. So let me set out the action that the government is taking in coordination with allies in response to this consistent threat that the Iranian regime poses to the stability, security and freedom and to the UK national interest. First, on domestic security threats, we will not tolerate any Iran-backed threats on UK soil. In May, 3 Iranian nationals were charged with offences linked to the Iranian regime under the National Security Act in 2023, and I want to thank the police, security and intelligence services for their tireless work to keep us safe. Last year, we placed Iran on the enhanced tier of the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme to detect, deter and disrupt malign and undeclared efforts to undermine our democracy. We sanctioned the criminal Foxtrot network for the violent threats it posed against Jewish and Israeli targets in Europe on behalf of the Iranian regime. And we have geared up the UK's security infrastructure to better tackle hybrid threats. As Home Secretary, I commissioned the review by the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, Jonathan Hall, KC, into what more needed to be done so that we could apply counter-terrorism style powers, including on prescription, to state-backed threats as well. And we announced last year that the government will take forward the recommendations so we can deal with all the UK-based threats that we face. Second, support for British citizens. Madam Deputy Speaker, the first duty of any government is the safety and security of our citizens, and my department is working tirelessly to ensure the safety of British nationals in Iran. I spoke yesterday with the leader in Tehran about the vital work that he and the team are doing on the ground. Relevant Iranian authorities regarding detained British nationals, and their welfare in Iran remains a priority. We are, of course, deeply concerned that Craig and Lindsay Foreman have been charged with espionage in Iran, and just yesterday, Minister Faulkner met with members of the Foreman family, and we continue to raise this case directly with the Iranian authorities. Third, the coordinated economic and diplomatic pressure on this regime. This government and our predecessors have continually raised human rights violations in Iran through the UN and international forums, including most recently this autumn resolutions calling for an end to the regime's reprisals against women, against journalists and against human rights campaigners. But then in October, alongside our E3 partners, France and Germany, the UK triggered the snapback process, which saw the reinstatement of 6 previously terminated UN sanctions resolutions on Iran. We did so because of the repeated failure by the Iranian regime to comply with its nuclear commitments. On the 1st of October, we updated domestic legislation to reapply extensive sanctions measures contained in these resolutions, also going further by designating 71 individuals and entities in sectors which have links to Iran's nuclear programme. Overall, this government has imposed over 220 Iran sanctions designations since coming into office. And we are backing strong sanctions enforcement. Just last week, the UK provided support to the US's seizure of Bella 1, accused of shadow fleet activities and Iran sanctions breaches. And at the time when the sanctions were reinstated in October, I also urged the Iranian regime, even then, to change their approach, to work with the international community to comply with their obligations. I told them then that it would take time. And during that window, they should start compliance and engagement with the international community and obfuscation. They have not done so. Weapons inspectors still have not been given access, and far from changing their approach, we have seen instead a reversion to the most brutal forms of repression on their own streets. As a result, I can confirm the UK will bring forward legislation to implement full and further sanctions and sectoral measures. The UK has already designated key players in Iran's oil, energy, nuclear and financial systems. Further measures will target finance, energy, transport, software and other significant industries which are advancing Iranian nuclear escalation. And we will work further with the EU and other partners to explore what additional measures might now be needed in response to developments. And I also send a message to other countries who have sought to avoid implementing UN sanctions or to undermine the legitimacy of the UN sanctions reinstated following the snapback process, because no one should be supporting the kind of approach the Iranian regime is currently taking, and all member states should be fulfilling their UN obligations on such a grave and serious issue. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me say something else about the events in recent days. Just as they did in 2022, it's absolutely clear that the Iranian regime are trying to paint these protests as the result of foreign influence and instigation. They're using that accusation to try and whip up opposition to the protests amongst anti-Western Iranians and try to justify their vicious and sickening attacks on the ordinary civilians marching in the streets. These are nothing but lies and propaganda being spread by a desperate regime. They must not be allowed to undermine a genuine grassroots movement, drawing together people from all parts of Iranian society and spreading across multiple cities and regions. And that is why we and other governments across the world are determined not to play into the hands of the regime or to allow our words or actions to be twisted to support their lies and propaganda. And with a functioning embassy on the ground in Tehran and British nationals being held in Iranian jails, previous governments have always done. To tackle Iranian threats at home and abroad than any recent government, and we have done so with broad cross-party support. That must continue. The world is watching Iran, and the UK will continue to confront the regime's lies, to call out its repression, and to take the steps necessary to protect the UK's interests. I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Dame Priti Patel.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for sight of her statement earlier on. Every day for the last 2 weeks across Iran, we have seen brave and courageous men, women and children standing in defiance of a cruel and barbaric despotic regime which has suppressed lives and freedom for over 5 decades. People are being arrested, attacked and murdered in the streets. It has been reported that over 2,000 people have now been killed in Iran, with one report even suggesting that the real figure is over 12,000, and over 10,000 have been arrested, according to the human rights activists in Iran. Towns have been flooded with soldiers to suppress protests, and hospitals are overwhelmed with the injured and murdered. Thousands upon thousands of Iran's young, like the 23-year-old fashion student Rabina Amini, have been shot, killed, buried by the side of roads as they call for a free Iran. And we've seen reports of executions due to take place for those arrested just days earlier. We cannot let their dreams be buried as we mourn the victims of Tehran's atrocities. These were ordinary Iranians doing extraordinary things, fighting for their freedom. We stand with those brave Iranians, we back their calls for freedom, and we join demands for the regime to end. This is a regime whose cruelty goes beyond the brutality we have seen in recent days. The theocratic terrorists in Iran have for too long threatened regional security, from Hamas to Hezbollah to the Houthis backed by Iran. They have backed Putin's war in Ukraine and China's campaign of repression. They have ignored demands to stop their nuclear weapons program and they circumvent form in cruel captivity. Iran is a hostile state and a threat to and Britain must have the resolve to deal with them. So as the Foreign Secretary, where is the government's resolve to stand up to Iran of this regime? As Iranian citizens are sacrificing their lives in the fight for their own liberation, what message of hope and reassurance does the Foreign Secretary give to those risking their lives on the streets of Iran each day? What is being done to challenge the Iranian regime over the violence it's conducting? What is her assessment of the numbers killed and injured? It is right that the Iranian ambassador has finally been. Well, the Foreign Secretary says she's spoken on the phone to her counterpart. What is with him, the Foreman case, and what was under total control. This should stand with those campaigning for a free and democratic future, and if change comes, we should be ready to support this change. Given the statements from President Trump, what discussions have taken place with the US administration over their plans? Partners are all scenarios being military bases to stop brutality of the Iranian regime. And if the regime is being weakened, what assessment has been made of the risk Iran in terms of retaliating and escalating plots to undermine our security here? Madam Deputy Speaker, and regional interests from Iran's nuclear threats. The then government refused to give a view at the time on those actions. They sat on the fence in a feeble attempt not to upset its backbench MPs. As people fight dying for their rights and for democracy, this is no time for weakness, and Britain should be robust in cutting off the Iranian regime and removing the funds they rely on. So will the Foreign Secretary state what further direct sanctions, and I know she's touched on some of this, will be placed specifically on the regime, and its key henchmen in particular? Will she confirm that no one from that regime will ever step foot in our country and threaten the security of Britain should they try to flee Iran? Why has it taken so long to implement the reintroduction of sanctions under snapback? And on the IRGC, in opposition, Labour said they would prescribe the IRGC, but they have not done so in government. It is incumbent upon them to share their reasons for not doing so with the House. The Foreign Secretary refers to the report from Jonathan Hall, which she says they will take forward. And of course, that was 8 months ago. So when is this coming? And why was Downing Street briefing yesterday that prescription would not happen? Will they be prescribed? Madam Deputy Speaker, this side of the House will work with the government in the national interest and in security and stability to pass legislation and other measures needed to put maximum pressure on this despotic regime. So a suggestion for the Foreign Secretary: instead of legislating for the £35 billion surrender of Chagos, will she use the time we have in this House to deal with the IRGC and Iran, the regime, and keep us safe, and even use the $35 billion to bolster our defences, because at this critical moment, Britain must do all we can to stand with Iranians fighting for their freedom and to protect them and us from Tehran's threat.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, can I say I do agree with the Shadow Foreign Secretary in her condemnation of the brutality and the horrendous actions of the Iranian regime and the threats that it poses. I would say to her, she will know that when she was Home Secretary and when I was Shadow Home Secretary, we strongly supported the national security actions on Iran. In fact, I said specifically that I hope the House will be able to come together to support our national security and defend our democracy. And I would urge the honourable members opposite to see this as the same cross-party approach to defending our national security, but also the regional stability as well, because the scale of the truly brutal and horrendous actions in Iran mean that we should stand together in condemnation of that action and also in the action that we need to take in concert with our allies, including on further sanctions, including on further pressure, immediate pressure on the regime as well. She asked for my assessment on the scale of what is happening. Like her, I have seen the reports that suggest there may have been 2,000 people killed, there may have been more. My fear is that the number will prove to be significantly higher because we are currently getting so little information because of the internet blackout that the regime has instigated, because they are trying to hide what they have done and the consequences of it. And that is why we are also talking to other countries about what can be done swiftly to try to restore some sort of internet access or phones communication to people across Iran as well. She asks about the Foremans. I directly raised the Foremans directly with the Iranian regime just before Christmas, and we continue to raise this case because it is a huge consular priority for us. And we are too also in close touch, not just with the US, but also with other allies across Europe, across the G7 as well, and looking further at what the sanctions measures are that we need to take. She asked about the snapback. She will know that obviously this had been a running issue for very many years, the non-compliance with the nuclear regime. The previous Conservative government had not taken the snapback action. We did take the snapback action. It was supported on a cross-party basis. I hope again that that will remain so because it was clear that that compliance was not taking place. And that work was done in conjunction not just with the E3, the France and Germany, but also with our US allies, many conversations with them about this as well. And then she also around the IRGC, which again, she will know that issue raised with them over very many years, and I have raised particularly this issue about the legislation and the need to reform the legislation, and that is exactly why I commissioned the Jonathan Hall review, because I was concerned that legislation designed for terrorism threats was not applicable in the same way to state-backed threats, and we need to ensure that we can deal with the hybrid and state-backed threats that the country now faces. Now it needs the international community to come together on this. In the face of this brutality from the Iranian regime, we need that concerted action, not just around sanctions, not just around the enforcement of the existing sanctions, but also around the overwhelming pressure. We will pursue that through the UN. We will pursue that through every avenue we can. The world is watching Iran. The world needs to be watching, and the world needs to stand together against the brutality that we have seen.
Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the question now is, what is Donald Trump going to do next? And there must be many people in the Foreign Office trying to second-guess what he may do. And the question is will we give support to Donald Trump if he decides to take action against the Iranian regime in what he would say would be in defence of the Iranian legislation that we did in the summer, which was to give assistance when it came to Israel when the Iranians, or if the Iranians retaliate.
So she will obviously understand it is the US response will be a matter for the US government and the US administration as well, and it wouldn't be right for me to speculate on what, how and the way in which that they will respond. What I can do is set out the UK's approach around increasing the economic and diplomatic pressure on so in calling on countries to come together to do so, because in practice we have not seen them enforced, and we need that concerted action together in the face of this brutality.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of her statement. Like members across the House, I feel humbled by the courage shown by so many Iranians to stand up. They also showed after the death of Mahsa Amini in 2022 at the hands of police, a crime that showed the regime's particular violence towards women. It is abundantly clear that the regime in Tehran is utterly illegitimate in the eyes of the Iranian people. And it is deeply shocking to learn that thousands of protesters have now been killed by regime forces and that further executions have already been scheduled. Madam Deputy Speaker, at this critical moment, we must take all the action available to us to support these brave protesters. We must also make sure that those in the UK who campaign for freedom and democracy in Iran and members of the British Jewish community are safe here. I welcome the new sanctions that the government has committed to today. So in light of the grotesque efforts to brutalise these protesters, will the government now personally sanction Iran's senior leadership, including Supreme Leader Khamenei? I hear the Foreign Secretary's commitment to new legislation. When it is in place, will she now commit to prescribing the IRGC, an organisation committed to suppressing dissent at home and exporting intimidation to our shores? Madam Deputy Speaker, Iran's decision makers must be held to account for their attacks on peaceful protesters, and the UK must take a lead to ensure justice is delivered. So will the Secretary of State call on the UN Security Council to open an International Criminal Court investigation into crimes against humanity committed by the Iranian government against its people? And will the government commit to using the UK's satellite capabilities to record evidence of human rights abuses which could be used to support such an ICC investigation? Madam Deputy Speaker, the Foreign Secretary is right to avoid giving the regime any excuse falsely to claim foreign influence. Yet we know Donald Trump has proposed direct US military intervention. Does the government consider this would be merited, politically and legally, and would it reduce or increase the risk to the brave protesters? As evidence of the violence being perpetrated by the regime continues to reach international media, the safety of British nationals in Iran must remain a priority, and so I welcome the Foreign Secretary's assurance that plans are in place to support British citizens in Iran, and I thank our ambassador and his staff for all their work.
Can I welcome the honourable members' support for the ambassador and his staff who work in obviously very difficult conditions, but can I also particularly welcome his support for the bravery of those who have protested and who now, we fear, have lost their lives as a result of their courage in the face of such a brutal regime. He asks about the processes of the future. We will we will take forward the legislation around sanctions, and I have set out measures in the statement that we will go forward on, but also to look further in conjunction with the EU at what further measures we can take. He will understand that there are processes that we need to go through, both around sanctions. He will also understand that the prescription process is always one for the Home Office as well, but I do very strongly want to see them ensure that we have a legislation in place that ensures we can deal with the different kinds of threats we face, because it's no longer just about terrorism threats. Very often we face now hybrid threats and state-backed threats on UK soil as well. We are looking further at the satellite issues as well, as I have said, and we will continue to work closely with countries across the world, and we do urge the international community to come together in condemnation and action.
West.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. People in Hornsey and Friern Barnet have written to me in absolute desperation. What discussions has the Foreign Secretary had with partners to coordinate efforts to promote human rights, even in these desperate times, including the treatment of prisoners, many detained so brutally since last month?
Well, we have been having many discussions with our partners. On Friday, the Prime Minister put out a statement in conjunction with the France and Germany as part of the E3, because it was as part of that E3 that we took the action in the autumn on the snapback and the introduction of new sanctions on Iran. We also, in the autumn, had pursued action through the UN and resolutions around human rights, and particularly condemning the repression of women as well as journalists too. We will continue to do that, and it is the top issue that we are discussing with our international partners at the moment.
Morrison.
Deputy Speaker, the technical issues around proscription are well understood, as they were understood by the last government as well. But 8 months ago, Jonathan Hall Casey offered a remedy to get around it, which is his statutory threat notice vehicle. When will the government bring that? It's urgent. Is it being used for the IRGC overall, or simply its constituent entities are particularly problematic, such as the Basij militia and the Quds Force?
Well, he will understand that I can't preempt the proper prescription processes that take place or the use of future legislation in decisions that need to be taken by the Home Office and by the Home Secretary. But I hope I have conveyed to him that this is something that I feel very strongly about, that we do need this legislation in place because of the nature of the complex and hybrid threats that we face.
Florence Shalami.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for her statement this afternoon, and it's clear and it's good for us as a united House. We are seeing the little that we are seeing, and support for British nationals. Across my constituency of Vauxhall and Campbell Green, many constituents have contacted me, including one constituent who mentioned, in our household, my partner is Iranian. I've seen a fear in her family, which I understand given their experience. She fears for her family back home. And as her family here in Lambeth, it would mean the world for us if things could be better. So my son could visit his mother's country of birth without abduction. And equally for the mass shootings to now be against the perpetrators and the protesters to stop. I just wanted to ask the Foreign Secretary, she outlined additional sanctions. Is she ensuring that those sanctions are hitting the Iranian authorities responsible for this brutal violence instead of the innocent protesters who are trying to get their innocent points across?
My honourable friend makes a really important point about the number of people, British citizens who have Iranian family, who are deeply worried about their safety, but actually also for Iranian citizens who live lawfully here and have done so for a long time, who have also been targeted by the Iranian regime. On the point she makes about sanctions, I can assure her the UK does not sanction food or medicines. Targeted decisions on how to ensure that sanctions focus on those as opposed to the ordinary people.
John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Foreign Secretary agree that the attempts by the regime to suppress news of what is happening in Iraq by shutting down the internet makes the work of external media like the BBC Persian Service and Iran International all the more important? Now, given that journalists from both organisations have been attacked and threatened, can she confirm, and her colleague, the Security Minister next to her, that measures will be taken to step up the security of those journalists?
Well, I think the honourable member will see the fact that the Security Minister has come to be on the front bench for this debate just shows how seriously we take the threats here in the UK. He is right to have talked about some of the threats that there have been made to Iran International, and I know he would join me in paying tribute to the work of our police, particularly our counter-terrorism police and our security services in ensuring that people are kept safe. And I would also pay tribute to the BBC Persian Service. It is clearly independent operationally and editorially, but 1 in 4 Iranians have accessed the BBC Persian Service to get the latest news despite being banned in the country. That shows the impact that independent journalism can have.
Dan Carden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Iran is a remarkable country. It has a rich history and culture, and its people have been living under tyranny for decades. They are now fighting to rid themselves of their chains, and Britain is a friend to the Iranian people, and our aim should be to stop the regime massacring its citizens and to set the people of Iran free for a democratic future. These are messages that the people of Iran would welcome. The Republic has declared war on its people. They are being murdered in the dark, and we must be a force for light. Given the internet blackout, what is the Foreign Secretary doing to ensure that the people of Iran can hear her message and this country's message of friendship and support? And some Iranians are talking about the return of Reza Pahlavi. What conversations has the government had with him? Thank you.
Well, the point that my honourable friend makes about the need to restore communications is crucial. It is crucial for us to be able to find out the sheer horror of what is happening. It is crucial for the people of Iran to be able to communicate with each other, to be able to speak out, to be able to ensure that their voices are heard. Obviously, the future of Iran is for the Iranian people, but at the moment, the regime is not allowing the Iranian people's voices to be heard, and we need to see an Iran that does not repress the rights of women, that does not kill peaceful protesters or aid Russia's aggression or support lethal threats on the streets of Britain.
Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her statement to the House today. She is surely right that there are things we can do to help these desperately brave people on the streets who want their country back. Should we not make clear that the UK and all Europeans will impose every possible further sanction and restriction on this Neanderthal pariah regime? Should we not help break the communications blackout through Starlink and satellite and other technology, and make sure details of the regime-led barbarity on the streets is widely known? And finally, as her colleague, the honourable member opposite, said a moment ago, we should stop ignoring Reza Pahlavi. His is the name that is being chanted on the street. He is not seeking a restoration of the peacock throne. He wants to help usher in a new era. And will she and her colleagues at least meet him?
Well, I can tell the honourable member, and he is right to condemn the horror and brutality that we have seen. We are talking about other countries about what can be done, for example, with access to Starlink, for example, to ensure that there can be some form of communications restored. We are also talking to our allies about what further sanctions and additional pressure and other measures can be applied. Clearly, for the reasons that I set out in the statement, the future of Iran is for the Iranian people to decide. But let us be clear, we need to see fundamental change, and we need to see an Iran that does not repress its people so brutally, that believes in the opportunities of its people for the future. That is not what we are seeing now.
Deputy Speaker, the hope of seeing the Iranian people fighting back for their freedom has turned into horror as we see the images of the body bags piled up. Over the weekend, my constituents have contacted me anxious because they're unable to contact their friends and family after the regime's imposed internet blackout. The regime is using this as a weapon to enforce silence of their own innocent citizens. Can the Foreign Secretary assure us that the British government is putting the strongest possible pressure on Iran's regime for their appalling human rights violations and the oppression of the Iranian people, and reaffirm Britain's steadfast support for the Iranian people in their fight for democracy?
I can confirm that to my honourable friend, that we are continuing to raise through every possible avenue that we can, directly with the Iranian regime, but also through the different international forums as well, our total condemnation of what is happening, including as the horrors emerge with each day, which become more deeply disturbing and troubling. And that is why it is so important for the international community to come together and speak with one voice.
Stephen Gethin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, Iran is a remarkable country and its people are remarkable. But I agree with the Foreign Secretary when she says that the actions of the Iranian regime is no aberration. She was absolutely right to say that. Will she look at prescription of IRGC, as others have said? We prescribed Wagner. That was the right thing to do. Will she bring us more information about the targeting of the shadow fleet, which is crucial? And finally, will she look longer term at support for civil society, who will be crucial in any rebuilding efforts?
Secretary response. We've got 6 hours of protected business for the finance bill, so this has to move much faster, shorter questions, and this will finish in about 40 minutes. Foreign Secretary.
I can obviously have set out my response in terms of the importance of changing the legislation around prescription and also on the shadow fleet. We are working on further measures on the shadow fleet. You'll have seen the action that we have taken to support the US interdiction on the shadow fleet, and we will, he makes a really important point about support for civil society, because that is where the strength of the Iranian people lies.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the scenes we've seen in Iran are heartbreaking, terrifying, and I fear just a fraction of what is happening given the media blackout. The Foreign Secretary says that the world must come together, and she's right. I understand her point that it is a matter for the Home Secretary about prescription in this country, but can she confirm, given the measures that are being talked about in the European Parliament, where they've banned representatives of the Iranian government from attending, that she is talking to our European counterpart about coordinating prescription measures?
Well, what I can also assure my honourable friend is we are certainly continuing to talk with our close allies, including in Europe, on the action that is needed. And we have also sanctioned the entirety of the IRGC and placed not just the IRGC, but also the whole of the Iranian state on the enhanced tier of FERS. That also gives us the ability to place all sorts of other restrictions and to ensure that there is pressure in place as well.
Mark Pritchard.
Reassure the House that freedom and justice will remain at the heart of British foreign policy rather than the pursuit of oil and gas, how important that might be. And I stand with her in standing up for those who are standing for freedom in Iran. Courageous, brave. And of course, freedom is not a Western construct. It is a universal right.
Yeah.
It doesn't emanate out of London or Washington. It emanates out of the hearts of men and women across this planet. But can I ask her to draw upon the lessons of history, going back to the 1950s and Operation Ajax, and of course the Shah and his family being referenced here today. But it's important that when we see regime change and changes of leadership in or Syria, that we learn the lessons where we've made stand by those in Iran today.
Well, the honourable member is right. There are many lessons from history to learn, but this, he is also right to highlight those core values around human rights, around freedom, around justice, and I would also say, frankly, around basic humanity when people are being killed in the most brutal circumstances.
Taylor.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think it's very telling that in the past few weeks we've heard absolutely nothing from politicians from your party, from the Greens, from the Socialist Campaign Group, from the Stop Some Wars Coalition. Where have been the marches and the solidarity of the Iranian people? You cannot claim to be a progressive and care about social justice if you don't want to see the total and immediate fall of this despotic, theocratic regime. And on that point, can I ask the Foreign Secretary if she will listen to the advice of the honourable and gallant member for Tunbridge, who I think the whole House will agree is a fantastic advocate for the Iranian people, in talking now with other partners, and I hope with Iranian activists here in the UK, about if the Iranian regime does fall, what we can do to immediately support the Iranian people to build a better future, just as we're trying to do in Syria.
Well, we want to see a better future for Iran. We want to see a better future for the Iranian people. I think we have to be clear, it is the Iranian people who are expressing that urgent desire for a better future, and the future of Iran must be in their hands. But we will continue to work with international allies in support of action against the brutality that we have seen. That is exactly why we are looking at these further sanctions measures.
Deputy Speaker, when the US President tells the Iranian protesters that help is on its way, which he has just done, does that include British help? Will the government rule out the UK taking part in any planned US without multilateral authorisation?
Well, as she will know, I cannot set out the US foreign policy approach. That is for them to do. What I can do is set out the action that we are taking, the further sanctions that we will be implementing, and the work that we are doing with our international allies on how to sustain and how to significantly increase the economic and diplomatic pressure on this brutality that this regime is showing.
Andrew Pakes.
Speaker, firstly, can I put on record my thanks to our diplomatic staff working around the world to support people during this difficult situation. Can I ask the Foreign Secretary what conversations Secretary is having with our G7 and European allies about what more we can do to use new technology to record and capture and document the horrific abuses of human rights that are happening. So when the right moment arises, we can show our leadership in holding the leadership of Iran, current leadership of Iran, to account for the horrific abuses of human rights.
I thank the honourable friend for that question. We are already talking to our allies about how communications could be restored, and I will ensure that that further issue that he has raised is looked at as well on technology.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I very much associate myself with many of the things the Foreign Secretary has said, but may I ask her just to move beyond the hope that people have that the regime changes. Recent NATO Parliamentary Assembly visit to the Gulf highlighted how worried those Gulf countries are about instability, and that it may not be one government that then runs Iran. So may I ask the Foreign Secretary what meetings and conversations are taking place for security of the whole region and those states that feel under threat if this regime is to fall?
The honourable member is right to raise the broader instability across the region that has obviously been fuelled by some of the actions by the Iranian regime, some of the extremist proxies that they have supported. But he's also right to say that instability in any country within the Middle East and that has implications for the Gulf as well can have much wider security ramifications, much wider instability. And we are very alert to all of those issues and discussing those issues with allies.
Dr. Ruperhart.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After the false dawns of the Arab Spring and the Zindagi Azan movement, can I ask my right honourable friend to stand firmly with the Iranian diaspora here, many of whom came after the 79 revolution, against this brutal and repressive tyrannical regime, particularly those who are critical. Station Iran International had to move from it's all the more needed at a time now. It's in a fortress-like, undisclosed location now that there's a communications blackout.
Well, my honourable friend will be aware of my right honourable friend, the Security Minister's strong action that he has been taking around transnational repression, and that includes transnational repression from Iran, because people who live in the UK, people need to be able to feel safe on our streets, safe to be able to debate, to communicate, and not feel that they are in any way under threat from an overseas regime.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, we talk about political courage in this country sometimes. It pales in comparison to the courage that these young people are showing. People like Irfan Sultani, 26 years old, who I understand reports suggest is going to be hanged today alongside other protesters. I know these situations are complex and they carry political risk. Given the courage and the risks they're facing, will the Foreign Secretary at least commit to showing whatever political courage she can if opportunities arise to help these people in all sorts of different ways in coming days?
Well, he is right to talk about some of the incredibly disturbing reports that we have seen about potential executions. We are urgently calling for this violence to end. That includes the reports on executions. This report includes the reports on further brutality. It is essential that this violence ends. The whole world is watching these horrific scenes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Given mass protests, blackouts, censorships of social media and an estimated death toll of 2,000 civilians in Iran, will my right honourable friend set out what coordinated diplomatic response she is pursuing with the US and Middle East allies, and what contingency plans exist should a dangerous power vacuum develop in the country?
Well, my honourable friend raises a really important issue about risks around instability, around what happens more widely. We want to see stability across the region. We want to see safety, not just for the Iranian people, but for people across their neighbouring states as well. The safety and the basic freedoms and humanity that everyone, frankly, should have a right to enjoy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the fact that, rather belatedly, 2 weeks later, there has been a statement in the House about the situation in Iran, and pay particular attention and praise to those women who have led the opposition to great sacrifice against a regime which directs its ire particularly at women. A warning that there should be to people in this country who want to promote Sharia law and Sharia courts in our own country. But the Minister has highlighted the impact of the Iranian regime on our own citizens and our own interests. What discussions has she had with the opposition to ensure that there is a transition from this repugnant regime to a friendly, democratic and peaceful regime in Iran?
Understood what I said earlier. Questions must be short. Foreign Secretary.
Well, let's be clear, it is some of the greatest bravery and courage has been shown by women in Iran who do face the additional repression in their very daily lives, and I pay tribute to their bravery.
Grace.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the statement from the Foreign Secretary today, and indeed the condemnation, as I know residents in Exeter who are desperately worried about their family in Iran will be too. The Iranian regime is one of the chief exporters of violence and instability in the region, and of course, as the Foreign Secretary set out, we're not immune to that here too. Money and effort expended online in particular in order to undermine our democracy in this country. Can the Minister set out what this government is doing to combat the regime's malign activities in this country, including through the work of the new Joint State Threats Unit? Thank you.
My honourable friend is right to raise this, because what we have seen with the kinds of hybrid threats that we have seen is state-backed, including Iranian state-backed activity that sometimes includes proxies, includes interaction with criminal gangs and criminal activity, as well as behaviour that can resemble terrorist threats as well. And it's that hybrid nature that is why that we have been increasing the coordination to deal with the joint state threats, and why the Security Minister has been driving forward action in this area.
Oliver Dowden.
We can all see the brutality of the Iranian regime, but does the Foreign Secretary agree with me? It's not just who we're against, but who we're for. And if we look at the signatories to the Abraham Accords, Israel, the UAE and Bahrain in particular, they point an alternative path for peace and stability in the region. So does she agree with me we should be standing foursquare behind them? And while I'm at it, does she agree with the excellent point from the Honourable Member for Hemel Hempstead? Does she think that those hundreds of thousands of protesters who came out in support of the Palestinian cause might come out in support of Iranian dissidents? I won't be holding my breath.
Well, I hope we can see the strong support for the people of Iran and for peace and stability across the region. I think it was significant that we saw so many countries come together around the peace process in Gaza, and we did see an international consensus build around that. It is still fragile, and there is much work still to do. Nevertheless, there has been an international consensus around that. We are stronger when countries work together, including
standing firm against brutality and repression.
Tulip Sadiq.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary will know that Hampstead and Highgate has a sizable Iranian community who are very worried about their friends and family in Iran. One of the questions my constituents have asked is, what is the FCADO thinking in terms of an official registration service for dual nationals who are currently stuck in Iran? But still like to know what the Foreign Secretary is thinking in case the situation won't come back to Britain.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, the point my honourable friend made is one of the reasons why I highlighted as part of my statement that the key issue for the UK, and is why the work of our embassy is so important, is also about the safety of British nationals, and that includes the safety of dual nationals. So this is something that we take immensely seriously. It's why we support the continuing work of our embassy, and I pay tribute to the work that our embassy staff are doing to consider all of these issues.
Sarah Pochin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We join the Foreign Secretary in her support of the brave Iranian protesters standing up against this brutal regime. But will she confirm that if the United States does take targeted military action, that she will join us in supporting them in that action?
Secretary.
Well, I would say it's obviously for the US to set out their approach. I have set out the approach that we are taking here. I welcome the honourable member's condemnation of the brutality that we are seeing, not just in Tehran, but around Iran. I would just say to her that her party's comments on this would have more credibility in this. Spoke with the same strength of feeling about Russia's invasion. Given the close links, the close and disturbing links between Iran and Russia that are one of the most troubling aspects of the Iranian regime, and that is why we should stand firm on all of these issues, and I'm disappointed she was.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Reform Party should note that the Iranian regime they've decided to be against very much support their Russian friends with the Shahed drone. They should note that. My question is this to the Foreign Secretary. Firstly, I welcome the news that we are working with allies to discuss using Starlink to overcome some of the communication barriers. Specific question around UK, British, Iranian community trying to donate to people back in Iran. They can't because of sanctions. Can you just assure House that you are looking at the specific problem for how British Iranian community...
Thomas, you used the words "you" twice, and I'm not here to respond to your questions. Foreign Secretary.
He will obviously understand, my friend will obviously understand the importance of having an effective sanctions regime. Happy to talk to him further about the point that he raises, but as he will understand, the most immediate issue is how to try and support the re-establishment of communications and the end to the brutality that's taking place.
David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What assessment has the Foreign Secretary's Department made of the Iranian regime employing foreign militias from countries like Iraq and Lebanon to crush internal dissent in Iran? And if this is happening, what is the international community doing to limit this activity?
There is a wider issue of the impact of Iranian regime activity across their region, including supporting terrorist and extremist proxies, including supporting other organisations. This is something we are particularly sensitive to, and it is part of what makes this a broader issue about how we properly get peace and stability in the region, and that will continue to be a central part of the discussions going forward.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I was in Balerno on Saturday, a constituent very politely reminded me that I had a moral obligation to be optimistic. Not always easy when you're Scottish, I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I do hope that what's happened in Iran does bring the international community together and really take action to deal with this horrible regime and bring it to an end. So I hope the Secretary of State will absolutely commit to that. That these murders are fueled by oil exports, 78 billion in 2024. To what extent can we reduce that in the coming years? I know we've heard about tankers being apprehended. Is there more we can do? Surely that's not just an event.
Well, as we've seen through the case of the Bella that was interdicted by US forces with the support of the UK, there is often a very nefarious link, including through the shadow fleet, between the Iranian regime, between Russia, and spread more widely as well. So we are continuing to increase pressure around the shadow fleet and around the kinds of broader threats that are posed.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The horrendous loss of life in Iran this week has to be mourned, as does the horrendous loss of life of Palestinians in Gaza over the past 2 years has to be mourned. The British intervened in Iran in 1952 and brought about regime change. Is she aware that external regime change attempts in Iran are very unlikely to work, will actually create a much worse situation, and will she give us an undertaking that Britain will not be involved militarily with either Israel or the USA if they try military activity in Iran now?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, let me say again, the future of Iran must be for the Iranian people. But we should also be clear that it is not currently, there is not currently any opportunity for the Iranian people to have their voices heard, because when they have sought to do so, we have seen this incredibly, just horrifying, brutal repression. That is why we are urging an immediate end to the violence and to see fundamental change in Iran.
I pay tribute to the people who've taken to the streets of Iran, particularly in the face of industrial-scale violence and repression from this regime, as the Foreign Secretary has stated. I would, however, on that basis and the malign influence that she has already acknowledged that Iran plays in the region and in the risk it poses to British citizens and particularly those of Jewish extraction and from the Iranian diaspora, that the government would move at greater pace with regards to the issue of prescription of the IRGC.
Well, what I can reassure my honourable friend is that we take immensely seriously the state-backed threats here in the UK, including the Iranian-backed threats against Jewish communities in the UK, against their own nationals in the UK as part of the transnational repression as well. And so we ensure that is not only why, as well as sanctioning the IRGC, as well as putting the IRGC on the enhanced tier of FERS as well, it is also why we have substantially increased the training for police forces across the country on state-backed threats, and this is something that our counter-terrorism police, who do an excellent job, take immensely seriously.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Right now, peaceful protesters who are unarmed are being gunned down on the streets, not just of Tehran, but every city and every town in Iran. They're being hunted down to hospitals if they're injured, or hunted down to where they live. The difference between 2022 and now is that this is a nationwide protest calling for regime change. And what people desperately want to hear, and I welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement, is not more words, but actual action. We're told repeatedly that the Home Office and the Foreign Office can't agree on prescription of the IRGC. Could she therefore go away, speak to the Home Secretary and get this organised now as a demonstration that we're not going to tolerate this, and we'll stand full square behind those brave people of Iran who just want liberty and freedom?
Well, I think the honourable member is right to talk about the difference being the way in which that this has spread right across Iran. We've seen small towns in different parts of Iran, as well as obviously the capital city itself. But just in terms of the issues around prescription, there is clear, strong agreement between the Home Office and the Foreign Office about the importance of making sure that we have the right tools to be able to deal with state-backed threats, just as we have for terrorism threats. That's what the Jonathan Hall review was all about. I would gently remind him that a previous government did not address this and did not change the legislation for many years. I know this is something that he has highlighted over many years, but I hope there will be cross-party agreement on the importance of addressing this.
Mark Stewart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The people of Iran are courageously fighting against an oppressive regime for their freedom, and we all stand with them. The brutal response from Tehran, though, does highlight the need to take action against the IRGC. Now, I know it's been addressed multiple times during this session, but when does the government plan to bring forward the legislative framework proposed by Jonathan Hall that will give prescription-like powers to the government to deal with the IRGC and their malign influence in the UK.
Secretary.
Well, I think we should be clear. This is not just about the IRGC. This is about the whole of the Iranian regime. And we've looked at if you look at the brutality and what has been taking place. I have also, I think, set out the importance of us ensuring that we have a broad breadth of powers here in the UK, but also that we use the powers that we have, which is why the IRGC is already sanctioned and which is why their counter-terror police, precision police and security service already pursue any threat and any malign activity here in the UK.
Sarah Dyke.
Deputy Speaker, Annette from Wincanton contacted me at the weekend, deeply worried about her extended friends and family living in Iran. She told me that many there feel they have nothing much to lose now as they come out on the streets to protest against the repressive Iranian regime. So at this really volatile moment, what measures is the Secretary of State taking to support ordinary Iranian citizens who are protesting against their government while holding the Iranian regime accountable for their repression and human rights abuses?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, here in the UK, as I set out in my statement, we have summoned the Iranian ambassador today to account for the horrendous reports that we have seen emerging further this morning that follows the coordinated work that we have been doing with our international allies to make clear the strength of our condemnation of the brutality, but also to pursue further sanctions and further economic pressure on the Iranian regime.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Foreign Secretary join me in firmly rejecting the instincts of some, including honourable members in this House, who blame the current situation on the United States, the UK, Israel, the West? And would she further agree with me that the blame for the current situation lies squarely with this oppressive regime in Tehran?
The responsibility for what we have seen and for potentially thousands of deaths, of killings that we have seen, lies squarely with the Iranian regime.
Dr. Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the statement today by the Foreign Secretary, and like her, I condemn absolutely the repressive, violent, vicious crackdown on protesters by the Iranian regime, and pay tribute to the bravery of so many Iranian citizens who over so many years have protested, have advocated, have campaigned, have been on the streets calling for fundamental rights and freedoms for all citizens. I welcome the new sanctions against the regime that she's announced today. She also talked about sending a message to other countries that seek to break those UN sanctions. Can she say, is she considering other concrete measures against such countries who engage in sanctions busting, such as sanctions against them?
Well, what I can say is I think the action that we saw with the vessel that was interdicted by the US, that was an example of enforcement around sanctions. It was supported by the UK, but as we saw, that a vessel that had links not just to Iran, but also to Russia as well. She is right that we do need to call on all countries around the world to respect the UN sanctions process, but also to realise this is not a time to be supporting this Iranian regime.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for her strong words today. I, like many members, have been contacted by constituents in Glasgow West very concerned about not being able to contact friends and family who are still in that country. But I would join with the right honourable friend in congratulating or applauding those female activists in Iran who've been relentlessly targeted by this repressive regime. And I do join her in applauding them who have been fighting very bravely for their freedom this week. And when the time comes, and I sincerely hope it does come very quickly, will she ensure that their voices and their actions can be part of building a new democracy in Iran?
Well, it is, I think, the 25th anniversary of the Women, Peace and Security resolution at the United Nations, which puts at its heart not just should we stand up for women victims of conflict or women victims of repression and persecution, but women's voices need to be heard as part of any positive peace and reconciliation process.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Not only is this despotic Iranian regime gunning down protesters in the streets, it continues to support terrorist proxies such as Hamas and Hezbollah. It provides drones to the Russian military in Ukraine and remains a very real threat to this country. So while I welcome the statement today, can the Foreign Secretary assure the House that the police and the security services have all the tools they need to keep Britain safe from Iran and its proxies?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I can assure him that the police security services have our full backing in all of the work they do to keep us safe from state-backed threats, including from Iranian-backed threats on our soil. I think we also need to always look at how we need to keep up with rapidly changing hybrid threats to make sure that we can keep our country safe.
Lawrence Turner.
Speaker, and thank the Foreign Secretary for her statement. I echo the comments made a few months ago by my honourable friend. The regime severance of communications is adding to the distress of many of our constituents who are trying to establish the safety and personal liberty of loved ones. Now, I appreciate that there may be things that cannot be said in this place, lest they inadvertently inform the regime. But can she give the House an assurance that all practical measures are being explored to increase both the quantity and the quality of information going into and out of Iran?
Secretary.
Well, we want the people of Iran to be able to communicate with each other. And this is about the people of Iran. It is about their courage and their most basic rights to be able to communicate with each other. And that is what we want to support.
Ms. Roberts.
Than we are, of course, appalled at reports of thousands of state killings in Iran and support the fundamental right of the people of Iran to self-determination. President Trump is saying that help is on its way. There are also reports that the Prime Minister is set to accept a place on President Trump's board to run Gaza. Given this, can she guarantee that in the region will be peace and stability alone?
Secretary.
Well, it is exactly because we want peace and stability in the region that we supported the 20-point plan to achieve a ceasefire in Gaza. As I previously said, that is still fragile and there is a huge amount of work still to do, including the humanitarian surge in support, including the decommissioning of weapons from Hamas. Huge amount of work still to do, but it's really important that the whole international community comes together in order to support that.
Sir Julian Lewis.
In March it will be the 5th anniversary of the signing of the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership between Iran and China, an unholy alliance between religious fanatics and communist totalitarians who we are regrettably about to award a super embassy complete with secret dungeons in London. Can the Foreign Secretary tell me what estimate the government has made of the dependence of the Iranian regime's survival on its support from China, not least the huge exports of Iranian oil to China?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I would urge China to support the UN sanctions process that was triggered by the snapback that the UK, France and Germany instigated in October. It is essential that they do so because we have seen the pressure that is needed around the nuclear programme, something that affects all of our safety, is immensely important. I think not just China, but countries around the world should support that sanctions process.
Steph Akbaro.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I am appalled by the actions of the murderous Iranian regime. But I'm deeply concerned that the financial secrecy of our overseas territories is enabling sanctions dodging. Can the Foreign Secretary assure me she can to secure greater transparency in the overseas territories, to uphold the effect of international sanctions and end any complicity in the flow of blood money fueling this regime?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, we have strongly pushed for greater transparency, including the overseas territories, and my honourable friend, the Minister for who covers the overseas territories, continues to do that with all of the overseas territories. What I would say is that the action that some of those territories have taken has actually been extremely important in implementing sanctions and has demonstrated what can be done and what can be achieved, and that's one of the reasons why we are determined to see the further progress around transparency more widely.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The people of Iran have suffered for far too long, and they have made it clear enough is enough, and we stand with them. For too long, this government has remained largely silent on the oppression of Christians in the Middle East generally. Many countries, including Iran, murder and maim any person who does not conform to their dictated religion. Will the Minister assure this House, in her diplomatic efforts for peace in the region, she will prioritise religious freedom and the rights of Christians to exist and practice their religion without fear of persecution?
Foreign Secretary. Well, it's exactly because we take so seriously the issues around freedom of belief. We have appointed UK envoy exactly to keep pursuing this because it is so important. These are basic rights, basic part of our humanity for Christians, for people of all faiths and all religions, not just across the Middle East, but across the world.
That is the end of the statement on Iran. I'll give the few... A point of order, Mark Richard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I seek your guidance. Since Christmas, hundreds of my constituents have not received a single letter via the Royal Mail. This is causing huge anxiety for those waiting for medical results, important documentation, job offers, etc. The local post office team, postmen and women, have said this is a result of management decisions at the most senior level. What advice can you give me to pass on to my constituents the possibility of the Minister for the Royal Mail and Postal Services coming to the House to make an urgent statement to ensure that this is thoroughly and fully investigated and those letters begin to land on doormats once again in Shropshire?
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving notice that he intended to draw attention to this matter. As he knows, this is not actually a point of order, but he is an experienced member who serves on the panel of chairs, and he does not need any guidance from the chair on how to take this matter further. No doubt he'll be pursuing it. And also, the Treasury front bench would have heard his request for a statement or a response from the appropriate minister. Point of order, Richard Holden. Is it a short point of order, Richard Holden?
Always, Madam Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, the Cabinet Office Guide to Parliamentary Work is clear that there should be no inconsistencies between information provided in answers to written questions and information released under the Freedom of Information Act, and that material disclosable under Freedom of Information should also be disclosed to Parliament. On the 2nd and 4th of December in WPQs, I asked the Secretary of State for Transport what information the DVLA hold about third-party intermediary organisations acting on behalf of Oxford City Council and Oxfordshire County Council in accessing vehicle keeper data. In both cases, the Minister for Local Transport told me that this information was not appropriate to disclose because of commercial sensitivities. However, shortly afterwards, the DVLA released under FOI the CODA contract with Oxfordshire County Council confirming contractual arrangements involving intermediaries and third-party access, with only personal data redacted. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd be grateful for your guidance on this apparent inconsistency and whether you might raise it with the Leader of the House or departments concerned.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving notice of his point of order. I take it that he has informed the honourable member for Wakefield and Rothwell that he intended to raise the matter in the House and is nodding accordingly. As the honourable member knows, the Chair is not responsible for the accuracy of ministerial answers, if only we were. But I'm sure the table office will be able to advise him on how he might pursue the matter further. And once again, no doubt the Treasury front bench have made a note and will be passing that information on directly to the Minister involved. If that is the end of the point of orders, I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Wes Streeting. Which minister is nodding?
Medical Training Prioritisation Bill.
Second reading what day? Tomorrow. Are we sure? Yes. Tomorrow. President Blackman? Not. Oh, you're here. Marvellous. Good.
Removal of Peerages Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 13th of March.
Friday the 13th of March. Now we go on to the 10-minute rule motion. Emergency and life-saving skills schools. Dr. Neil Shastri House.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require the teaching in schools of skills relating to emergency situations, including life-saving skills, and for connected purposes. The Emergency and Life-Saving Skills Schools Bill seeks to ensure that every child leaving school possesses the knowledge and skills to respond effectively in emergencies, including life-threatening situations. It is a bill about equipping young people with capabilities that matter beyond the classroom, skills that can preserve life and, in certain circumstances, protect communities. Every year, Madam Deputy Speaker, thousands of people in England find themselves at the centre of sudden, chaotic emergencies. A child at the roadside following a road traffic collision, a victim of knife crime bleeding out, a medical emergency unfolding whilst onlookers wait for an ambulance, watching as precious minutes slip away. All they want to do is help, but too many do not know how. Not infrequently, the question asked afterwards is not what went wrong, but why no one present knew what to do. Most emergencies don't happen in hospitals. They happen in our homes, they happen on our streets, and they happen on our roadsides. It's in those first critical moments before professional help arrives, outcomes are often determined, not by advanced medicine, but by whether those present can recognise what is happening, act decisively, and summon help effectively. Evidence consistently shows that early recognition and rapid intervention saves lives. Delay, confusion, or failure to communicate accurately with the emergency services can be fatal. And yet, despite this, our education system still leaves too much to chance. At present, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether a young person is taught how to recognise an emergency, how to remain calm under pressure, how to summon help accurately, or how to apply basic life-saving interventions depends largely on postcode, school discretion, or family circumstance. Some pupils do receive this knowledge, many do not. There is simply no guarantee. This is not a criticism, Madam Deputy Speaker, of our schools or our teachers, who are already shoulder enormous responsibility. It is simply a recognition that we have not set a clear national expectation that these skills matter. This bill seeks to close that gap. It is built around three core aims. First, to ensure that pupils can recognise emergency situations quickly and accurately. The difference between an accident and an emergency is not always obvious, particularly under pressure. Training pupils to assess severity, identify immediate danger, and understand when urgent action is required is foundational to this. Second, to prioritise effective summoning of emergency assistance. Knowing how to contact the emergency services, what information to provide, how to remain calm, and how to follow instructions given by call handlers is not always instinctive, and it must be taught. Clear communication saves time, and time saves lives. Third, to ensure that pupils receive practical, hands-on instruction in the most critical life-saving interventions, with particular emphasis on the management of catastrophic bleeding. Uncontrolled hemorrhage is one of the leading causes of preventable death in trauma. Pupils should learn how to identify severe bleeding, apply direct pressure, use tourniquets where appropriate, and act decisively to stabilise the casualty whilst prioritising their own safety. This should include, of course, formal stop-the-bleed training. These life-saving skills are not confined, of course, to domestic accidents. In mass casualty situations, such as terrorist-style attacks, rapid recognition of danger, safe decision-making, and early bleeding control can save multiple lives before emergency services arrive. What is equally important is that pupils should be trained to assess the risk for themselves, to avoid secondary harm, and to act only when it's safe to do so. This is, of course, not about encouraging recklessness, but about fostering informed, disciplined action. and the importance of this cannot be overstated. In emergencies, well-intentioned but untrained bystanders can inadvertently worsen outcomes or place themselves in danger. The training that is envisaged under this bill should instil practical resilience, knowing when to act, how to act, and when not to act. Evidence shows that repeated practice and realistic simulations significantly improve retention and the likelihood of effective intervention under pressure. The objectives of this bill are reinforced by the works of organisations such as Citizen Aid, which has led the way in educating young people on safe responses to major incidents. Citizen Aid was founded by two of my former bosses, Professor Sir Keith Porter and Major General Tim Hodgetts, and I had the pleasure of hosting them to do a drop-in event in Parliament last year. Its programmes demonstrate that pupils can learn to recognise threats, manage catastrophic bleeding, communicate effectively, and act without panic. Their work shows that structured training builds both competence and confidence, particularly in high-stress scenarios. This is not about turning children into paramedics. It's not about overloading the curriculum. It's not about replacing professional emergency services. It is about ensuring that every young person leaves school equipped with a core set of practical, age-appropriate skills, how to recognise an emergency, how to respond safely, and how to communicate clearly with the emergency services. And critically, how to provide basic life-saving assistance until help arrives. This is because preparedness is not a niche concern, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a matter of resilience. One day, any one of us here may depend upon not upon a professional, but on a passerby. That passerby may be a young person standing there, willing and wanting to help, but uncertain what to do in the circumstances. That uncertainty should not be inevitable. Importantly, this bill is not proposing radical change. Many countries already include emergency response skills within their education system. Here at home, we teach elements of first aid and health and safety in different ways, but we lack consistency, and without the assurance that every child will receive that education. Concerns about pressure on the school curriculum are understandable, but this bill doesn't seek to require wholesale reform, nor does it seek to impose excessive burdens. Training can be delivered through a combination of classroom teaching, practical workshops and simulations. All of these can be supported by qualified instructors, the emergency services and voluntary organisations. The focus must be on gaining those essential high-impact skills. The intent behind this bill reflects a broader societal responsibility. It's not about ideology, it simply recognises that preserving life is a fundamental public good. Pupils trained in these skills will carry them into their families, their workplaces and communities, and thereby have a multiplying effect. In doing so, schools will be directly contributing to national resilience and public safety. What this bill proposes is clarity and coherence, a national expectation that life-saving knowledge is a fundamental part of the curriculum as much as literacy or numeracy when it comes to preparing young people for the real world. International experience reinforces this argument. Countries that embed emergency response training in schools see higher levels of bystander intervention, improved survival rates and greater public confidence. It also reflects a broader truth, that resilience begins long before a crisis occurs. It is built through education, confidence and preparation. By equipping young people with these skills, we do not only improve outcomes in emergencies, we foster responsibility, calm decision-making and a willingness to act for others. This bill is deliberately rooted in prevention rather than reaction, in empowerment rather than fear. Of course, no legislation can prevent every tragedy, but we can ensure that when emergencies do happen, as they inevitably will, the people closest are not left powerless. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill does not ask the House to make a dramatic leap in policy. It asks us to take a sensible, proportionate step to ensure that our education system reflects the realities of the world our young people will face. For the hardest burden of any of us to carry is not that we tried and failed, but that a life was lost whilst we stood by, not through indifference, but through the absence of knowledge this House could have chosen to provide.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
John Cooper, Lincoln Jopp, Charlie Dewhurst, Blake Stevenson, Bradley Thomas, Jim Shannon and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Dr Neil Shastri Hurst.
Go on. Show them how it's done.
Oh, that's good. Very smooth.
Emergency and Life-Saving Skills Schools Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 29th of May 2026.
Friday the 29th of May 2026. Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Finance number 2 Bill Committee.
Now.
Order. Under the order of the House of the 16th of December, we shall now move to Committee of the Whole House. Order.
Finance number 2 Bill, clauses 63 to 68, clauses 83 to 85 and Schedule 13, clause 86, and any new clauses or new schedules relating to the subject matter of those clauses and that schedule.
I remind members that in committee, members should not address the Chair as Deputy Speaker, but please use our names when addressing the Chair. Madam Chair, Chair and Madam Chairman are also acceptable. We will start with the group on inheritance tax on pension interests, and we begin with clause 63 stand part, with which it will be convenient to consider the clauses stand part and new clauses on the selection paper. The question is that clause 63 stand part of the bill. I call the Minister, Lucy Rigby.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and it's a pleasure to open this second day of Finance Bill Committee stage debates. Yesterday, my honourable friend, the Exchequer Secretary, set out how this bill gives effect to a budget that took fair and responsible decisions to stabilise and strengthen the public finances, address the cost of living and renew our public services. We're clear, Madam Chair, that we will not repeat mistakes of the last government. That means no return to austerity and no completely irresponsible, unfunded spending commitments either, each of which, unfortunately, were features of the party opposite's time in power. This government wholeheartedly rejects those failed approaches, and we instead choose a different path, one of fiscal responsibility and one which will strengthen our economy so that it delivers for people right across this country. Today, the House will consider a further set of important and targeted measures relating to pensions, gambling duties and alcohol duty, which reflect this government's commitment to a tax system that's fair, modern and aligned with the realities of today's economy. Our approach to changes to gambling taxation are, as we'll come to later on this afternoon, fair and proportionate, and as my right honourable friend the Chancellor set out in her budget, our reforms to gambling taxation will significantly contribute to this government's efforts to lift an additional 450,000 children out of poverty. On pensions, the clauses before the House ensure that generous tax reliefs continue to support pensions' core purpose, that is, helping people save for retirement. They address long-standing inconsistencies and ensure that pensions are not used primarily as a vehicle for passing on wealth free of inheritance tax, but instead continue to protect the vast majority of estates and maintain strong incentives to save. Madam Chair, I'll turn now to clauses 63 to 68. Pensions enjoy significant tax benefits, with gross income tax and national insurance contributions relief costing 78.2 in 2023-24. It's therefore crucial to ensure that these reliefs are being used for their intended purpose, which is to encourage saving for retirement and later life. Changes to pensions tax policy over the last decade by the previous government led to pensions being used and increasingly marketed as tax planning vehicles to transfer wealth rather than holding true to pensions' primary purpose, which is, of course, providing a way to fund retirement. As honourable members will know, there are also long-standing inconsistencies in the inheritance tax treatment of different types of pensions. Most UK registered pension schemes are discretionary, meaning members are able to nominate who they would like to receive any death benefits, but the scheme trustees are not obliged to follow members' wishes. Under existing rules, any unused pension funds and death benefits from discretionary schemes are not subject to inheritance tax. By contrast, there are some pension schemes that are non-discretionary, and these are subject to inheritance tax under existing rules. Madam Chair, the changes made by Clause 63 mean that most unused pension funds and death benefits payable from a pension will form part of a person's estate for inheritance tax purposes from the 6th of April 2027. Clause 64 ensures that personal representatives are responsible for paying any inheritance tax due. Clause 65 and personal representatives will be able to request that the pension scheme administrator proportion benefits where certain conditions are met. It also allows both personal representatives and pension beneficiaries to make pension scheme administrators pay inheritance tax due on pensions directly to HMRC, again provided certain conditions are met. Clause 64 makes some consequential amendments to the Inheritance Tax Act 1984 to ensure that the existing exemption for spouses and civil partners and the treatment of payments to charities continue to apply. Clause 67 changes the income tax rules for pensions to provide for the payment of inheritance tax, including in respect of direct payment by pension schemes. And Clause 68 ensures that the changes take effect from the 6th of April 2027. Madam Chair, these clauses ensure that pensions are used, as I said, for their core intended purpose rather than as a vehicle for passing on wealth free of inheritance tax. These clauses also remove long-standing inconsistencies and deliver on the government's promise to this country to build a stronger and a fairer economy.
Shadow Minister James Wilde.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I wish to speak on behalf of His Majesty's opposition to new clauses 22, 23 and 24, tabled in my name and those of my honourable friends. And as the Minister set out, clause 63 to 68 introduced measures to apply inheritance tax to unspent pension assets and other death benefits for deaths occurring after the 6th of April 2027. Madam Chair, this Labour government has taken taxes to record levels, £26 billion in additional taxes in this budget, £66 billion since the election, tax increases that were not mentioned in their manifesto. And Labour is increasing taxes on family businesses, on farms, on jobs, on dividends, on savings, on motorists, and now death. Pensions could undermine efforts to encourage people to save at a time when people aren't saving enough. And what does the government do? They limit the salary sacrifice pensions contribution scheme and introduce a new raid on people's pensions pots. The Minister didn't refer to the impact assessment, but it is worth pointing out that it estimates that 10,500 estates will now become liable for inheritance tax, raising £1.5 billion by 2029. And 38,500 estates will pay more inheritance tax than previously was the case. And that's why we oppose this extension of inheritance tax. And the underlying principle, which the Minister seemed to allude to, that people's money doesn't belong to them, it belongs to the state. New Clause 22 is straightforward. It requires the Chancellor to set out the impact of these measures on pension saving, household saving decisions and on personal representatives. There is real concern, I'm surprised the Minister didn't address this, about the administrative burden that is being placed on personal representatives and the effect on the industry. Personal representatives will be required to identify every pension asset, to calculate the inheritance tax due and ensure payment within 6 months. And they will be personally liable if they fail to settle all the liabilities that are due. In many cases, that deadline will be impossible to meet and it must be extended. Furthermore, if a pension fund has to sell illiquid assets such as commercial property quickly, it may well not get the full market value. But the bill does not introduce a relief where the underlying assets must be sold and the proceeds were less than the value of the assets at the time of death. Late payments will attract interest at 8%. By contrast, someone in self-assessment has 10 months to pay tax on the income they already understand. Both the Association of Taxation Technicians and the Chartered Institute have offered some practical solutions. Firstly, to extend the withholding periods, personal representatives can ask pension administrators to withhold 50% of funds for up to 15 months. But that's simply not long enough for the complex cases I've referred to, particularly where business property valuations have to be agreed with the HMRC. Will a minister consider allowing HMRC to extend withholding in such complex cases? Second, they should allow instalment payments for illiquid pension assets. Billions of pounds of pension wealth are in these illiquid assets. The government allows inheritance tax to be paid over 10 years for illiquid estate assets. Why deny the same practical relief for pensions? When this policy was announced, the OBR gave it a very high uncertainty rating, and estimated behavioural effects will cut the static yield by around 43%. So the government's own forecasters accept these changes may well significantly alter saving behaviour, and the new clause simply requires the Chancellor to assess that impact and come to the House to make it clear. New clause 23 requires the Chancellor to consult on the impact of sections 63 to 67 and whether they deliver better outcomes for savers and pensioners. The truth is the government rushed this consultation out after the 2024 budget and followed it with a very narrow technical consultation which did not consider the principled question of whether this approach to pensions being brought with inheritance tax framework at all was appropriate. As the Investing and Savings Alliance told the Economic Affairs Committee in their inquiry, which the Exchequer Secretary gave evidence to, we'd probably not be having this discussion today because I do not think pensions will be going into IHT. And both the Chartered Institute and ATT have criticised the government for consulting on pensions in isolation rather in the context of individuals' wider inheritance tax position. So our clause is explicit. Consultation must take place to assess whether these changes deliver better outcomes for savers and pensions, wording which reflects the commitment the Labour Party made in their manifesto. Our third new clause 24, is essential. It would require the HMRC to publish comprehensive guidance on the new rules for pensions and to set up a dedicated helpline. And why does this matter? Because this measure will be incredibly complex in practice. The Chartered Institute has said that professional executors are already questioning whether they can continue to operate in the market at all. Some firms, we're told, are already leaving the market. And if professionals step back, the burden falls on lay personal representatives, often grieving family members or friends, with more errors, delay and potentially a wider tax gate ensuing. Professional indemnity insurers also need clarity. Yet when is the HMRC due to deliver detailed guidance? Not until spring 2027, just weeks before these changes take effect. That is completely outrageous and far too late. And that's why this clause would require guidance to be published within 6 months of this Act being passed. I want to touch on a broader concern which has been raised with me around the serious unintended consequences potentially for unmarried couples. While today couples can anticipate making financial provision for each other via pensions, if this measure comes into force, they will have to look at other options. If one member of an unmarried couple in their 50s or 60s dies with a pension at peak value, the survivor could lose up to 40% of that fund. Are ministers talking to pension scheme administrators to mitigate the risks for such couples and to provide clear guidance? Madam Chair, these clauses increase taxes, they add complexity, they penalise saving, and they add stress for grieving families. Despite clause 67, we're also advised there's still a risk of double taxation of inheritance tax and income tax, which could see beneficiaries paying in %. So our amendments seek to mitigate its worst real impact on saving behaviour and personal representatives. She should consult properly on these provisions, and she must provide clear guidance backed by dedicated support. We should be incentivising saving, encouraging people to do the right thing. Extending inheritance tax does the opposite, and we will oppose these measures tonight.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a retrospective tax without transitional protection. It upends plans for those who have already made sacrifices to build up their pensions, undermines confidence in pensions planning, reduces long-term investment and causes people to rush to withdraw money from their pensions too. As has been mentioned already, the Chartered Institute and ACT have raised concerns about these clauses which are shoehorning pensions legislation into tax legislation. There are major worries about creating personal liability without control for personal representatives, whether executors or administrators. Personal representatives, as we've heard, are legally obligated to gather all the assets, settle any liabilities, including inheritance tax, and distribute the remainder of the estate to the beneficiaries. They are personally liable if they do not set aside enough money to settle all financial liabilities, including IHT. Experts have warned that being personally liable for IHT on a pension fund that never comes into their hands leaves the door open to costly and protracted litigation and will understandably make personal representatives, such as professionals or friends of the deceased, much more cautious before they distribute all of the estate. Even more concerning is the fact that if representatives discover a new pension fund after settling the initial IHT liability, this will have a knock-on effect not only on the estate, but on all other pension funds. It means that IHT will have to be recalculated for every part of the estate and every pension fund. It is far from uncommon for people to have had different jobs with separate pension plans, so the risk of miscalculation is obvious. If someone passes away before they've had the chance to consolidate their pension funds, tracking down these unused pots within 6 months of their death will be very difficult for executors and will mean that the initial IHT calculations could be wrong. The government must recognise and amend this. If it doesn't, and ministers simply ask future executors to sign some sort of disclaimer form, the government will soon find that nobody will want to take on that role. Our amendments in new clauses 18, 19 and 20 raise the clear need for significant reforms and are a means of pressing the government to protect individuals from being liable for private pensions they didn't know about and couldn't reasonably know about either. Finally, Madam Chair, there is widespread worry that family members might have to wait up to 15 months before they are able to access their inheritance during what is bound to be a hugely straining period of loss and grief. Our proposed NC20 urges the government to recognise that reality and take steps to address it.
Minister.
Madam Chair, thank you. And let me begin by thanking honourable members for their contributions to today's debate on these clauses. And I will respond to each of the specific points that have been raised, but I want to first reflect briefly again on what I set out at the outset as being the core purpose of this bill. This bill contains fair and necessary reforms to the tax system, which unfortunately have been ducked for far too long. They will help to strengthen our economy for the long term, ensuring that we can cut the cost of living and inflation, restore our public services to health, and restore the public finances to health too. And the Tories and Reform, who indeed are increasingly indistinguishable, it might be said, have already set out their choice, a return to the chaos and indeed to the instability of the past as well. That approach failed before and we're not going back. The clauses we've debated today restore pensions, as I said, to their core and intended purpose, which is funding retirement, not allowing them to function as a tax-free vehicle for the transfer of wealth. And generous tax relief for retirement saving is preserved. The clauses presented today ensure that pension wealth is treated fairly and consistently for inheritance tax purposes. They protect ordinary families with more than 90% of estates still paying no inheritance tax at all each year after these changes. Madam Chair, I'll now turn to the non-government amendments tabled for this session. And new clause 18 would require the Treasury to review the effects of the changes to pension tax policy, including their impacts on individuals, administrators and behaviour. A report would need to be laid in Parliament no later than 6 months from the date that the clauses come into force. Madam Chair, this amendment is not necessary. The Government has published a tax information and impact note in the normal way on these changes, and this sets out the impact on individuals, households and families, and it also accounts for the impact on personal representatives too. The government also, as honourable members know, keep all tax policies under review through the monitoring of returns and communication with representative bodies and taxpayer groups. A review within 6 months of the policy taking effect on the 6th of April 2027 is not practical, not least because the data relating to inheritance tax in 2027-28 will not be fully available until the summer of 2030. This is the normal timescale and operates because tax liabilities data is only available with a long lag, including because the filing of the relevant inheritance tax accounts is due 12 months after a death. And for those reasons, Madam Chair, I therefore move that new Clause 18 should be rejected. Madam Chair, I'll now turn to new Clause 19, which would require the government to report on the impact of the reforms on personal representatives. This would include the personal liability for tax on pension assets outside of the estate and any practical difficulties of identifying and valuing multiple pension arrangements within existing time limits. These changes that this bill brings about are consistent with the process which already exists for administering estates and paying any tax due. Personal representatives are already responsible for administering the rest of the estate, including non-discretionary pension schemes, which are already, as I said, within the scope of inheritance tax. The government has acknowledged that there are some challenges for personal representatives, and the changes announced at budget mitigate the risks to personal representatives by providing them with the ability to direct pension scheme administrators to withhold taxable benefits for up to 15 months from the date of death, and indeed to direct them to make payments of inheritance tax directly to HMRC. This will, of course, not apply to pension benefits which are exempt from inheritance tax, including those being left to a spouse or civil partner, pension funds under £1,000 and continuing annuities. The government will also publish regulations this year to provide the right framework to allow personal representatives and pension schemes to exchange all of the necessary information for inheritance tax purposes. The changes announced at Budget 25 also protect personal representatives from the risk that pension pots emerge later. And for these reasons, Madam Chair, new Clause 19 is not necessary and should therefore be rejected. Madam Chair, new Clause 20 would require the government to review the tax administration arrangements relating to inherited pension pots with a focus on any delays in the payment of inherited pension pots caused by tax administration processes. HMRC would be required to publish the outcome of the review within 12 months of the passing of this Act. The government does not want payments to pension beneficiaries to be delayed unnecessarily, and in the vast majority of cases, payments will be made as soon as pension schemes have completed their discretionary processes. Pension benefits that are exempt from inheritance tax, such as payments to spouses and civil partners, or death in service payments, can still be paid as soon as the pension scheme is ready to pay. We do, of course, need to strike a fair balance between beneficiaries of the pension and of the wider estate. And that's exactly why we announced that personal representatives will be able to direct pension schemes to withhold 50% of the taxable benefits for up to 15 months if they reasonably expect inheritance tax to be due. Pension beneficiaries will therefore still be able to access 50% of their taxable pension benefits as soon as their pension scheme is ready to pay, and the remainder once the inheritance tax on the pension has been paid, or indeed the notice to withhold has been withdrawn. And as I've set out, to ensure that the process of calculating, reporting and paying inheritance tax does not take any longer than necessary, the government will introduce regulations setting out deadlines for the parties involved to exchange information. New Clause 20, Madam Chair, should therefore be rejected. Moving to new Clause 22, this would require the Chancellor of the Exchequer to make a statement on the effects of the policy on pension saving levels, household saving decisions and personal representatives, and this statement would need to be made within 6 months of the Act being passed. It's very important to emphasise that the intended purpose of pension savings, and indeed one that this government wholly supports, is to fund retirement, and that is why, to address the Shadow Exchequer Secretary's point, we continue to incentivise pension savings with tax relief on both contributions to pensions and the growth of funds held within a pension scheme. And those reliefs totalled £78.2 billion in 2023-24. Estates will continue to benefit from the normal nil rate bands, reliefs and exemptions available. For example, the nil rate bands mean an estate can pass on up to £1 million with no inheritance tax liability liability, and the general rules mean any transfers, including the payments of death benefits to a spouse or civil partner, are fully exempt from inheritance tax. Madam Chair, as I said, 90% of UK estates will continue to have no inheritance tax liability whatsoever following these changes, and the reforms will only affect a minority with inheritable pension wealth. New Clause 22, Madam Chair, should therefore be rejected. Moving now to New Clause 23, which would require the Chancellor of the Exchequer to undertake a consultation before the 6th of April 2027 on the potential impacts of these changes. The consultation would consider the extent to which the changes to inheritance tax on pension interest deliver better outcomes for UK savers and pensioners. The Government did indeed launch a technical consultation on the day of autumn budget 2024, following the announcement of the policy to draw on the expertise of tax, legal and pension industries. That technical consultation was focused on the processes required to implement the changes, and the Government has made changes as a result of that consultation. As well as the technical consultation on these changes, there's been extensive and regular engagement with stakeholders from both the pensions industry and legal and tax representatives too. And I note the praise for HMRC officials from witnesses at the Economic Affairs Finance Bill Subcommittee in the other place as to how they've engaged on these issues over the course of the last year. Madam Chair, the policy problem with the inheritance tax treatment of pensions is well understood, and we need to ensure that pensions continue to be used, as I said, for their core purpose, which is funding retirement, and that tax reliefs are directed to that effect. And as I've set out, Madam Chair, pensions will continue to enjoy significant tax benefits. For those reasons, New Clause 23 should be rejected. Turning lastly, Madam Chair, to New Clause 24, which would require HMRC to publish comprehensive guidance on the implementation of the policy within 6 months of the Act being passed. It also requires that HMRC establish a dedicated helpline for inquiries relating to inheritance tax on pension interests. As I've set out, Madam Chair, comprehensive guidance will be published in advance of April 2027, and HMRC will provide interactive tools to support personal representatives. Publishing guidance when policies go live is, of course, established practice and ensures that guidance is fully up to date when made available. However, HMRC will continue to work with industry on shaping this guidance and ensuring that the reforms are fully understood. People will be able to call the inheritance tax helpline for inquiries related to these reforms, and as you would expect, staff will be fully trained on each of these changes such that they can support customers. It's on this basis, Madam Chair, that New Clause 24 should also be rejected. And Madam Chair, with these clauses, generous tax relief for retirement saving is preserved. I therefore urge the House to reject new clauses 18 to 20 and new clauses 20 to 24, and I beg to move that clauses 63 to 68 stand part of this bill.
The question is that clause 63 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Is that clause 63 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Mark Ferguson and Taiwo Owatemi. The tellers for the noes, Lincoln Jopp and Alicia Kearns.
The ayes to the right, 348. The noes to the left, 167.
The ayes to the right were 348. The noes to the left, 167. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. Thank you. With the leave of the House, I shall put together the questions that clauses 64 to 68 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 64 to 68 stand part of the bill. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. New clause 24 has been selected for a separate decision. I call James Wilde to move the new clause 24 formally.
HMRC guidance on inheritance tax on pension interests.
The question is that new clause 24 be read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No! Division! Clear the lobby. The question is that new clause 24 be read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes are Lincoln Jopp and Alicia Kearns. The tellers for the noes, Mark Ferguson and Taiwo Owatemi.
Happy count.
Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 184. The noes to the left, 331.
The ayes to the right were 184, the noes to the left 331, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We will now move to gambling duties, and we begin with Clause 83, Stand Part, with which it will be convenient to consider the clauses stand part, schedule and new clauses on the selection paper. The question is that Clause 83 stand part of the bill. I call the Minister. Lucy Rigby.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I now turn to the fifth session of the House on the Finance Bill. And the clauses before us, clauses 83 to 85 and Schedule 13, make changes to the gambling duties regime to better reflect the modern gambling market and raise over £1 billion a year to support the lifting of the two-child benefit cap. I'll first speak briefly to the broader context for the package and then turn to each clause. Gambling is a significant part of the UK economy, generating an annual gross gambling yield of around £16.8 billion in 2024-25, according to figures from the Gambling Commission. The industry has changed markedly in recent years, while the duty system has not changed since 2019. Most notably, there's been a structural shift from in-person to online gambling. And between 2015 to 2025, remote gambling grew by 80%, whilst land-based gambling has declined by 10%. And at the same time, evidence of gambling-related harms has become even more clear. The estimated cost to government and society of gambling-related harms in England alone is between £1.05 billion and £1.77 billion a year. NHS figures show that over 40% of gamblers using online slots, bingo or casino games are considered at risk, compared to less than 15% of those betting in person on horse racing. And referrals NHS England has doubled the number of clinics for problem gambling. MPs and campaigners on this matter, alongside those with constituencies where horse racing plays an important role in their communities and indeed in their local economies as well. At budget, the Chancellor made it clear that changes to gambling taxation are fair, proportionate and they are for a purpose. They will directly contribute to lifting an additional 450,000 children out of poverty, and this government is very proud of that. The opposition unfortunately showed little regard for child poverty when they were in government, and it's entirely in character, albeit no less shocking, that they oppose this government's changes and indeed would increase child poverty as a result. More brazen, though, Madam Chair, is reform. I will.
Can I thank the Minister very much for giving way during an excellent speech, introducing what I think is an extremely positive change. As someone, and I know there are many members across this House who have campaigned for some years to ensure that the most harmful and addictive forms of gambling attract the tax commensurate with those harms. I and I'm sure those other people who have campaigned on this issue welcome this measure. As a member of the Treasury Select Committee, we wrote a report just before the budget recommending this change. I'm very glad to see it. I wonder if the Minister can confirm, as she's already said, that some of the revenue raised will be used to help the government reach its objective of lifting 500,000 children out of poverty. How does that relationship work, though? Because the Treasury clearly doesn't want to see hypothecation of that sum. How does the connection between the money raised by this tax and lifting children out of poverty work?
Madam Chair, my honourable friend makes a very good point indeed, and the tax changes that we're making as part of this bill disincentivise the most harmful forms of gambling, and indeed we've also introduced as well a statutory levy to pay for the prevention of some of these harms arising in the first place and of treatment as well. So as I said, Madam Chair, my honourable friend makes an excellent point. I will.
The Minister has said that this tax change will disincentivise the most harmful form of gambling. Is there any evidence that she can cite today that will demonstrate that? I have no problem with taxing profitable industry to pay for the wonderful policies that we announced at the sector, but the OBR report actually says that there will be a drive towards the black market as a result of these taxation changes, which is the much more damaging, much less revenue raising and ultimately much more damaging to our economy.
Madam Chair, my honourable friend raises a good point, and as I said, NHS figures show that over 40% of gamblers that use online slots, bingo and casino games are considered at risk, compared, as I said, to the 15%, less than 15% of those betting in person on horse racing. So there is indeed an important contrast, and the NHS figures bear that out. Now, Madam Chair, I was talking about the two-child cap, and I was just going to say that more brazen, in fact, is Reform's position on this, who actually went into the election promising to scrap the two-child limit, but who have now abandoned that position and will be traipsing through the lobbies. We can only assume, with their ideological bedfellows, the Conservatives. Indeed, it's very hard to keep track of who is supposed to be sat on the opposition benches and who, indeed, will be up there on any given day. At Autumn Budget 2024, I will.
Honourable Lady for giving way. The Honourable Gentleman for Stoke-on-Trent South raised a very raised a very important point about the fact that the OBR was pointing out the fact that this would drive money towards the black market, potentially not benefiting the taxpayer and the Treasury as much as the Minister is saying in her speech. Can she just actually explain as to what she's going to do, the Minister is going to do in order to avoid the black market benefiting from these tax changes?
Madam Chair, the Honourable Member raises a good point, as indeed did my Honourable friend about the illegal market. But we are reassured by the fact that the illegal market, betting market in the UK, is relatively small, between 2 and 9% of legal online market stakes. And the Gambling Commission is already tackling this risk and seeking to protect consumers. And indeed, the £26 million over the next 3 years that we're providing, additional £26 million, I should say, that we're providing to the Gambling Commission, will go to better and further enforcement in this space against the illegal market, and I hope that that reassures him. Madam Chair, as I was saying, at Autumn Budget 2024, the Government announced a consultation on modernising the tax treatment of remote gambling, including a proposal for a single duty covering all remote betting and gaming. And that consultation ran from April to July 2025. Respondents strongly opposed a single duty, arguing that remote betting and gaming significantly differ in operating costs and in harms too. The Government has listened to those concerns and is not proceeding with a single remote betting and gaming duty. Instead, this bill implements a targeted package of rate changes that will raise over £1 billion a year. It focuses increases on remote gambling, which has grown significantly. It protects UK horse racing, and it supports lower risk, community-based activities by abolishing bingo duty. Madam Chair, I'll now turn to the individual clauses in this bill. The changes made by Clause 83 will increase the rate of remote gaming duty, which applies to online games such as slots and roulette, from 21% to 40% on the 1st of April 2026. Remote gaming has relatively low operating costs and has grown rapidly in recent years, with gross gambling yield rising significantly above inflation from £2.5 billion in 2015-16 to £5.2 billion in 2024-25, based on Gambling Commission figures. And it's associated with higher rates of gambling-related harm, as I said, higher rates relative to other products. NHS data shows that online slots and casino games have much higher proportions of problem gamblers, as we've been discussing, than, for example, betting on sports. And it's by increasing the rate on remote gaming more significantly that this measure intends to reduce the incentive for operators to push customers towards higher harm products. Clause 84 will increase the rate for remote betting. So general betting duty is currently charged at 15% for both remote and in-person betting. But the betting market, as I said, has changed very significantly in how it operates. And Clause 84 will create a new higher rate of general betting duty that will apply to bets placed remotely, such as online sports bets, from the 1st of April 2027. The new remote rate will be set at 25%, while the existing 15% rate will continue to apply to bets placed in person in licensed betting premises. The new 25% rate will not apply to remote bets on UK horse racing. Those bets will remain taxed at 15% in recognition of the fact that operators already pay the 10% statutory horse race betting levy on horse racing bets, creating, of course, a de facto 25% burden when the 15% levy is taken into account. And the new remote rate will also not apply to bets placed via self-service betting terminals in UK licensed betting premises, pool bets and spread bets too. Finally, Madam Chair, Clause 85 will abolish bingo duty. Bingo duty is currently charged on the gross gambling yield from bingo, including in dedicated bingo halls. Bingo is a much lower risk, community-based form of gambling, often providing an important social outlet and supports local venues, including for around 250 bingo halls right across this country. So Clause 85 and the associated Schedule 13 will abolish bingo duty with effect from the 1st of April 2026. And the bill also makes consequential changes to ensure that bingo played in UK licensed bingo halls does not become liable to other taxes or duties as a result of this abolition. This government knows the importance of bingo halls in our communities, and we're proud to back them with this tax change. I will give way.
Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the Minister on the changes that the government has made and in tackling the online gambling harms and also excluding the bingo halls, which, as you say, is a community often and it involves a lot of people. Does the Minister kind of agree with me that it's not just online, it's also offline? And if we should consider, and if the Minister would consider ensuring that we make our high streets a bit safer when it comes to gambling and look at erasing the aim to permit from the Gambling Act 2005 as the next step?
Madam Chair, I confess to my honourable friend that I think I need to write to her on that specific issue because I don't have notes in front of me to that end. But the principles that she raised, I think we are on the same page as to the values that you are seeking to put forward, and I welcome the congratulations that or the welcoming of this bill, I should say. Madam Chair, taken together, clauses 83 to 85 modernise the gambling duties regime. They raise, as I said, over £1 billion a year to support public services and to lift children out of poverty. They focus tax increases on higher harm, fast-growing online products, whilst protecting UK horse racing and land-based betting and supporting bingo halls too. So I therefore move that clauses 83, 84, 85 and Schedule 13... I will.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Bet365 is one of the, based on my honourable friend's constituency, just for clarity, but is one of the largest private sector employers in Newcastle Online, which wasn't in my honourable friend's notes. And I wonder if the Minister will be able to touch on a little bit of the engagement with some of these companies to make sure that the impact on the workers, many of whom will live in my constituency and indeed my honourable friends, won't be adversely impacted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my honourable friend raises an important point, which is, of course, around jobs in this industry. He'll be aware that employment in the gambling industry as a whole has declined by around 20% between 2015 and 2023. So it is in gradual decline, then that trend, of course, predating this finance bill. Those jobs in his constituency are incredibly important, and that's why the measures in this bill deliberately focus on online gambling rather than on betting shops and casinos, which support more jobs and face higher operating costs, as I'm sure indeed do the institutions in his constituency. I will give way.
For giving way, but in Staffordshire and in Stoke-on-Trent Central, specifically, 5,500 people are employed by Bet365. This isn't just a significant employer, it is the most significant employer. I wonder what actions or interventions the Treasury is looking at taking to try and offset some of the potential job losses that these policies are going to cause.
Madam Chair, as I said, employment is indeed an important consideration, and it is one that has been borne in mind for the purposes of this bill. That engagement, there has been considerable engagement on all of these issues, and if the honourable member seeks further engagement, then I'm more than happy to do that. Madam Chair, I was just concluding and moving that clauses 83, 84, 85 and Schedule 13 stand part of this bill.
Shadow Minister James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And these changes were presented as some sort of simplification and modernisation, but clauses 83 and 84 of this bill nearly double remote gaming duty from 21% to 40% and increase general betting duty to 25%. We will have some of the highest rates of tax on gambling in the world. And the industry, as we've heard from some members already, have warned that it could have severe consequences for an internationally competitive sector that supports tens of thousands of jobs, underpins horse racing and other sports, and contributes significantly already to the Treasury. So it is questionable if these measures will actually lead to stable long-term revenue gains for the Exchequer, and there is a very real risk they result in job losses and greater use of unregulated operators in the black market. I'll be speaking to new clause 25, which would require the Chancellor to come back and explain what the consequences have been for revenue, for sports and horse racing, for high streets betting shops, the black market jobs and the public finances. Of course, the origin of these changes owe much to Gordon Brown, who encouraged the Chancellor to hike taxes in order to increase welfare spending. And proponents of higher taxes often suggest they will not have any consequences, but it's the role of us in this House to scrutinise potential changes and then to assess what the impact has been after the event. But independent modelling from EY, shared by the Betting and Gaming Council, suggests the impact of doubling remote gaming duty could be the loss of 15,000 jobs. A further 1,700 jobs could be lost from the increase in general betting duty. In total, that's 17,000 positions located in Stoke-on-Trent, Leeds, Sunderland, Manchester, Nottingham, Newcastle-under-Lyme, Norwich and other areas which could all be affected. Of course, these are simply projections. They could be proved to be pessimistic, and we certainly hope that to be the case. When unemployment has risen consistently under this government due to the jobs tax and other costs, the warning should not just be dismissed, which is why the Chancellor must account for the impact of her choices as required by the amendment. There's been some mention of horse racing. I was pleased to join with colleagues across the House who supported the AXE, the racing tax campaign, another tax that the Chancellor wanted to introduce, but she was forced into one of her all too regular U-turns.
Exactly.
I'll happily give way to the honourable gentleman.
Does he accept that the consultation to harmonise gambling taxes, which the horse racing industry was most opposed, was first proposed by his government, and it's something that they were proposing that we have just inherited?
Well, we're debating the measures in this bill which were brought forward by this government. I wasn't involved in the changes that he was proposing. I certainly wouldn't have supported hitting the horse racing sector in the way it was proposed, and I don't remember it being in a previous finance bill in a previous government. So it's this government that sought to bring forward those measures, and they were roundly rejected because horse racing supports around 85,000 jobs and contributes £300 million in tax revenue every year. But despite the climb down in exempting horse racing from the higher rates, the industry could still feel the consequences of this government's approach to gambling duties, because when the online betting sector is squeezed, what happens? Sponsorship is likely to be reduced, and because racing's funding depends heavily on those partnerships and putting on the sponsorship, we could see an impact in racing. And in my own area of Norfolk, we're very fortunate to have Fakenham races, where I went and supported the campaign by the British Horse Racing Association against the government's plans. And that's a venue that's synonymous with the area, and the identity it is a source of local employment, not just for people who are at the track itself, but to the farriers, to the pubs, the hotels, and the whole ecosystem that supports racing. And that's why these clauses in the bill continue to pose a risk to the sector and other sports, and that needs to be accounted for. Turning to one of the issues that's been raised, namely the black market, which the Honourable Member for Stoke-on-Trent Central raised, as did my right honourable friend for Stone, Great Wireley and Perkbridge. And the government has acknowledge there are risks associated. Have I got that right?
It was
close. Okay. The government has acknowledged the risks associated with taking this approach, which is why they quietly set aside £26 million for the Gambling Commission to combat black market expansion. But the same EY analysis suggests that over £6 billion in stakes could migrate to the black market, doubling its current size and undermining progress made through the existing regulatory framework. And the OBR itself has identified leakage potentially around £500 million in lost revenue as activity shifts away from properly regulated markets. So those projections, again, they could be wrong, but they could be right, raise legitimate questions about the overall effectiveness of the government's approach. When taxes rise too far, behaviour can change and actually the yield can go down, and that's what we'll see with a number of the tax rises that the government has got in this finance bill. And rather than reducing demand, activity will move to unregulated markets where the consumer protections are weaker, fraud risks are higher, and tax revenue is not collected. And I'm not sure we've heard a convincing response from the Minister about how that will be addressed and whether those risks have actually been taken properly into account. And let's look at what happened in the Netherlands when the Dutch government last January raised its remote slots tax rate to 34%. Within months, gross gaming revenue fell by a quarter and gambling tax receipts dropped to just 83% of the previous year, leaving a €200 million shortfall in the projections. And somewhat predictably, the Dutch regulator then reported a huge growth in the number of people accessing unlicensed domains, rising from 200,000 to 1 million. So this should serve as an example as to why we should have caution for the Chancellor's plans. And experience suggests that changes have unintended consequences and those risks must be carefully assessed. So I hope in winding up, the Minister will provide a bit more clarity about how that will be monitored and what steps the government will take if it proves to be the case and those projections prove to be accurate. There's also some debate and confusion in the sector and some of the professional bodies about the treatment of free bets and free plays, which both the sector and those bodies have raised concerns because the budget costings document calculates gambling duty using the gross gambling yield, which is the revenue retained by operators after paying out winnings to customers. However, current law uses a wider measure which also counts the value of free bets and free plays, which means there is a potential mismatch. So I'd be grateful if the Minister could clarify that, and I'm sure she's had representations on it directly. Madam Chair, we need to strike a balance in levels of taxation. Industry is warning these increases will lead to job losses, impact on sports, and lead to more black market activity. Therefore, new clause 25 seeks transparency and an answer to those concerns. It asks the Chancellor to assess the impact of these changes, these rises on jobs, horse racing, the black market, jobs and the public finances. That is the minimum that Parliament should expect, and I hope honourable members will support our new clause.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak today on clauses 83, 84, 85 and Schedule 13, which respectively outline an increase in tax on online gaming, for example online slots or casino games, a new rate of general betting duty specifically for online betting, for example placing a bet on a football match, and removing bingo duty. Online gambling has evolved very quickly and legislation has simply not kept up. Before you might pop down to your local high street betting shop or organise a trip with your friends to the casino, it was confined to a specific place that you had to go to and then at some point leave. That doesn't mean there was no problem gamblers, of course there were, but it did impose necessary social and physical limits on gambling. And online gambling has changed this beyond all recognition. Now that casino fits into your pocket. Online platforms know your habits, when you use your phone most, when you haven't gambled in a while, and they can tailor notifications to pull you back in. The technology is designed to prey on human instinct, using algorithms that make betting time-sensitive, compulsive, and constantly available. And in case the opportunity to gamble ever slips your mind, gambling companies will be sure to remind you in a commercial break for sports matches, on the side of buses, and emblazoned on the microphone at Premier League post-match interviews. You might see some of the seemingly generous offers they give you. For your first £5, they will give you £100, even £200 credit to gamble with. And that feels like a lot of money to most people. But it's pennies compared to what they are making on their current customers and what they might make from you once you're hooked. And as someone who, to be frank, doesn't really like gambling, I don't gamble, and I don't really understand why people enjoy handing their money over to betting companies. I really detest the tactics used by gambling companies to pull people in. As online gambling has evolved exponentially, the online platforms have been able to get away with, in my opinion, dodging responsibility for problem gambling, or in paying their fair share into the treasury. As my dad always says, you never meet a poor bookie. And that's why I support Clause 84, which will introduce a new higher rate of tax on remote betting, so that online bets are more expensive compared to in-person betting. These taxes will be paid by the platform so we can catch up finally with the reality of the gambling world, which has moved far beyond the traditional model of shops and casinos the tax system was designed around. Now, Clause 83 raises the rate of remote gaming duty, the tax on online slots and casinos. By doing so, it reduces the incentives for operators to push the most harmful forms of online gambling, making the system fairer and safer for everyone. I represent Morecambe, Madam Chair, a seaside town which has a host of gaming businesses on the front and a bingo hall. And the evidence shows it's not the penny slots or weekly bingo games that drive the majority of problem gambling. So I'm very pleased that the new remote gaming and betting duties recognises this. A focus on the evidence base is really clear from the government's responsiveness to feedback from the consultation undertaken on gambling, where it was shown that different forms of gambling carry different levels of harm and, of course, costs to operate. So instead of imposing a flat rate across the sector, this government will be taking a more nuanced approach, imposing the highest rates on remote gaming, which carries the biggest risk of harm, whilst protecting lower harm forms of gambling, such as your local bingo hall. Part of the revenue raised will go to research, prevention and treatment of gambling harms. And this replaces a voluntary system that some operators exploited, contributing as little as £1 a year. These new levies will take into account differences in operating costs and the different levels of harm across gambling activities. And under these new measures, it's estimated that £810 million will be generated in 26-27, rising to £1 billion by 30-31. This is money that, as well as tackling gambling harms, can go into our NHS, our social care, our schools, and people will still be free to gamble if they choose. But these measures discourage the most harmful forms of online betting and gaming, while supporting lower risk, community-focused activities. The abolition of bingo duty supports this approach, as well as protecting jobs and local social spaces. This measure is informed by Labour values. Madam Chair, we have a long-standing principle that the polluter pays. In this case, online gambling platforms are polluting people's lives, harming their health, draining their wealth and breaking up families. This must end, and clauses 83, 84, 85 and Schedule 13 will go some way to doing this.
Spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We Liberal Democrats have long campaigned to double remote gaming duty, and we are grateful to the government, which has finally listened and taken that on board. This is a measure that will raise vital revenue in a fair way, whilst addressing the eye-watering profits of the big online gambling companies and standing up for the thousands affected by problem gambling. According to the latest figures from the Gambling Commission, the online gambling giant saw revenues reach an eye-watering £7.8 billion in 2024-25. Meanwhile, Public Health England has estimated that gambling cost the UK economy around £1.4 billion a year through a combination of financial harms and the impact on physical and mental health, employment, education and crime. And around 300,000 adults in Britain experience problem gambling, as well as roughly 40,000 children. These figures are stark, and this measure finally takes action that should have been taken a long time ago, and it will raise around £1.8 billion a year by 2029-30 to fairly fund our public services. But, Madam Chair, buried in the fine print is a detail that makes it seem as if the government is giving the big online gambling firms a get-out. So I would be grateful to the Minister for some clarification. The budget policy costings document states that the tax base for this measure is the gross gambling yield. Gross gambling yield is the revenue retained by gambling operators after paying out winnings to customers. However, the tax base for remote gaming duty as defined in the Finance Act 2014 is a larger tax base. It is known as the gross gambling revenue. This includes the notional stake value of free bet. Tax measure will apply to a narrower tax base than the one currently targeted by remote gaming duty. How much tax revenue has been foregone by this narrowing of the tax base? Was it unintended, or was it a result of influence from the sector? And can the Minister confirm whether these big online gaming duties met with any ministers and discussed these measures whilst they were being considered? New Clause 21, tabled in my name, seeks to clarify this situation, requires the Chancellor, within 6 months of the passing of this Act, to undertake an assessment of the impact of the implementation of Sections 83 and 84 in respect of the treatment of free bets and free plays for calculating general betting duty on remote bets, so we can see clearly what the impact of this difference will mean.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to speak today in support of clauses 83 and 84 on gambling taxation. And of course, I strongly welcome these steps which relate to remote gaming duty, covering online slots, online casino games and other high-risk remote gambling products. Ahead of the budget last year, I was one of more than 100 Labour MPs that wrote to the Chancellor alongside Gordon Brown, calling for a different approach to gambling taxation, one that recognises the reality of the modern gaming industry. We highlighted how taxing the social ills caused by online gambling could pay for the abolition of the two-child benefit cap, and I strongly welcome the action the Chancellor has taken to lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty on the back of these changes. For us, fairness was not just about asking those with the broadest shoulders to contribute more, it was about ensuring those whose business models generate the most harm make a proper contribution to the cost of that harm. Which is why Clause 83 is so important, as it targets the most addictive and dangerous forms of gambling, online slots and casinos. As a country, we are experiencing record levels of harm caused by gambling, and the Gambling Commission's own figures tell us that 2.5% of adults, which is more than 1 million people, are suffering from serious gambling harm. There are many types of gambling harm: debt, family breakup, crime, and at the most severe end, suicide. And so it is extremely worrying that the Royal College of Psychiatrists have seen a threefold increase in those referred for gambling treatment since gambling moved online during the pandemic. In my own area, the Dudley-based Gordon Moody charity, who provide gambling treatment centres all over the West Midlands, have seen a large increase in referrals, most worryingly amongst younger people involved in online gambling. This is not a coincidence, of course. Online slots and casinos are designed to be high-speed, continuous, psychologically manipulative, and for many, overwhelmingly addictive. So the Chancellor's decision to increase remote gaming duty targeted at these most harmful forms of gambling is absolutely the right thing to do. It sends a clear message that the tax system must reflect the level of harm caused. But there is another reason this charge, as well as Clause 84, which increases general betting duty, is the right thing to do. And that's because many online gambling operators, particularly these large global operators, have spent years offshoring their profits, booking revenues overseas, minimising their UK tax liabilities, and contributing very little in terms of meaningful employment or investment in our communities. In one example, at the end of last year, the online operator Skybet moved its headquarters to Malta, specifically to avoid UK corporation tax, cutting its contribution to the Treasury by tens of millions of pounds. And in another example, there was an unnamed online bookmaker being investigated by the Gambling Commission for illegally directing customers to offshore-based platforms, indeed the black market itself, to avoid paying UK tax and to avoid UK regulations. Increasing these online duties means it will be harder for unscrupulous operators to avoid tax by moving operations offshore. Online gambling in the UK will be taxed fairly in the UK. Raising remote gambling duty to 40% and general betting duty to 25% for remote bets also puts us on a footing much closer to other European jurisdictions and many states in the United States. Under the budget, until the budget, the UK was behind the curve in taxing these highly harmful online products. For us, the Chancellor's move is not just a matter of revenue, it's also a matter of fairness, responsibility, and aligning our tax system with the reality of modern online gambling. But Madam Chair, taxation is only one element of harm reduction. Raising duty alone, of course, will not prevent gambling addiction. It will not stop children being exposed to online gambling advertising. It will not ensure that families receive the support they need when a loved one falls into crisis. What we do need, if we are to tackle these harms, is a public health approach. That means proper funding for treatment, and I welcome the steps already taken under the statutory levy, but it also means serious investment in prevention, community education, early intervention, and a modern regulatory framework that puts people, not profits, first, fully independent of the gambling industry. I want to highlight another pressing issue for the Minister, the continued prevalence of the B-free gaming machines on physical premises. These high-intensity machines, so often located in areas with higher deprivation, continue to cause significant harm, yet they remain under-regulated and under-taxed relative to the risks that they pose. If we are to take harm seriously, B3 machines should be included in the next phase of gambling tax reform. Finally, Madam Chair, in the last Gambling Act was introduced more than 20 years ago, in a completely different era, before the smartphone, before the expansion of data-driven behavioural targeting, and before 24/7 online casinos in your pocket. A new act is clearly needed. Our laws have not kept pace with technology. They have not kept pace with the scale or sophistication of online gambling operators, and they have not kept pace with the reality of the harm we now see every day in communities across the country. So while I welcome these measures in the Finance Bill, I urge the Government to move quickly to update advertising rules, to strengthen affordability checks, to protect children and vulnerable people, and to ensure that tax policy regulation and public health strategy on gambling are all aligned. Madam Chair, these measures on remote gaming duty and general betting duty are excellent steps in the right direction. They acknowledge the reality of harm, they strengthen fairness in our tax system, and they take us closer to a modern framework that puts the well-being of the public first.
Dame Caroline Dinage.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak on in support of New Clause 25, which would require the Government to assess the effects of an increase in gambling duty, because just as I believe that individuals have a right to spend their hard-earned money as they like, I do believe that it's important they do so in a very sensible and regulated and safe environment. But whatever we might think about gambling companies, gambling is already a very heavily regulated sector. Since the Gambling Act 2023, passed by the last government, the industry has already absorbed over 62 policy changes. These changes include limit on slot stakes, financial risk checks on transactions, tightened market rules, and of course the statutory levy. The sector is so well regulated that the Culture, Media and Sport Select Committee warned the last government that the finance risk checks should be as minimally intrusive as possible. And as chair of the committee, we concluded that the government must strike a careful balance, preventing harm for all while allowing those who gamble safely the freedom to continue to do so. And I do have concerns that this vast increase in taxation on online betting and gaming doesn't strike that balance. The combination of the existing regime of regulation that is strong and a sudden jump in the levels of remote gambling duty from 21 to 40% is the kind of environment that I believe risks pushing people into the black market. As a floor, 40% is very high for remote gaming by international standards, and it's been suggested that such high taxes could double the size of the online black market. I wondered if the Minister recognises, as the Shadow Minister highlighted, research from the Netherlands that found that after steep tax rises were introduced on remote slots, there was visits to black market domains increased fivefold over a 3-year period. And this is what we have to worry about if we're concerned about the oversight of those making bets and playing slots. It's why I'm supportive of New Clause 25 tabled by the opposition. It requires the Chancellor to assess and report back on the effects of the increase in gambling duties on things like the number of high street betting shops, on the black market, on the employment rate, on the public finances, and on sports and horse racing. when it comes to sports and horse racing, I was glad to see a carve-out for UK horse racing from general betting duty. I was among the many members calling for this in recognition of the unique place that horse racing occupies in British cultural life, as well as the 85,000 jobs and £4 billion contribution to the economy that horse racing offers. But the government has slightly dressed up its raid on gambling companies as being driven by concerns around gambling harms. In November 2024, I spoke at the BACTA Convention about the then recently announced statutory levy and my concerns with how it would be distributed to organisations that conduct this harms research. The committee has recommended the year before that the government ensure that service providers that were operating via the voluntary funding system were adequately supported to make the transition to the statutory levy. However, we've now received very concerning reports that especially voluntary organisations are facing a funding cliff edge with delays and a lack of information about the transition to levy payments from the NHS. I'm not entirely sure the Minister is listening to what I'm saying, but I'm hoping she'll be able to address this, because she hasn't looked at me once while I've spoken, but hopefully she'll be able to, but hopefully she's writing furious notes about what I'm talking about, so hopefully she'll be able to address these concerns when she tells me that she will discuss with colleagues and act to ensure that no charitable organisation currently operating within the gambling harm prevention sector will have to fold due to delays within levy funding. Madam Chair, I know the Chancellor is looking around for money and believes that she can raise it from gambling companies, but as with many of her other measures, such as national insurance rises, she will be the victim of the law of unintended consequences if she's not careful. On this occasion, it is that more people will be dragged into the black market, where they will quite simply find better offers than those offered by gambling companies. And the black market is completely unregulated. There is no maximum stake limit. There is no financial vulnerability checks. There are no deposit limits or prompts or transparent spending summaries. And having taken the opportunity to speak with many of those who have been impacted by problem gambling, and in some cases the families of those who have been impacted in the most substantial way, people who've taken their own lives, Madam Chair, the black market is a wild west that any vulnerable person could very easily be drawn into, and these measures could represent a one-way ticket to that town. The government recognises this, I think, already in their own statistics. As the Minister said, they're earmarking an additional 26 million for the Gambling Commission to investigate this. So clearly they recognise it's a problem that needs to be kept an eye on. But you know, it's not. This is really, really important. And so, while the Chancellor believes that she's potentially pocketing a cool £1.1 billion from this increase, there's a risk that in reality she will lose out on the tax receipts from up to £6 billion diverted back to the black market. So, while she might think she's the winner, in actual fact, under her watch, once again, we'll all be losers.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As has already been pointed out by a number of colleagues, my constituency is home to Bet365. It is. I would just say to my honourable friend from Hales Owen, because he did say something about how there is no meaningful employment. There are thousands of people in my constituency who put food, and my honourable friend from Newcastle, who put food on the table for their children because of the work and the job. Let me finish my sentence. Who put food on the table because of the job that they do in that industry. It's 109,000 people who go to work in that sector, whether it be a betting shop, a casino, a bingo hall, or in the high-tech companies like the one in my constituency. And to sort of say it's not meaningful does make this look like an ideological change rather than the point about taxation, but I will give way.
Giving way, the point I was trying to make, not at all that people that work in the gambling industry are not involved in meaningful employment, but the online sector, they represent less than 10% of jobs. And yet they make enormous profits. So in fact, by taxing online companies more, gambling companies are incentivised to put more people in the land-based gambling sector, which indeed could increase employment and would be good for people in his constituency.
Madam Deputy Speaker, that is frankly nonsense. There are 7,500 people who work in my constituency. That is 1 in 10 people, if they were living in my constituents, who get paid a salary that is greater than the average for the region. It is that company, whether you like gambling or not, Madam Deputy Speaker, that company, the people it employs, are driving economic regeneration of North Staffordshire, because those jobs are the ones that have the money to spend in our services, to spend in our shops, to spend in our social activities. And whether you want to make this a debate about the moral rights and wrongs of gambling, which I'm sure we don't because of the nature of the debate that we're having today, I do think we need to countenance the reality of the circumstances that are faced by some of the communities that host these companies as a result of these tax changes. And I congratulate the gentleman for being successful in his campaign to get to where we are today. But the consequences are going to be felt in my constituency with job losses. It is going to be felt with the fact that there are people who will not have a job this time next year as a result of the fact that the company that they work for will have to either reduce the number of people that they work for, or worst of all, some of them will move overseas. And there has been lots of comments about moving profits overseas and the prospect of bad actors. Actually, the one that's in my constituency is probably the exemplar of how to do it in terms of keeping the money in the UK. The owners of them, and they are paid incredibly well, still pay PAYE. They make a contribution to the state that is equal to about the size of my entire local government budget. The idea that these are not meaningful organisations is slightly disrespectful to the people that are there. And actually, the economic damage that would be happening in my city if they were to disappear overnight, which they could do, would be devastating and frankly would cost the government considerably more in a bailout that we would need than they would raise through this tax. I'd also, and the honourable gentleman from Dartford, I think it was Dartford, made the point about we don't do hypothecation in this country. We don't do hypothecated taxes. Now, I support every measure that the government has brought forward in terms of spending in the budget. The two-child benefit cap being lifted in Stoke-on-Trent Central will benefit 4,500 people. And my city has one of the highest rates of child poverty anywhere in the country, so the benefit that is derived by those families will be enormous and immediate. But I do think we've got to be very careful. Everything goes into one big pot and then everything goes out of the other pot. So to make it as if this is some sort of moral argument for that specifically taxing gambling is the only possible way that we could fund and deal with child poverty in the country, I think it is a slight misnomer that we should be careful about. I also, having visited Bet365 and having seen the work that they do, they are worried about the impact that the changes will have on the black market. They spend as do the entire sector, spend an awful lot of their time and energy doing R&D to try and work out how to keep people working, how to keep people playing and betting in the regulated sector, where you have support for people that are at risk of gambling, where you can do the lockout mechanism for problem gamblers, and where the tax receipts from those people that bet goes back into the UK. £6 billion going into the unregulated sector is a huge potential loss to the Treasury. And we're all one or two clicks away from being in an unregulated gambling app. The Safer Gambling Week, the Betting and Gaming Council brought in a series of computers and asked people to look at two comparable gaming sites. And I will give away again, let me finish my sentence. Without realising, you could easily be on one site that is not regulated, where the taxes, where the revenue stream is almost certainly going into completely dark activity, probably funding some sort of organised criminal activity, versus a regulated sector product that is with all the support and safety measures that comes. And because of the fact that you can proliferate these things on phones now, Madam Speaker, the access to it for everybody at all age is now much easier. So there is a genuine concern that we need to think about, which is if that is £6 billion that is going into the unregulated sector, if as a result of these tax changes, as the OBR recognises, there will be an increase in unregulated activity and problem gaming, is the £26 million for the Gaming Commission enough? Is the 1.1 billion raised by the statutory levy going to be sufficient? And as the Honourable Lady from Gosport has just said, there is genuine concern from some of the charitable organisations that are on the ground that they have not yet had their funding for this. They have not had a confirmation of how they will be able to spend it. Does it just get sucked into the NHS pot and be spent through a medical solution to this, which might be the solution? But that does mean that some of those very carefully crafted mechanisms to deal with gambling and problem gambling will simply lose out as a result of big structural changes to tax. And if the Honourable Gentleman wants to give way, I will allow.
Friend, and I'm starting to agree with him. I'm also concerned about the black market in online gambling, and I welcome the extra money that the Chancellor has introduced for the Gambling Commission, which has powers including blocking ISPs and blocking payments and doing other things to crack down on unregulated gambling. But one concern I wonder if he shares with me is the advertising of unregulated online gambling companies in the UK, including in the Premier League. Does he agree with me that the government should be doing something about that so we can support better the regulated sector?
Absolutely. I am an old-fashioned state regulator. I like the idea that the state can regulate things. I like the idea of tax and spend as well. That is what we are doing in this budget. It is good things. It's fun. Yeah, I was so close to the South West Norfolk. I raised his hopes and I dashed them there and then. But But yeah, we do need to do that. But if you think about some of, if you think about some of the changes that came through the white paper, the whistle-to-whistle ban on certain products being promoted, the voluntary opt-out that gambling companies do with the Premier League, the soon-to-be banning of gambling companies and football shirts, which uniquely again impacts on Stoke-on-Trent because Bet365 sponsors Stoke City. So should we ever make it to the Premiership, there would have to be a complete rechange of our kit. And we came so very close in the beginning of the season, but we're not quite there now. So there is more we can do around the unregulated sector, but that should be a collective effort. And we should also not kid ourselves that what we're doing today is to try and get on top of the unregulated sector. So what we're doing today is talking about the taxation of the regulated sector, and the consequence of that is that we are inadvertently pushing more people potentially to go into the unregulated sector, and the consequence of that will be bad for society, it will be bad for the people that are problem gamblers, and it will also be a challenge for the Gambling Commission to then regulate that, and we need to be upfront about that. The other point I wanted to pick up was we will have a perverse incentive where, and I recognise that those very addictive games that people can get hooked on and spend an absolute fortune on, because it does, as the Ombudsman said, have those psychological impacts of trying to draw you in and spend money and make it worthwhile. The machine gaming duty rate for that as a land-based product will be 20%. The remote gaming duty, the remote betting duty for if you want to put a bet on as a football match using one of the apps at home will be 21%. So we recognise that the gaming side of this is much more damaging than the betting side of this. So we're actually going to have a lower rate for land-based gaming than we are for remote betting, when we recognise that betting as a product is a safer, more cost-intensive situation. I do wonder whether that was by design by the Treasury or whether that's a consequence that hasn't been considered. If the Minister could potentially address that. I also wonder whether the Minister, because the Minister has said that this is a fair levy. We will be taking gaming rate to 40%. That will make us an outlier with our European neighbours. The next tiles will be sort of the Czechia with 35%, Netherlands with 34%, Denmark with 28%. There is obviously a point at which the taxation of a product becomes so de minimis in its return that it ceases to have an effect. I've never believed in the Laffer curve, but I can see where we're getting to a point. I'm sorry to disappoint you again, Donald General again. That we get to a point where we are trying to squeeze an increasingly large amount of money out of a shrinking tax base because more people are taking their spend elsewhere. That would be damaging for everybody. It would be damaging for my constituents, because if the demand for the service and the products that are made by the companies in my constituency dry up, then those jobs also dry up. But also be bad for the Treasury, because the amount of money they can raise from the regulated sector will decrease, and that is not something that we want to see. But I would also ask the Minister whether she's looked at the evidence that came from the Netherlands, because when the Netherlands increased their raise, and they raised it for good reason, they raised it to try and raise money to pay for parts of their social programmes. They did that as a decision around the tax and spend. What they saw was a huge increase into the unregulated sector. They saw a spike in their in the use of unregulated products by something like fivefold over 3 years, and they also saw a huge decrease in the expected rate of return for their revenue. And there are examples in other European countries where this is the case, and I do wonder whether we've looked at those before making some of the decisions that we are making today, and whether or not we have a contingency. I mean, not that we are hypothecating taxation in this country, but we have said this is to fund the quite right reduction of child poverty through removing the two-child benefit gap. If the revenue rates from these changes decreases, where is that additional money going to come from? And then finally, and I do wonder whether the Minister is able to touch on the impact that this has on Gibraltar, because with the decisions that we make today around the tax rates on gambling will have an effect on Gibraltar. Nigel Feetham, who is the Minister for Finance in Gibraltar, has pointed out repeatedly that in Gibraltar, 3,500 people derive their job from the gambling sector. It makes up 30% of their GDP. 1/3 of their tax receipts comes from the gambling sector. He has said only this week that it will remove tens of millions of pounds from the Gibraltar government's budget. And there's absolutely no way that they can replace that from domestic sources in any reasonable time. Now, given that Gibraltar is one of our important overseas territories, Can the Minister set out and explain when she responds what conversations she's had or the Treasury has had with counterparts in Gibraltar, what the contingency is if we find ourselves inadvertently creating a massive black hole in the Gibraltar government's budget, and again, if we have to in some way bail them out, where is that money going to come from? Because if that money is taken out of the revenue that is expected to be raised from this particular rate, that then undermines the figures for other parts of the budget, which in its entirety I support.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My constituents know all too well that there are some gambling companies that thrive on making vast profits from addiction, distress and despair, often delivered straight into people's homes through online platforms and their mobile phones, quietly but devastatingly tearing families apart. And that's why I speak today on the government's clauses 83 to 85 and Schedule 13. Remote gaming, including online slots and casino games, is the most addictive and fastest growing part of the gambling industry. These products are deliberately engineered to keep people playing, spending and losing long after the fun has gone and the harm has begun. In Wolverhampton North East, through my constituents' casework, I see the real-world consequences of parents trapped in spiralling debt, children going without the basics, and relationships breaking under unbearable strain. Now, this bill addresses that harm head-on. From the 1st of April this year, 2026, the rate of remote gaming duty will rise from 21% to 40%, targeting the most harmful and addictive parts of the market. For remote betting, a new rate of 25% will be introduced from 1st of April 2027, while bets on UK horse racing are protected and remain at current rates. Now, this reflects the lower harm of these products and recognises the contribution of operators to the statutory horse race betting levy. These targeted increases are not just about raising revenue, they are about disincentivising harmful practices and holding companies to account. Now, just as important is what this bill does not tax. And for my bingo-loving constituents, by abolishing bingo duty from the 1st of April 2026, this government is recognising that not all gambling is the same. Bingo halls like that in Wensfield are community spaces, places of friendship and connections, especially for some of our older residents. So supporting lower risk activities while cracking down on the most harmful ones is exactly the balanced approach that our communities expect. These changes will raise over £1 billion a year to support the public finances, including Labour's mission to lift 500,000 children out of poverty, and that impacts more than 4,200 children in my constituency of Wolverhampton North East. This is protecting families from harm, supporting communities and making sure that those who profit from misery finally pay their fair share. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm grateful to honourable members for their contributions to today's debate, particularly to my honourable friends, the members for Wolverhampton North East, the members for Morecambe and Lunesdale, and my honourable friend, the member for Halazoan as well, and for their heartfelt speeches in favour of these measures. And I note to the comments of the right honourable member for Gosport, which I can assure her I did listen to in full, and indeed my honourable friend sat just here, the member for Stoke-on-Trent Central, both of whom have, of course, tremendous expertise, I accept, in this area. As I set out, Madam Chair, we do believe the measures in clauses 83 to 85 deliver fair reforms to our system of gambling, because they reflect the reality of how gambling has changed in our country, the harms that now exist and the need for the tax system to keep pace as these changes continue. The government's objective is to strike a balance by raising revenue fairly while avoiding further pressures on land-based operators. New clauses 21 and 25 ask the Chancellor to review impact and make a statement on the effects of the increase in gambling duties. And both new
I thank the Minister for giving way. She will know that Northern Ireland has some of the highest rates of gambling with 3% of adults classified as problem gamblers and 5% at moderate risk. She will also know, and I welcome her efforts in this regard and the money that this will raise. Would you give a commitment to this House that she will enter into conversations with the Communities Minister in Northern Ireland about Northern Ireland's fair share of this levy to ensure that organisations helping those with gambling addictions are able to avail of this funding to help people in that situation? I spoke recently to a constituent and he started gambling at age 6. And it really struck a chord. Those people need help, and I would just ask her to do that.
Minister.
Madam Chair, the Honourable Member raises an important point, and I'd like to check, and before I commit to her to take that forward, what discussions have already taken place, which I hope she will accept is necessary from my point of view. Both of the new clauses that are being proposed focus on the impacts of the changes to gambling duty and ask for a commitment to update Parliament within 6 months of the bill being passed. Can I first say that this government did not announce and is not proposing to make any changes to the treatment of free plays or free bets through this bill. And furthermore, the bill does not make any changes to the duty charged on bets placed on horse racing and indeed in high street betting shops. Second, Madam Chair, in relation to the illegal market, which has been raised a number of times, the Gambling Commission is already tackling this risk and is protecting consumers, but we do recognise that modern technology makes it easier for illegal websites to target consumers. So to strengthen enforcement and protect consumers from dangerous illegal sites, we are providing, as has been referred to, this additional £26 million over the next 3 years to the Gambling Commission. And my honourable friend, the member for Stoke-on-Trent Central, I hope I can assure him that the £100 million a year in form of the statutory levy is ring-fenced to address prevention and treatment and research in this area. Madam Chair, the government has published a tax information and impact note for this measure at budget, and as set out in that note, consideration will be given to monitoring and evaluating the expected exchequer impacts of the policy after at least 2 years of monitoring data has been analysed and collected. And more broadly, the government continually monitors the operation of all taxes and keeps them under review to ensure that they deliver on their intended outcomes and indeed are fit for purpose. So for these reasons, the proposed statement and the impact assessment are not necessary. So, Madam Chair, the measures in clauses 83 to 85 deliver, as I said, fair reforms to our system of gambling taxation. They do reflect how gambling has changed in our country, the harms that now exist and the need for the tax system to keep pace as these changes continue. Now, the Shadow Exchequer Secretary raised levels of employment. He'll know that right across the piece, the OBR expects that employment levels will rise in every year of the forecast. Costings were also raised, Madam Chair, as part of this debate, including by my honourable friend, the member for Stoke-on-Trent Central. The OBR has taken account of behavioural impacts within its costing, and of course those costings are certified and scrutinised in the usual way. Now, the Liberal Democrats spokesperson asked about engagement with industry, and I can confirm to her that the government, as I hope she would expect, we've engaged with a number of stakeholders, including from the gambling industry, as part of the consultation process. My honourable friend, the member for Stoke-on-Trent Central, also raised Gibraltar, and of course we recognise that Gibraltar has a gambling industry that very much faces the UK. I can assure him that there has been engagement, not by me, but by some of my colleagues in the Treasury with Gibraltar to that end. Madam Chair, I therefore urge the House to reject new clauses 21 and 25. And, yes.
I'm grateful, Madam Chair, grateful to the Minister for giving way. I'm grateful to the Minister for confirming that she had consulted and her ministers had engagement with the industry. What I was specifically wondering was whether in the course of that consultation with the industry there was discussion about using a different measure and choosing a different tax base for the calculation of this particular tax, because it does seem to me as if the tax base could have been bigger if they'd used the measure that was already in the Finance Act rather than this new measure, which seems to shrink the tax base. And I wondered whether there was a particular reason that the Treasury used for using a different measure for calculating this remote gaming duty.
Minister Rigby.
Madam Chair, it wasn't me that had those engagements, but as I said, I confirmed to her that we're not proposing to make any changes to the treatment of free plays and free bets through this bill, which I hope reassures her in that regard. Madam Chair, I was just about to urge the House to reject new clauses 21 and 25 and to move that clauses 83, 84, 85 and Schedule 13 stand part of this bill.
The question is that Clause 83 stand part of the bill. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. With the leave of the House, I shall put together the questions that clauses 84 and 85 stand part of the bill and that Schedule 13 be the 13th schedule to the bill. The question is that clauses 84 and 85 stand part of the bill and that Schedule 13 be the 13th schedule to the bill. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. New clause 25 has been selected for a separate decision. I call James Wilde to move new clause 25 formally.
Move formally.
Statements on increasing remote gambling duty and introducing a new rate of general betting duty.
The question is that new clause 25 be read a second time. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Mr. Desmond's fine. If you're seated, I can continue. The question is as on the order paper. As many that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Lincoln Job and Alicia Kearns, and tell us for the noes are Stephen Morgan and Tawa Aratami. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 187. The noes to the left, 351.
The ayes to the right, 187. The noes to the left, 351. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Group 3, to the group on rates of alcohol duty. We will begin with Clause 86 stand part, with which it will be convenient to consider the new clauses on the selection paper. The question is that Clause 86 stand part of the bill. I call the Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to open this session on Clause 86, the sixth and final session of this Committee of the Whole House on the Finance Bill. And Clause 86, of course, concerns alcohol duty. Madam Chair, the approach of this government to alcohol duty is one of proportionality, and indeed across the piece we're taking a fair and coherent approach to alcohol taxation as a whole. The measures in this bill take account of the important contribution of alcohol producers, pubs and the wider hospitality sector, the government's commitments to back British businesses and the need to maintain the health of the public finances as well. Clause 86 makes changes to alcohol duty rates from the 1st of February 2026, and specifically this clause changes the rates of alcohol duty for all alcoholic products in Schedule 7 of the Finance Act No. 2 2023 to reflect RPI. It also amends... I will.
She's considered carefully the fairness of the changes within this clause. Has she considered at all the compound effect of this and all the other taxes that are currently killing hospitality businesses?
Minister Rigby.
Madam Chair, I'm grateful for that intervention. We take obviously all impacts on hospitality sector and indeed the pub sector extremely seriously, and this government is proud to be backing British pubs right across the piece. Madam Chair, the changes that we're making help to ensure that as a country we live within our means, that we balance the books and indeed that we properly fund public services that we all rely on. And in the last debate of the Finance Bill, concerns were raised about the impact of alcohol duty on the hospitality sector and on British pubs. And we have made it clear, as indeed I just have, that we are steadfast supporters of British pubs and the wider hospitality sector, including because we introduced a new pro-growth licensing policy framework that was announced at budget. I will give way.
For giving way. She just said, I believe, that she was pro-pubs and the government was pro-pubs. Any pubs you speak to in my constituency in Maidenhead, the government is not pro-pubs is the message that they will tell them. The amount of profit left at the end of a pint for a pub is minuscule. It's just so far from reality that this government is pro-pubs. How does the Minister respond to all of these pubs across the country that are crying out for change?
Madam Chair, I was talking about our new pro-growth licensing policy framework that was announced at budget. And if the honourable member is referring to business rates specifically, as indeed I think he might be, we've made it clear that we're continuing to talk to the sector on any support beyond the existing £4.3 billion support package that the Chancellor announced at the budget too. Now, continuing to freeze alcohol duty, I will.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I thank her for stating about an imminent decision on business rates. And it's not just about business rates. The Victorian Inn in Mumbles in my constituency actually says they hadn't banned me as a Labour MP, and they haven't banned any Labour MP, but they would like to extend the invitation to the front bench to visit Mumbles and to come to the pub and have that conversation, because it's a positive conversation about how the government is listening and moving forward.
Madam Chair, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that invitation. It's one indeed that I will be taking her up. I would love to join her in that public house in her constituency. Importantly, Madam Chair, continuing to freeze, I'm going to make a little bit of progress. Continuing to freeze alcohol duty would primarily support cheaper alcohol in the off-trade, for instance, alcohol sold in shops and supermarkets, and have only a small indirect impact on the hospitality sector. This is because alcohol duty is, as honourable members will know, paid by producers producers, not by pubs. And 73% of alcohol consumed in the UK is purchased from shops rather than in pubs, restaurants and bars. I'm going to continue to make a little bit of progress. The government's decision to uprate alcohol duty in line with inflation is therefore not only a prudent decision for the public finances, but balances the important considerations, the contribution of alcohol producers, pubs and the wider hospitality sector, with the need to support public services such as the NHS. So, as honourable members will know, I'll give way to the honourable member.
Thank you, Minister, for giving way, and I appreciate that very much. Minister, in my constituency, what I've noticed is that there are more people who are taking non-alcoholic beer. There's also a reduction in some people in the numbers who actually take alcohol and drink as well. So does the Minister, and that means that sometimes pubs are under special pressure, they can still go and socialise, they can still go and have a meal, they can have their non-alcoholic drink if they go, but does the Minister have any possibilities within the legislation and the finance bill go through the night to promote that particular issue, because I believe it's a growing market that we should be looking at?
Minister Rigby.
Madam Chair, I'm grateful to the honourable member for his intervention, as indeed I always am to him for his interventions. And actually, I was just about to go on to talk about the strength-based duty system that exists. It was introduced on the 1st of August 2023 by the last government, and it followed the alcohol duty review. And of course, the new alcohol duty system that we have now taxes all alcoholic products according to their strength. So duty increases with alcohol content, and that represents a progressive shift. The reforms introduced two new reliefs, a draft relief to reduce the duty burden on draft products sold on trade venues, and a small producer relief that replaced the previous small brewers relief and aims to support SMEs and new entrants.
I thank the Minister for giving way. She rightly refers to the draft beer and cider relief. She said earlier that her concern about freezing alcohol duties was that most of the benefit would be going to supermarkets and others that sell beer cheaply. Surely she recognises that what the Chancellor should have done is reduced the draft rate, as happened last year, where the full benefit would have gone to licensed premises, because they're the only venues that can sell the draft drinks that are covered by that rate.
Mr Rigby.
Madam Chair, I'm grateful to the honourable member for his intervention. My point was that if you take the decision that you're not going to uprate alcohol duty, the benefit of that is felt mostly in the off-trade, which I'm sure is a point that he appears to understand. I was talking, Madam Chair, about the small producer relief that replaced the previous small brewers relief and aims to support SMEs and new entrants by permitting smaller producers to pay reduced duty rates. So this clause today that we're debating maintains the generosity of small producers relief compared to main duty rates. So the changes, Madam Chair, in this clause maintain the real terms value of alcohol duty, balance the need to support alcohol producers, pubs and the wider hospitality sector with the need to support the public finances. And further to this, as I said, Madam Chair, the changes also support smaller producers by maintaining the generosity of small producers' relief. And I therefore move that this clause stands part of the bill.
I call the Shadow Minister, James Wild.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and it feels like we're getting warmed up for scrutinising the 536 pages of this bill upstairs in committee shortly, and it's good to see the popularity of the topics we are debating has increased as we move on to alcohol duties and Clause 86, which increases it in line with RPI from the 1st of February. And certainly on behalf of His Majesty's opposition, we're proud to confirm that we are big supporters of the beer, wine, spirits and hospitality businesses, and as such we oppose these tax rises. This £26 billion tax raising budget piles pressure on households and businesses already struggling due to the decisions of the Chancellor. Prices are high, growth is sluggish, and now the Chancellor has chosen to impose another duty hike. And our new Clause 26 therefore requires the Chancellor to publish a statement on the impact of increasing alcohol duty on the hospitality sector, on pubs, on wine, spirits and beer producers, on jobs and on the public finances. These are sectors that are already being hammered by this government's economic choices, and a government that says the cost of living is its priority is raising alcohol duty, putting more cost onto people and to businesses that keep our rural communities and our high streets alive. Surely.
For giving way. And I want to start by wishing everybody who's taken part in Dry January good luck. I'm not one of them, I have to admit. But I think it's fantastic that the opposition front bench is talking about what the impact of these changes might be. But I was surprised to hear in his list that didn't include alcohol harm. Many charities and campaign groups are quite pleased that the government's trying to move people away from drinking at home to drinking in the hospitality sector. Surely he must accept this is a good thing, and perhaps it should be evaluated in terms of benefits.
James Wild.
Indeed, and one of the things we did when we brought in the new GT system was to focus on the strength of alcohol in terms of the tax. But we want to encourage more people into the hospitality sector. The government seems to have a policy of driving people away from going into pubs and not just Labour MPs. And in government, that gives me the opportunity to say that we recognise the importance of these sectors to jobs, to our communities and to growth. And that simplified duty system, including the two new reliefs, draft duty and small producer relief, were warmly welcomed. And my honourable friend made the point about the government is choosing not to do the similar things that we did on draft relief. And at the autumn statement in 2023, we actually froze alcohol duty rates, a freeze we extended again in the spring budget of 2024. And I'm proud to support that record, where we had a government working with the sector, not against it. And it gives me no pleasure to say that this government has chosen a very different path. And the hospital... Happily.
Both my honourable friend and myself represent very large rural constituencies. I just wonder whether we could think a bit creatively across the two sides of the house. How are we going to save the great British rural pub in terms of giving special credence to people who sell draft beer rather than sell in supermarkets, national insurance, all this sort of thing. Otherwise, a great institution, which most people have to drive to, is really in danger of extinction. It's part of our history, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and I'd be happy to come to my honourable friend's constituency to discuss this over a pint in one of those small rural pubs, which are literally the hub in our villages and hamlets. And once they are gone, it's very difficult to replace them. And the government clearly has the hospitality sector in its crosshairs, and Clause 86 is just the latest salvo. And this is no small corner of the economy. 3.5 million people are employed directly in the sector, which invests £7 billion a year. Yet this industry has been punished by the Chancellor's decisions and this clause. UK Hospitality's Tax Out campaign has highlighted the nearly 90,000 jobs that have been lost in this sector. And with unemployment now above 5%, it is young people in particular who are paying the price. And that is the consequence of the Chancellor's damaging tax rises supported by honourable members opposite. Higher alcohol duties, the jobs tax, energy bills and soaring business rates are layering cost upon cost. Little wonder UK Hospitality has called the government's approach a hammer blow.
Yes. Thank you to the Shadow Minister. Does he agree with me that as a result of this policy, lots of local pubs, including lots more in the hospitality industry, will go out of business as a result?
That's very clearly the risk, and the British Beer and Pub Association have said the proposed increases will be damaging to the sector, and we may well see more closures as a result. So new Clause 26 would shine a light on the real impact that these decisions would have on rural pubs, on jobs and businesses. And I hope the Minister won't simply dismiss this amendment by referring to the tax and information impact notice she did on an earlier group. That is a prediction of what's going to happen. It's not a review of what the actuality is. So I hope that she will actually consider the amendment. Happy.
This amendment's even more important, given the fact that the government and the Chancellor and the Prime Minister themselves understand the impact it's going to have on pubs, because they said they're going to bring forward measures for helping and supporting pubs. Yet we haven't seen those measures because they're not in this bill. So therefore we need to have some form of accountability to be able to understand the impact, not only of the measures that are in front of us that we can vote on, but the proposed ones that are coming to support the measures that the government is already looking to put in this bill that's going to have the impact. Does that make sense, and does he agree?
I think it does make sense, and I certainly agree with him. I think the government is having to try and put in place solutions to deal with problems which they themselves have created. And if Labour MPs were welcome in pubs across the country, they would hear quite how difficult, I'm sure the honourable member is, Some aren't, so let's be clear. And they don't, if you go into a pub, I don't think you'll find many publicans who think this government is pro-pub. We've got a Chancellor who said that she didn't understand the impact that her budget and the revaluation and removing the discount on business rates would have. That is staggering and, frankly, once again shows she doesn't understand business, and she wasn't listening when the sector and many others were warning that's precisely the impact of her policy would have. And now she's reportedly about to do a U-turn on a business rates raid. Well, she hasn't come to the House yet to inform us or to inform the sector, but what's being briefed is likely to be wholly inadequate. We hear ministers on the radio this morning say it's going to be limited just to pubs. But the impact is not just on pubs, it's across the whole hospitality sector, leisure businesses and retail. They are all facing huge increases in their business rates.
Shadow Minister for giving way. Would he agree with me that it's not just enough, if this Labour climb down is happening, to be a smaller increase than was planned, but it needs to be no increase in business rates?
Well, the honourable gentleman tempts me to my next paragraph, which is that instead of tinkering, the Chancellor should adopt our Conservative Party policies and abolish business rates for pubs, hospitality businesses, retail and leisure businesses, and also slash the average pub's energy bill by £1,000. That's real help, and she can have those ideas for free. The duty increases will also impact the UK's world-class wine and spirits producers, which together generate £76 billion in economic activity. And across our wine sector, there are now more than 1,000 vineyards, including some excellent ones in northwest Norfolk, which I recommend. And yet, despite this success, we're seeing the government putting yet more costs onto the sector. 60% of the price of a bottle of wine already goes in tax. And instead of listening to calls from the sector to freeze duty, the Chancellor has decided to increase it and has failed to fix the small producer relief so it works for winemakers and distillers. And the picture is no rosier in the spirits section. And the Scotch Whisky Association has said that the increase piles additional pressure on a sector already suffering job losses, stalled investment and business closures. It estimates the previous rise in duty had reduced spirits revenue amounting to about £150 million loss to the Treasury. And UK Spirits Alliance has called the budget a sad day for the nation's distillers, pubs and the wider hospitality sector. WineGB joins their ranks in pointing out that higher prices will likely lead to lower sales and reducing the Treasury revenue. So the sector couldn't be clearer. The only people still pretending this is good economics are those on the government benches. And when the government should be backing businesses, it's choosing to add to their costs, and increased taxes have consequences, depressing demand and revenue. In October, YouGov found that 1 in 4 regular drinkers was likely to reduce their alcohol spend this year due to price increases. And the Wine and Spirits Trade Association has called for the OBR's forecasting assumptions to be reviewed. And the government is putting itself and the UK on the wrong side of the Laffer curve here, which the honourable gentleman should read up more and he'll be persuaded. Ministers should take fresh advice on the impact of these changes. So, Madam Chair, to bring my comments to a conclusion, the UK's brewers, producers and hospitality businesses are resilient, and they need to be, frankly, in the face of this government's onslaught. They're at the heart of our communities, creating jobs, driving local growth and giving many young people their first opportunity in work. Now is time to support the sector, not to tax it more. That's why we'll be voting against these measures this evening.
Lawrence Turner.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I draw attention to my chairship of the GMB Parliamentary Group, a union that represents workers in the distillery and retail trades. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will keep my comments limited to the uprating of excise duty, but I would like to welcome this budget more generally, which represents the right choice in investment and renewal over austerity and decline. Now, Clause 86 of the Finance Bill represents a simple uprating of alcohol duty in accordance with the Retail Prices Index, and in this sense, the clause represents continuity with a policy of successive governments over many years, going back to the early 1970s, and of course, the principle of excise duty predates that by many years more. And I think it is telling that none of the amendments before us today actively seek to reverse the increase, noting the Shadow Minister's comments. The effects of the escalator are also to an extent softened by the reduction for draft products, which, combined with pre-existing changes to the tax system, amount to a somewhat more favourable regime for drinks most sold in pubs. And this direction of policy is welcome, given everything we know about the attendant health and social harm that can be the result of solo drinking. It is worth noting that the increase is in line with international best practice. It's timely that just today the World Health Organization published a new report titled Global Report on the Use of Alcohol Taxes, and it said that specific excise taxes need to be regularly adjusted for inflation or their real value risks erosion over time. The WHO report also establishes that the UK's effective tax take is firmly in line with many other European countries, including Belgium and much of Central and Eastern Europe, and of course it is significantly lower than in Scandinavia. So uprating the duty strikes the right balance between the different objectives of encouraging social activity, supporting the hospitality and manufacturing industries, and not encouraging excessive consumption. It is true that there have been changes in alcohol consumption rates amongst the general public, and that has been a change particularly marked since COVID. As the 2024 Living Costs and Food Survey found, there has been a notable fall in real terms alcohol consumption both in and out of the home, and that is why specific measures are needed to support the pub trade. Now, if I may, I would like to say a few words about the revaluation 2026 process. I've raised questions about this before, and the Minister has indicated that, as the phrase goes, discussions are ongoing. So in the interests of time, I will not repeat them today, but I would like to note two things. First, the Valuation Office Agency has been genuinely independent since the days of the incremental value duty. And second, Valuation 2026 has been coming for a long time. It was the last government that changed the law to make for 3-year valuation exercises. And as successive annual reports of the VOA make clear, the risk of valuations which do not meet the sufficient level of quality in individual sectors was a foreseen risk, and a delivery plan was developed before the 2024 general election to mitigate those risks as the VOA saw it. So presumably to have concerns over the VOA's approach, because if they did, then they would have raised them on the record. The first is that in terms of the treatment of different types of alcohol sales by the tax system, I do think something does need to be done about the sale of particular high-strength drinks on our high streets in proximity to betting shops. If you were to go, Madam Deputy Speaker, to Northfield High Street, you would see a succession of small betting shops immediately next to off-licences where very low-cost but very high-strength beers and ciders are sold. There is a revolving door between these premises, and it is a major contribution to some of the antisocial problems that we have on our high streets. And I hope that future exercises will look at different treatments, whether it's powers to local authorities or changes in the tax system, to try to remedy this problem. Second, it has been... I will give way.
Grateful to the honourable member for giving way on that very important point. I recognise, or rather I remember precisely the dynamic that he sets out in his local high street. And we used to have that in Scotland too, until we introduced minimum unit pricing, which took away the very large volume, high strength alcohol products off the shelf in Scotland, or certainly put them way up in price. You can check with the honourable member for Edinburgh South West, who I'm sure will endorse that SNP policy.
On the same select committee as the Honourable Member for Edinburgh South West, and I know better than to speak for him. I have a degree of personal sympathy with the case that the Honourable Member sets out. I also think there's something to be said for giving more powers to our councils, because those decisions about areas which are particularly at risk of complex interactions between homelessness, lack of mental health provision and the sales of these at times dangerous products are best made locally in addition to national policy setting. And the further comment, and the final one that I wanted to come on to, is that there have been calls outside this place for uprating to be moved to a different inflation index, principally via CPI or the CPIH. I think this is an important matter, and it's one that's not been raised in this debate, so I wanted to touch on it in a short time. It should be said, I think, that although the CPI and the CPIH are both of use as macroeconomic indicators, the RPI remains the only measure which is in general circulation and is updated regularly, that actively seeks to measure the cost of living as it is experienced by working people. Now, criticisms can be made of the RPI, but I do think it is important to place on record that it was in the early 2010s that regular changes to the methodology for the RPI were discontinued, and that is behind the formula gap, which has led to the widening of the headline rates between the RPI and the CPI. So I'm not convinced that moving to a different rate at this time is appropriate, given some of the limitations, which on another occasion we could go on to in the CPI and its twin, the CPIH rate. The ONS has been developing the alternative household cost indices measure, which I think is particularly useful because it does capture the different rates of inflation that are experienced by households of different income levels. I hope that in future we can look at the HCIs as an alternative means of uprating the various charges, levies and escalators that government does apply. We are not in that place yet, and it's important that the ONS does make progress in this area. But on the whole, I welcome the Minister's statement. Compared to some of the other debates we have had in this Parliament, particularly in relation to the Product Regulation and Metrology Bill, when it was suggested that there was some secretive and sinister plots to change sales of the pint to some metric measure, this has been, by contrast, a sober debate, and I look forward to voting for the Finance Bill tonight.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clause 86 increases the rate of alcohol duty in line with RPI inflation. And on paper, this measure might just look like a normal, simple uprating policy. But it must be seen, it has to be seen, for what it really is. In the broader context, it is just yet another tax on struggling hospitality businesses and financially stretched customers. Hospitality is being hammered over and over and over again with sky-high rents and soaring energy bills, the government's unfair jobs tax, and now this business rates bombshell buried in the fine print of the budget. And it matters. Hospitality really matters. It is the only element of pre-pandemic spending that has not recovered. It is a sector that employs huge numbers of young people and part-time workers, often giving people their very first job and their way into longer-term employment. And it's one of the sectors that actually makes life worth living. We all remember the place we went where we fell in love or had our first date. I remember the music venue I went to, where I found my favourite band. I remember the pub where I sat with my girlfriends and one told me that she was not going to survive her stage 4 cancer. And I remember the spa day we had when she did. Hospitality is part of who we are as human beings. It is unique in what it contributes to our economy, and we must do everything to support it. I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. If this debate was before Christmas, I would have had to declare an interest. But my father has now sold his majority share in our local pub in our hometown. And I think that debate we're having today, publicans are leaving the sector. But you talk about the importance of hospitality, but also that importance of community. My father's pub used to host bingo nights on a Thursday and a Sunday afternoon. And you would see people attend the pub there who would never attend during the week. So that sense of community that they build is crucial and under threat from this Labour government.
My honourable friend for that. He's absolutely right. Pubs are irreplaceable. And when a pub goes, a community falls apart. Pubs are vital as part of the social fabric and the glue that holds our communities together, and we absolutely must protect them. And this is why we have tabled new clause at 9, because we want the government to look at and report on the cumulative impact on the hospitality sector of these alcohol duty measures, alongside all of the other wider fiscal changes, including the higher national insurance contributions and the business rates changes as well. This really, really matters. Now, I will.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. Back in November, the Chancellor promised to support the Great British Pub by introducing permanently lower tax rates on over 750,000 retail and hospitality properties. Given that in my constituency, pubs like the Half Moon are going to experience a 157% rise in business rates, the Inn at West End 87%, and the Frog in Deepcut 128%. Does the Honourable Lady agree with me that this feels less like support and more like last orders?
Exactly.
Absolutely. I agree 100% with my honourable friend. And one of the points I've made repeatedly to other ministers is that businesses heard that promise. Businesses heard the promise that there would be permanently lower business rates, and they made decisions based on the fact that they heard the word lower. The government gave itself powers to introduce a lower multiplier for retail, hospitality and leisure of 20p less. And if the government had used those powers, it was understood by the hospitality industry that would effectively cancel out the RHL relief that was going to be lost. So businesses made investment decisions. They made hiring decisions. They made all sorts of decisions based on what they thought was going to happen. But the government hasn't used those powers which it gave itself, instead only using minus 5 pence rather than the full maximum minus 20 pence. And as a result, I will give way.
Thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. I recently met with Richard, a publican in my constituency of Horsham, and he told me that the trade has never been so tough. And I'll quote you exactly what he said. The truth of the matter is, for the first time I'm thinking I shouldn't have bothered taking the risk of going into business. I should have stayed with the big brewer, taken my salary, relied on a pension. He's right, isn't he?
I hope so much that he's not, but I understand why he is saying that, and I Italians and pub landlords in my patch as well. And because we Liberal Democrats care so deeply for hospitality in every community up and down the land, that is why we were campaigning ahead of the budget for an emergency VAT cut for hospitality, accommodations and attractions until April 2027, a measure which would have brought growth into every corner of our country, would have saved jobs and our high streets and given a real boost to consumer confidence. And it's why, since the budget, we have been fighting tirelessly against the government's devastating business rates hikes and pressing ministers to implement the full 20p discount for which they legislated last year.
Would you give way?
I will.
I'm grateful to giving way. She rightly points to the cumulative effect, but I'm just interested in looking at her amendment, new clause 9. It doesn't mention the Employment Rights Bill, and it doesn't mention the impact of the national living wage increase. Is that by design that the Liberal Democrats haven't put that in because they don't agree they have an impact on hospitality, or was it an oversight and it's another cumulative effect that needs to be considered when looking and holding the government to account?
I'm grateful for that question. If he reads it closely, it does say alongside wider fiscal changes. Government could, of course, choose to widen that to other legislative changes as well if they chose to do so. But I hope on that basis that the honourable member and his colleagues will be supporting this amendment when we push it to a vote later today. Madam Chair, I will.
Important point of clarity on the living wage. Which of our constituents on low pay does she think don't deserve that uplift in living wage? Is she saying they don't deserve it?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, everything together.
During the course of the Employment Rights Bill, we Liberal Democrats said repeatedly on the record in both houses that we supported having that higher minimum wage. The problem that we're hearing from business, particularly small businesses, is that they're getting lots of changes from the government all at once. It's business rates changes, it's higher contributions, it's the wages, it's the new regulation, and now it's alcohol duty as well. It's the cumulative impact of all of the employment changes and the fiscal changes, which means that business owners and pub landlords just cannot cope. So it's the cumulative impact. If these were staged, we've made it very clear which measures we support and which ones we don't, but the cumulative impact is something that is felt by small businesses, and that's why during the course of the Employment Rights Bill we tabled a number of amendments asking the government to report on the impact on small businesses in particular. But I hope that's clarified the matter for the honourable member on that point.
So a wide range of concerns have been developed, and I get that the point that's been made is that these are costing the hospitality sector money, and I absolutely get that. But all that's been promised is a review. What I don't hear is what the Lib Dems would actually do to resolve this, and how much it would cost. Apart from this broad assertion that you're going to cut VAT, that VAT's going to be cut in some undefined way, and what is this going to cost, and where's the money coming from?
Madam Chair, I have explained all of these measures in this chamber before, but I'm happy to spell them out again, including the remarks I made just a few minutes ago. The very first thing that we have called for was for the government to use the powers that it gave itself in the budget last year. I would love to know the costings for that measure, and I tabled written parliamentary questions to ask the government if they would give me those numbers. And if the government won't answer those written questions, how on earth are we as opposition parties supposed to then come up with modern proposals? You know, we have tabled a number of written questions time and time again, and we have not received answers to that measure. On the second point, on VAT, we have costed it. We said it would cost £7 billion over 17 months, and we would fund it with a windfall tax on the big banks, which is a proposal backed by the IPPR and independent economists. So we have answered all of these points. We've explained where the money would come from. They're fully costed, they're fully funded, and we made those points in this House on several occasions. I'm sure if he has a look at Hansard, he will see that. But my point is, if we're going to put questions to the government, asking them for data so we can make informed policy suggestions, I would hope very much that the government would now start to answer them. And related to that matter, Madam Chair, it has been reported in various newspapers, on the BBC and other places, that the Chancellor and the ministers didn't, and those sources have quoted the Chancellor and ministers as saying they didn't understand the impact that revaluations would have on business rates bills, especially for pubs. Now, Madam Chair, I find that impossible to believe and understand how that can be the case. Now, we know for a fact that at the very least, the VOA, the Valuation Office, gave the aggregate data to the Treasury. And we know that because on page 81 of the Red Book, it says it right here in black and white, slightly red, but black and red. It says that the VOA gave that data to the Treasury. I tabled a number of written questions to the government to ask them whether they'd received that information broken down by sector, and I didn't receive any answers. I wrote a letter to the Leader of the House, I did a point of order, and again, that information was not forthcoming. And then we had a bombshell revelation today. The VOA was giving evidence to the Treasury Select Committee, and they confirmed, upon questioning, that the VOA had given data drops on the sectoral impact starting a year ago. They also confirmed to the Treasury Select Committee today that 5,100 pubs had seen their rateable values at least double. This is what the VOA told the Select Committee today. So based on that information, it seems as if the VOA did provide that information to the Treasury, then the Treasury should have had that information. And it is not clear to me why I didn't receive data-rich answers to my written questions asking for that breakdown by sector. And it is also not clear to me how the Chancellor and ministers can say that they didn't know or didn't understand the impact that the revaluation would have on bills if indeed they had had that data over the course of the last year. So I would urge ministers, when they come to this House, as they are indicating they will, to provide some kind of a U-turn, but we don't know what that looks like, to bring some clarity to all of those questions. In the meantime, Madam Chair, I hope the government does support new Clause 9, because we do need to see the cumulative impact, not just of alcohol duty changes, but the impact of that alongside national insurance and business rates. I will.
She was giving a very good speech. And I hope, as the Liberal Democrat spokesman, she'll say just a tiny bit more about rural pubs. I think a lot of urban members don't understand the context here. To put it in context, where I live locally here in Westminster, It takes me 1 minute to walk to my local. 1 minute. Where I live in Lincolnshire, in the Lincolnshire Wolds, it takes me 1 hour to walk to the pub. 1 hour. Everybody who accesses these pubs in rural England has to go there by car. We don't ride horses anymore. It's too dangerous to walk on the road or take a bicycle. So the government has to understand that the rural pub is in real danger from these alcohol limits and other measures.
I'm incredibly grateful to the right honourable member for making that point. I am the MP for St Albans, which is a small city, but I'm also a Suffolk girl born and bred, and so I know how valuable pubs are in a rural area for providing all sorts of services, for looking after older and single people. They are a fantastic community hub. They provide employment for young people. I had one of my first jobs, aside from apple picking, was working in a pub. So I do understand the absolutely vital importance of pubs in every single village, town, parish and hamlet, right up and down the United Kingdom. I'm grateful to him for making that point. But, Madam Chair, in closing, I hope that when the government responds this evening, they provide some answers to some of these questions. What did the ministers know and when? If the VOA sent that sector information on valuations, when was it sent? When did they send the information on pubs specifically? If the VOA did tell ministers that the rateable values had at least doubled for more than 5,000 pubs, how is it possible that ministers didn't know? Why have we still not had a statement from the government on what they are trying to do? Will their announcement extend to the rest of the hospitality industry or just to pubs? Will the government now use the full powers that they gave themselves? And I can't cost it because I haven't been given the numbers despite repeated attempts to get it. And will the government consider a VAT cut? And Madam Chair, my final point, the only rumour that we've heard about what the government may be considering is changes to licensing laws. And let me close on this point. If your pub is empty, you do not want to keep it open for longer, paying more money to keep the lights on, the radiators heated and the staff behind the bar. That is not an answer to this problem. Thank you.
Jacob Collier.
Madam Chair, and as the MP representing the home of British Brewing in Burton-upon-Trent, it will come as no surprise to you that I am speaking on this clause 86 tonight and will focus my contribution on pubs and hospitality, because for me this is not just political, it is personal. As a Burtonian, I grew up with the smell of hops permeating the air, Burton's famous water flowing from the taps, and my very first job was in a pub. This industry is who we are, and pubs are woven into the very fabric of our country. They are the heart of our high streets and villages, and among the last shared spaces that we have. When we talk about growth, supporting well-being, employment, pubs and hospitality sit at the heart of that conversation. Yet this is an industry that has faced years of challenge, navigating the pandemic, absorbing high energy costs and managing rising prices, which has left many venues operating on very low margins, if any at all. That's why the decisions that we take under this clause matter so much. Madam Chair, we must look carefully at the overall effect of alcohol duty and how it interacts with consumer behaviour. There is a case to strengthen differential rates of duty between supermarkets and pubs, known as draft relief. Drinking in a pub is not the same as drinking at home. Pubs are supervised, regulated spaces. Landlords ensure responsible drinking, with pubs providing that social connection and supporting mental health in our communities. Pubs give character to our high streets and town centres, but yet the tax system makes it cheaper to buy alcohol in bulk from a supermarket than it does to go down the local pub. If we are serious about encouraging people back into our town centres, into these shared protected spaces, then alcohol duty must work in favour of pubs. I would encourage the Treasury front bench to look at the letter from those of us on the all-party parliamentary beer group calling for the multiplier to be increased to 20% from around 13% at the moment. And this is supported by CAMHS, SEBA and the British Institute of Innkeeping. This is not about encouraging more drinking, but encouraging better drinking in places that strengthen our local communities and our local economies. I recognise the permanently lower multiplier on business rates that the government have put in place for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses, but any wins in this space have been wiped out in many cases through the new rateable values published by the VOA. In my constituency, the rateable value of the Devonshire Arms, the Devi, my favourite pub, is set to increase by over 60%. Down the road at the Roebuck, it's 70%. And at this rate, I'm not going to have much of a pub crawl. We must stay true to that manifesto commitment that we made to level the playing field between online retailers and the high street. An on average 76% increase for pubs, but just 14% for online retailers means that we must think again on this. It's no good having transitional relief in place when a bill at the end of the 3 years is just simply unaffordable. Industry voices are clear that further support is needed in the short term while longer term changes and reforms are worked through. Operators such as Punch Pubs, which is headquartered in my constituency, have called for a higher business rates discount up to the maximum permitted to help offset these valuations and the cumulative tax burden that pubs face. UK Hospitality has similarly warned that even after reduced multipliers and transitional relief that the government has put in place, the average pub faces a significant increase in its business rates bill, alongside cumulative other impacts that honourable members have talked about earlier in the debate. The government is right to listen to those of us on this side of the House who've been raising the voices of pubs, brewers, restaurants and small business owners. And I want to thank those publicans and those business owners, those representative bodies that have engaged positively with me, as it's only through that constructively working together that we can bring about change. Businesses that I speak to want to invest, they want to grow, but they need the space and the certainty to do so. I really welcome the recent hospitality investment that we've seen in my constituency, from Lowe's on Carter Street, Nathan Dawes' expansion of Isabel's, and Bespoke Inn's redevelopment of the Hart, and now taking on Tutbury Castle. We need these businesses to be supported by government so that we can meet their ambition, create more well-paid jobs and revive our high streets and town centres. That means a fair approach to alcohol duty under Clause 86, a recognition of the difference between pubs and supermarkets, and targeted support on business rates while deeper changes are delivered. If we get this right, then the reward is clear: thriving pubs, stronger high streets, more resilient local economies, and communities that are not just better off, but happier and more connected. That's why pubs and hospitality must continue to be listened to, supported and championed in this House and by this Labour government, and I shall continue to do that.
Hear, hear. Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a genuine pleasure to follow on from the honourable gentleman who made some excellent points. But before I begin, if I may just disclose that although I don't have any interest in the register that are relevant to this debate, I have received hospitality below the threshold from the UK Hospitality, British Beer and Pub Association, CAMHS and the British Institute of Innkeeping, and there may be others. But people up and down this country may be justified in asking themselves what this government has against pubs, because although so many of the things that are causing so many pubs to struggle and to actually question whether they can survive beyond the very short term, things like those enormous increases in business rates, obviously the increases in employers' national insurance that particularly hit those who employ part-time workers, things like the ever-growing burden of regulation summed up by the Employment Rights Act and the additional burden that will put on many pubs and hospitality venues. But I think this clause in the finance bill really sums it up, because the government did have a choice. It could have done what, in fairness to the Chancellor, she actually did last year in building on a success of the previous Conservative government. She could have reduced that draft rate of duty so that beer and cider sold on draft in pubs was paying a lower rate, at the same time as perhaps extending that differential with supermarkets and off-sales that might be sold at or below cost price. But the Chancellor chose not to do that. She chose to increase the duty on top of all of those extra burdens that are threatening the survival of our community pubs, of bars around the country, other hospitality venues. By increasing by RPI, rather than even the lower rate of CPI, this Chancellor is threatening to return to the bad old days of the previous Labour government's hated beer duty escalator, where that duty rate continues year after year. Now, the honourable gentleman from Birmingham Northfield, I think, suggested that this was somehow in keeping with a trend or the policy of successive governments. And nothing could be further from the truth, because in just 19 months, this government will have increased beer duty by more than it went up in the 12 years running up to the last general election. This is a massive increase in duty in a short period. Indeed, the price, the duty paid on a pint in a pub was actually lower in July 2024 than it had been 12 years earlier, because of the policy decisions made by Conservative chancellors. Of course, I'll give the way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I'm sure, like me, he has been to quite a few pubs in his constituency. And what many of my publicans are saying is that they have a choice because of the decisions that this government is making, which is to try and get more customers or lay off staff. But this is affecting pubs who are busy. This is affecting pubs who are at their capacity, and yet they are now really worried that they will be able to survive another year. I wonder if my honourable friend has had that experience from his local publicans.
My honourable friend is, of course, right, although it's not really a choice that many pubs are able to make, because the choice is taken for them. And it is the same as we saw when the previous Labour government's beer duty escalator was in force. We know that increases in alcohol duties have minimal impact on overall alcohol consumption. But what they do have an impact is the way that people drink and what they drink. Higher alcohol duties lead to a shift in people consuming alcohol in well-regulated licensed premises like a community pub, where they'll typically drink medium-strength beer and cider. That will go down, and more people will drink more without that protective framework of a health basis or on an economic and community basis. It is the wrong thing to do. Yet again, it is yet another burden that our overstretched pubs and hospitality venues simply cannot afford. It is the wrong thing to do, and that is why, as well as our own amendment, I'll certainly be supporting the amendment tabled by the Liberal Democrats, as well as opposing this clause. There is a better alternative. Of course, we need to sort out the genuinely lower business rate bills for hospitality venues, the thing that the Chancellor promised she was doing, the thing that the Business Secretary apparently thought that they were doing, despite the Treasury publishing all the data on the day of the budget that made it clear that, the median rateable value of pubs was going up by a full third, that more than offset the reduction in the business rate multiplier. The government certainly needs to address that, but it can make a start tonight by dropping these plans to increase alcohol duty, and in particular to increase alcohol duty on draft beer in our high street and community pubs.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my county colleague from South Staffordshire, but also my other county colleague from Burton and New Toxeter. Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent is a county that's rich in the heritage of brewing, and Burton is a prime example of that, but also in Stoke-on-Trent, where we've got some wonderful small brewers in, such as Titanic, who sadly have shared with me the business rate increases that they face, and in some of their venues it's a 450% increase. It's a challenge they have to face, and it's something I hope that the government will seriously look at finding a realistic and workable solution to, because the value of pubs in our communities isn't just by the pints that they sell, but it's about the people that they look after. It's the old gent nursing a pint for a couple of hours and being looked after by the bar staff there that we lose, and we lose at a peril. I wish to maintain my comments to the specificity around the differential between cider rates and beer rates, because one of the things that the Treasury has done for many, many years, including under the Conservative government, is they've kept an unfair differential between the rate of duty applied to cider and the rate of duty applied to beer. Now, that came in during the coalition government, and I can only presume it had something to do with a number of Lib Dem seats in the South West. But the point still remains that if you are a small beer producer, small brewery in the UK, you will pay more in duty on the pints that you produce than a global cider manufacturer will, because of the differential points of where the relief comes in. Will give way, yes.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. We also have under this government that champagne in France is taxed 40% less than sparkling wine is in this country. So if we're levelling the playing field, do you believe that this government should also level the playing field for English sparkling wine to be able to compete with champagne?
I mean, on the danger of getting into the inevitable jokes about champagne socialism, I can understand the point that the honourable gentleman is making, but he's right. Actually, there needs to be a fair play in this, because actually, if you even out the taxation across the sector, then it does mean you can do targeted support in other areas where we know that there should be an unfair advantage for certain things. Like the honourable gentleman from South Staffordshire and Kings Winford said, actually making a greater use of the draft release for those that are selling alcohol in a pub is something we should be encouraging and supporting. But currently, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I was saying, 61% of cider producers produce less than 5 hectolitres of alcohol, meaning that they get a 100% reduction in the duty that they pay, which is why you could increase or level out the rate of alcohol duty on cider and beer producers without actually impacting the small cider producers in this country. It would only impact the global manufacturers who frankly are taking a profit and making, I would argue, a substandard product, or trying to hide a mass-produced product behind a local label, which often is the case. Currently, under the government's proposal, it will be £10.39 per litre for cider and £22.58 for beer. And that differential grows every year because it is uprated by an inflation percentage. Actually, over the last few years, the rate between the two in cash terms has just got bigger and bigger. And it is a disadvantage to those small brewers who are producing good quality beer that they are paying a rate of alcohol duty equivalent to the global cider manufacturers. SEBA have given me some numbers. They estimate that a levelling of that figure could generate £360 million per year. Now, that money could either go towards reducing the rate overall for all levels of duty, or actually what it could be done, it could be put into reducing the draft relief further, so that there is a clear and meaningful differential between those that are selling alcohol in a pub and those that are selling alcohol in a supermarket. And frankly, there are some brilliant pubs in my own constituency, the Greyhound in Harts Hill being the one that I frequent the most. And you go in there and it's a community venue, and if they have to pay greater levels of duty on alcohol as a result of this budget, I'm sure they will find a way of doing that. But if there was a way of encouraging more people to go to that pub because the rate of duty on that pint was lower and it was subsidised by those big cider producers selling to the supermarkets, and that to me seems like a fair thing to do. The other thing, Madam Chair, if I can indulge your for one moment, there is a non-tax thing that actually would cost the government nothing that they could do to support those small brewers across the country. There is currently sitting on the desk in the Department of Business and Trade the market access review that would guarantee that small brewers could have access to pubs in their locality to guarantee guest ales. It's a mechanism that I believe they have in Scotland already that is working well, I understand, until someone tells me otherwise. If we could replicate that in England and Wales, it would mean those small independent brewers would have an opportunity to sell more beer in pubs where they would have a lower rate of duty applied to that product. It would help them with their business. It would give publicans an opportunity to increase the range of beers they sell that would then help attract more people into those pubs. And frankly, it would mean that we have more small independent brewers in this country selling more pints of beer, which supports them as employers and as good companies like Titanic in my own city.
John Lamont.
Madam Chairman, it's a privilege to speak in this debate. And I want to speak both about the pub and hospitality sector in my constituency in the Scottish border, but more broadly about a very important industry in Scotland and is a key part, a lifeblood of the Scottish economy, and how these changes are going to impact that. Now, we're obviously debating the hike in alcohol duty, which the Treasury describes as mere uprating. But for Scotland, this technical change is going to have a real impact on our iconic industry, a hammer blow to the Scottish whisky industry, as well as the pub and hospitality sector. Now, the Treasury are hiking up these taxes to fill the black hole in their balance sheets. But the Scottish whisky industry is a global brand which not only supports the Scottish economy, but it's very, very important to the UK economy as well. And it's really important the Treasury, the government, understands how this is going to impact on this global brand. And it's important to remember just some of the numbers associated with the Scottish whisky industry. It contributes £7.1 billion to the UK economy. It supports 41,000 jobs in Scotland, some of them in our most fragile and vulnerable communities, whether that be in the Highlands, in Moray, in the Borders, and all over Scotland. The whisky industry has some sort of footprint and impact, whether it's the distilleries or the farmers who are growing the crops that go to be distilled. The whisky industry is a key part of the Scottish economy, but also is a key part of many local economies, in that they're providing local jobs in these remote communities, they're supporting local events, and very often they are supporting the local services, whether it's the local school or the village shop and all the other key parts of that community. Now, the government claims, the Minister and the Chancellor claimed, that the rise in alcohol duty is going to boost revenue, but history says something very, very different. Indeed, the Treasury's own data says something very, very different, because when duty was hiked by 10.1% in 2023, spirits revenue didn't go up, but actually plummeted. Now, in 2023, before colleagues make interventions, I appreciate that was a Conservative Chancellor that made that change, but Scottish Conservative MPs argued very, very strongly for that not to happen, because we accepted the representations that the Scottish whisky industry, Scottish Whisky Association, and many of our constituents were making against this tax rise. And the evidence has backed up what the industry was saying. You put up taxes, but the revenue that generates actually falls. Now, according to the Scottish Whisky Association, that tax hike actually cost the Treasury £150 million as consumers pull back. They stop spending as much as they did. And by doubling down on this, I believe the government, the Labour government, are going to make the situation, going to compound the situation even more. I believe the Chancellor and his government is trapped in a doom loop where higher taxes lead to lower sales, which lead to lower tax receipts, which lead to, you guessed it, even higher taxes from elsewhere as they scramble around to try and fill the gap. Madam Chairman, you cannot tax a sector into prosperity. Now, the other bit of this, which I want to touch on briefly, is the impact this is going to have on our high streets, on pubs. But it's not just the distilleries that are going to be affected and suffering as a consequence of this tax hike. From the Highlands to the borders, our hospitality is screaming out for, and I quote, breathing room, because all they're getting from this government is a tightening of the noose. And I'm afraid the Scottish government are compounding things in Scotland even more with their policies, their anti-jobs policies, and that taken by this UK government's policies is making things even worse. Now, we've absolutely.
Grateful to the honourable member. He references his belief that the Scottish Government are engaged in the practice of anti-jobs policies. Could he explain, therefore, why unemployment in Scotland is substantially lower than it is in England?
By any measure, and I'm grateful to the honourable member for making that point, but by any measure, the Scottish economy is not doing well. Scotland is, by any definition, the highest tax part of the United Kingdom, and whilst paying all this extra tax, none of my constituents, I'm sure his constituents would agree, do not feel they're getting any extra benefit from those extra taxes. Our NHS is not performing well. Our education system is not performing well. There's potholes on all our roads. Our local authorities are underfunded. Taxes going up in Scotland, but public services are going down. But of course, we have an opportunity in a few weeks in Scotland to replace a failing Scottish Government by electing a pro-UK Scottish Conservative government to replace a failing nationalist government. Now, the hospitality sector, the pub sector in Scotland are not just having to deal with these higher rates of alcohol duty, they're also dealing with the higher national insurance hikes, the jobs tax, the national living wage hike, as well as all the other red tape which is being imposed on them, finding it more and more difficult to do business, which is why the number of pubs is falling as a consequence, as a direct consequence of decisions that this government has taken. In fact, in 2025, we saw a record number of licensed premises handing back their keys because they could no longer make their balance sheet work. Now, the other point I want to make, Madam Chairman, is just, and a number of other colleagues have mentioned this already, is more than just where you go to have a drink. It's more than just the value of the drink. It's the social value that it provides to the local community as well. And I know in my constituency, the pubs are a real focal point for the. I mean, I represent 90, 100 different communities. Not all of them have a pub, but those that do still have a pub, the pub has become the focal point for those communities. It's where people go not just to have a drink, but to meet friends, to chat to neighbours. It might be the only conversation that they are having with people during the course of that day over a social pint or over a social, can of cola or something. But it's the only contact they are having with many other people. And I just want to mention just a couple of some of the excellent pubs that I have in my constituency, whether it's Black Bull in Duns, the Cobbles in Kelso, the Ship in Melrose, the Plough Hotel in Yetton, the Office Bar in Hoyk. And one pub which I must mention, which has bucked this trend, is the Blackadder in Greenlaw, which I said earlier, all these pubs have been closing. This is actually just reopened, and it's going from strength to strength. But they highlight the huge challenges which the government are imposing on, despite the fact they have made this effort to open and to get people back into the bar. They are very clear about the challenges, largely I have to say, by the UK government, that it's being imposed on them, and they are finding it so difficult to do business and to provide that service that they're providing and to run the business that they are. And we're fast approaching a point where people in Scotland and across the UK are no longer going to be able to go down to the local to enjoy a drink, and the only people who can afford Scotland's national drink, a glass of whisky, are going to be those people living outside of Scotland as opposed to those living in Scotland. So I just wish the Chancellor and the Minister and the Government would reflect on all the voices who are highlighting these issues, crying out for help, recognise the service that these important local businesses are providing to their community, and to listen to all the Republicans who have decided to ban Labour MPs from their premises because they feel so strongly about this issue that they've decided to make a stand and ban customers from coming in because they don't agree with the policies that they are imposing. And I would encourage the government to think again, and if they can't think again tonight, at least recognise by having a cumulative assessment of all these changes, they come back to this chamber better informed and just justify the choices that they are making in this budget. Thank you.
I call Paul Curler, followed by Steve Darling. Paul Curler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clause 86, a line about alcohol duty, may look technical, even innocuous. But outside the chamber, places like my constituency in Wimbledon, it lands with a thud. Before I go further, I should declare an interest. I'm the chair of the APPG for the nighttime economy. I'm also the owner of a speakeasy cellar door in Covent Garden, which I've owned for nearly 2 decades. Through the financial crisis, through Brexit, through COVID, yet nothing compares to the crisis hospitality is now facing. One constituent wrote to me as a CAMHS supporter, asking why pubs are being hit yet again through changes to business rates. Another told me that the rateable value of his small unit off Hayden's Road in Wimbledon has risen from just over £15,000 to more than £22,000. Another constituent who runs venues in London and Birmingham thought the budget would bring relief. Instead, he is facing sharp increases in operating costs in the years ahead. Admittedly, the Chancellor has belatedly indicated she's going to offer some form of business rate relief to pubs. But what about the rest of hospitality? The restaurants, the cafes, the bars, the music venues?
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will indeed.
Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Gareth, who runs the Cow and Apple in Yeovil, has told me he feels that the assessments and consultations on how the proposals in the finance bill will impact the viability of rural hospitality sector were not good enough. Does my honourable friend agree with me that this is why we need to pass Liberal Democrats' new Clause 9, which calls for a review of the impact of hospitality sector for these alcohol measures and broader budget policies within 6 months?
Indeed, I thank the honourable member for his intervention. Indeed, I do. It's death by 1,000 cuts. Those who run hospitality businesses are being hit by cost after cost after cost. The government must listen. Although alcohol duties brought in around £12.5 billion in 24-25, hospitality, by contrast, contributed over £60 billion to the economy in 2023. And supported over 2.5 million jobs, over 7% of the workforce. Yet UK Hospitality estimates that 89,000 jobs, yet nearly 100,000, were lost in the 9 months after the October 24 budget. Official figures show that 366 pubs closed in the year to December 2025. That's one pub every single day. The roots of this crisis lie in years of Conservative mismanagement, Brexit labour shortages, broken business rate system, energy price shocks, commodity price increases, and a cost of living crisis. Many in this sector hope that a change of government will bring a change of direction, yet things have only got worse with the rise in employers' national insurance contributions. The cumulative effect is undeniable. Rising costs for shorter opening hours and fewer staff, and offering us easier opening hours or longer opening hours doesn't help when we haven't got customers coming through the door. Investment is deferred, and too often doors close for good. When that happens, high streets lose more than businesses. There's employment, footfall, and the social infrastructure on which communities depend. That is why the Lib Dems are calling for an emergency cut in VAT for hospitality to 50% until April 2027. Real reform of business rates and a proper review of the unworkable wine duty system. Measures like these will protect jobs, support high streets and, in time, strengthen the public finances rather than weaken them. The honourable member for Edinburgh South West, he's gone now, but he asked where the money will come from. Well, we keep telling you, get rid of your red lines, join a customs union, negotiate a customs union with the EU, which would raise £25 billion a year for the Exchequer. Businesses in Wimbledon and across the country are not asking for your pity. They're asking for a tax system that reflects the pressures they actually face. If ministers are serious about protecting jobs, strengthening high streets and growing the economy, they should reverse this tax increase and introduce an emergency VAT reduction on hospitality. Thank you.
Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And for this debate, I will be looking at, my speech will be looking at the proposals before us through NE6, where as Liberal Democrats, we're asking for that cumulative impact assessment to see what the impact of all these proposals are going to make on our hospitality industry. One needs to bear in mind how our hospitality industry is in fear. They are in fear of the future. They're in crisis mode, and that means that they are not prepared to invest, to look to take a chance and make sure that they're improving their offer, because after a medley of challenges for them, they fear the future. So clearly they hunker down and hope for the best. And one reflects on the international pandemic that was a massive hit, and I know that our tourism and hospitality economy in Torbay has still not recovered to pre-pandemic levels. Again, the outrageous second invasion of Ukraine 3 years ago, almost 4, where there was where we've had a shock to the cost of our energy, and then some self-inflicted wounds, I'm afraid to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, the national insurance hike that we've seen occurring, and then the challenges that we see around employment. And when I speak to those from the hospitality industry, particularly David from Rock Garden in Torquay, he shares with me how his utility bill has gone massively high. It's £3,000 a month. That dwarfs his rental massively. And Ofgem are asleep at the wheel, and they need to be backing local businesses and driving those changes that we need to see. Yeah. I know that our hospitality industry are in horror at a lot of the proposals that are coming as far as business rates, and the government need to apply the full 20% rate of relief to make sure that there are those protections. And I'm afraid to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that a lot of those in the hospitality industry scoff at the proposals of deregulating around the edges, because if you haven't got the people in the premises to actually pay the money over, you're setting yourself up to fail.
Yeah.
I'd be very happy to give way to my colleague from Devon.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He may be aware, being in the neighbouring constituency to me, that last week 3 restaurants in the town, 3 venues in the town of Kingsbridge closed. Wild Artichoke, the Old Warehouse and the Old Bakery, all much loved venues. One of the owners of one of those venues told us that part of the problem was the accumulation of challenges that the hospitality industry is facing, not least the lack of people coming through the door and spending money, as my honourable friend has just said, because of the cost of living crisis, but also business rates and the employers' national insurance contribution rises have just made it impossible to continue. Would my honourable friend agree with me that it's a tragedy that these places are closing, and we're seeing places closing every day, and something has to change before the hospitality industry is devastated?
Yeah. Thank you. And I'd like to thank my honourable friend for her contribution, and she's spot on. We need the government to wake up and smell the coffee and realise the challenges that our hospitality industry does truly face. And we see some national chains like Spoons who are able to use their buying power to drive down the cost of a pint that many people will reflect on when they cross the threshold of a venue. And the reality is, for lots of independents, because it's independents that are really important, a £6 a pint is the minimum that they can possibly achieve with all the costs that they've got involved in their world. And when you play that against the cost in a supermarket, it's really scary. And the Minister quite rightly highlighted the difference that we see of that. More than 70% of our alcohol is consumed from purchasing at a supermarket. And I personally feel we need to have a national debate around whether we've got the balance right there and making sure that we're driving greater footfall towards our hospitality industry.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I'm happy to give way to my colleague.
I very much appreciate that, and it's to reiterate the point how important that is. In my constituency of Harpenden and Berkhamsted, it's too little too late for many. There's the Lusmans is closed in Berkhamsted, the Elephant and Castle in Wheatamstead, but we need to have support from the government to make sure that more don't close. So would my honourable friend agree with me that actions such as the Lib Dem call to reduce VAT to 15%, at least till April 2027, is the step to start protecting hospitality before it's too late for others?
Thank you. And whilst I don't know those venues, I suspect some of those may well be on the high street. And we, as Liberal Democrats, know that our communities see our high streets as the beating heart of our communities. And by backing our hospitality industry, we're actually backing our high streets. And Anthony from Otto in Torquay, he shared with me how he sees independents are actually powered by families. They put people first. The reality is that an independent isn't going to get a regional chippy in. He's going to take on the chippy to do some work from him, who he plays football with on a Sunday morning. He's going to have some skin in the game of actually knowing that he knows the kids because they might be going to school with his kids in the local sixth form. There is a level of skin in the game that they have as independents. And so that's why we need to be making sure that we're setting up an economy that supports independence, because what I found extremely scary this weekend when I had a conversation with a number of these people, they were saying, why are we doing this? We could actually be a manager of a local supermarket and sleep at night. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope the Minister will listen to these pleas and make sure that we do this cumulative impact assessment. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak to Clause 86, a new Clause 26 that has been put down in the name of the official opposition, a clause which, of course, requires the government to carry out a review of the increased level of alcohol duty we'll have on our pubs and hospitality sector, the compounded interest, the cumulative impact that all of these measures will have on our hospitality and pub sector, because this comes on the back of a huge amount of tax revenue that's going to be raised from the last budget. £26 billion worth, Madam Chairman, £64 billion worth if you take into account the last two budgets. And of course, if you look specifically at alcohol duty alone, this brings in an additional £400 million a year, a raid on our pints, a raid on our spirits, and those drinking glasses of wine. Alcohol duty is, of course, set to rise by an inflation-busting 3.66% at the start of this February, equating, Madam Chairman, to a 2p increase on the price of a pint in a pub. And Madam Chairman, when I was out in my constituency speaking to the landlord of the Dog and Gun in the Worth Valley, or at the Craven Heifer in Addingham, or the Airedale Heifer in Keighley, or the Black Cat, as I do in Ilkley, all of these pubs are saying that the cumulative impact, not only a fuel duty increase alone, but of course employers' national insurance rising, the soaring energy costs, minimum wages increasing, the business rate relief reduction not taking place at the reduction that was initially indicated, and of course the tourism tax, which is going to come down the line as well, a tax which will impact those areas like Haworth in the Worth Valley in my constituency, or Ilkley, where a tax is going to be collected, go into a generalised pot to be redistributed by the Mayor of West Yorkshire. I suspect not back in places like Ilkley or Haworth, but to where are effectively being used as the cash cow for the rest of West Yorkshire. So these are all detrimental impacts over and above the alcohol duty. And of course, at a local level in Ilkley, we've got parking charges running out now from the end of this month on-street parking, all of which making it much more difficult for places like the Flying Duck and the Black Cat in Ilkley, where people like to go and enjoy a drink. And of course, disposable income is getting less in my constituency. We've got Labour-run Bradford Council increasing council tax by 14.99% in the last 2 years. People are having less money in their pockets, and then you have a Labour government then hitting our pubs and our hospitality sector, and boy, do they feel it. I would like to specifically understand from the Minister why there is still this linkage to increasing alcohol duty linked to RPI, when the government specifically reference and acknowledge that the RPI reference has flaws in itself. And why is the government not referencing this against CPI, which is, of course, the official measure of inflation? And the Minister didn't quite reference that in her contribution to date. And that is exactly why new clause 26 is so important that this government acknowledges that must be voted through this evening, because that allows a proper assessment of all of those impacts of cost overheads on our pub and hospitality sector that I've referenced. Because, Madam Chairman, drinkers in Britain already pay around 54 pence of duty per pint pulled in the pub. And the British Beer and Pub Association says that Britain and England is the third highest level of tax in Europe after Finland and Ireland when it comes to drinking a pint in a pub. And Madam Deputy Speaker, that is just outrageous when we know all of those positive impacts that are had on those communities, those rural communities and people that like to go to the pub to enjoy it. So I say to the government, they should be working with our hospitality sector, working with our pubs across all of around RPI and not using CPIs. What assessment has this government undertaken on the cumulative impact on our pubs to date and our wider hospitality sector to date? And if the Minister, as a Treasury Minister, could enlighten me, given the number of U-turns that have happened in this place, and we've seen, Madam Deputy Speaker, just today, the government, the Prime Minister, rolling back on digital ID. When we've had changes, fiscal changes made outside of a budgetary cycle, outside of the budget being made, like the changes on APR and BPR, how has the recalibration of tax revenue been made coming into the Treasury? How much will it cost? And how is that then going to impact the spending plans of this government? We suspect, although it has not been announced formally, but it's been trailed in the press, the changes around business rates, which would be welcome. Of course, all of us on this side of the House, indeed on the Conservative benches, want to see business rates scrapped in full. And I can't for the life of me understand why the Labour government won't follow the Conservative Party in that call. But if that change then does take place, outside again of a fiscal event, where on earth is the government getting the money from to meet its spending plan? So I say, on behalf of the many pubs, the many hospitality sector that I represent across Keighley, Ilkley, Silsden, the Worth Valley, that have been kind enough to come to me with their concerns, get a grip, because if they do not do so, quickly, I fear for many of those pubs and hospitality sector that are going to go out of business very, very quickly under this Labour government.
Ugan.
Madam Chair, with clause 86, the Treasury in Westminster continues to treat Scotland's vital Scotch whisky sector as a cash cow, with duty rising again in line with inflation in the budget. As the Scotch Whisky Association have warned, the previous 3.65% increase to spirits duty actually reduced revenue by 7%, costing the Treasury £150 million. It seems like an opportune moment to remind the Minister that her ambition and that of her colleagues should be to increase tax receipts, not to erode them. In my constituency of Angus and Perthshire Glens, just some of our distilleries include Dewars, Blair Athol, Edredare and Glencadam, 4 of the many distilleries striving to deliver global excellence, but all while being gouged year after year by the Treasury in London. Hiking duty in the November budget for the third time in 2 years places substantial additional headwinds in a sector already mitigating for job losses, stalled investment and business closures. If the Labour government genuinely values industry in Scotland beyond the grasping hand of the Treasury, then they should work with us to amend or remove clause 86 in the bill. That would have been a lot easier if the SNP's Amendment 30 had been selected for debate, but nevertheless I can but appeal to the Minister's better and last-minute judgment on this matter. A Scottish coalition of drinks, tourism and farming representatives warned in October that duty increases had already contributed to around 1,000 job losses and claimed duty can make up around 70% of the cost of a bottle of Scotch. That same coalition emphasised that spirits' outsized role in hospitality margins, where they represent a smaller share of sales but a larger slice of profits, meaning duty uprating can squeeze already extremely fragile margins within venues, especially in Scotland's towns and rural areas with thinner footfall. And this tax rise could be the final nail in the coffin for many hospitality businesses already on the margins of solvency. I can't emphasise that enough to the Minister, especially those in rural settings, such as in my and many other honourable members' constituencies. I don't Labour MPs from pubs, because pubs are about being in the company that they keep. Well, they can do that in their own house. In a public house, we convene with the whole community and visitors alike. That's the magic of it. I give way.
I'm very grateful to Honourable Gentleman for giving way. He's making a strong case for the whisky industry. Would he also recognise that the cider industry in my part of the world, in Somerset, is deserving of good treatment because of its support for agriculture? It used to benefit from a duty of 40%, that of the wider beer and drinks industry. That has crept up, so the average is now about 75%. And in some classes of cider, it's actually more than the duty on beer. So does he accept that to support agriculture, that differential should be restored?
Well, I've heard a range of cases from honourable and right honourable members about that differential, and I certainly would like to see nothing happen that would jeopardise either the drinks, the hospitality or the agricultural sector in the West Country, but I'll leave that to be divined by others with a more material interest if he doesn't mind. Our pubs are revered institutions and they're under threat as never before across these islands. So let me put it in really simple terms. Before the election, hospitality was already struggling, with the post-COVID recovery and the highest taxes since the war, let's not forget, with a punitive and unrelenting business rates regime, with disastrous misadventure of Brexit and labour shortages, with 16 years of the UK without any meaningful economic growth, and on top of all of that, number 5, the highest energy costs in the developed world. And since the election, Labour have added to that. And I did express my concern at the outset, the Minister was kind enough to let me in, about the effect of compound effect. And many other members have mentioned that since the start of this debate. And she should really take cognizance of it, because since the election, Labour have added to the hospitality sector's pain with a massive rise in employers' national insurance contributions, even higher energy bills, even greater economic despondency pervading across society, an entrenched cost of living crisis keeping people at home, an increase to the minimum wage with no increase in revenue to support the payment of that wage, no respite nor consideration for the VAT millstone around hospitality's neck. And the Labour really should listen, because on top of all of that, there is now a 25% increase in unemployment since they came to power, with 352,000 people now unemployed that weren't before Labour came to power. I will give way.
As the honourable member will know, the Scottish Government today were announcing their budget. I'm sure he's aware of the comments from UK Hospitality Scotland's Executive Director, who said the Scottish Government budget, which took place today, and I quote, "It has not sufficiently addressed the challenges that hospitality businesses in Scotland face, and the majority will still be paying higher business rates in April." How does he reflect on those comments in light of what he was just saying?
Good point. I reflect on the fact that following the Cabinet Secretary's for Finance's budget today in Scotland, 93% of hospitality, retail and leisure businesses will be paying no or reduced rates in Scotland, and that's because the SNP are responsive and closer to people in Scotland. And further to that, not wishing to shoot the honourable member for Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk's Fox again, he says about the taxation rates for people in work in Scotland. Well, I'm sure his constituents will be grateful to know that 55% of taxpayers in Scotland are paying less tax than they would if they were part of the fiscal regime within the rest of the United Kingdom. Madam Chair, the problem with that figure for unemployment, which is a scandal, 352,000 people unemployed that weren't before Labour came to power, is unemployed people can't afford to go to the pub or go out for a meal. And it's against this backdrop that the Minister seeks to defend this latest hike in alcohol duty. It's totally unforgivable. I don't think the Minister believes a word I'm saying. Of course, she certainly won't reference anything I say in her winding up, which I actually take as a kind of contrarian compliment. And I don't know clearly if she has a local that she goes to. But if she does, she can take my list of 12 life-threatening headwinds for pubs, all caused by the UK government, mostly Labour, and see if the landlord or landlady in her pub disagrees with my analysis before she introduces the 13th headwind, unlucky for pubs, with clause 86 of this bill. It's, I'll be back in, and so will the SNP, new clause 9 today, Madam Chair, because we really do need to review, as many members have said, the way that alcohol is purchased and consumed in the United Kingdom and the fiscal burden that follows that, because off-sales are getting far too easy a run of this, and on-sales are going to disappear before our eyes. So I support new clause 9 and new clause 26. It's too late today, Madam Chair. We haven't been able to stop Labour coming to assault our pubs. But I look forward to standing up for Scotland's hospitality sector again at this report stage, where I hope the Minister will have had a change of heart, or at the very least be in possession of a revised cost-benefit analysis that stacks up for hospitality.
Luke Evans.
Yeah, and I've come here to talk about duty, but not duty in the conventional sense, because I feel I owe a duty to the cafes, the restaurants and the pubs in my constituency to tell the government just how poor the impact is and to hold them accountable, which is why I will be supporting new clause 9 and new clause 26. So if I start with new clause 9, the review of the cumulative impact, I agree with the Liberal Democrat spokesperson that it is a cumulative impact. Actually, I would go further, and I have done, calling it a toxic concoction. Because it is true, the Conservative government did raise taxes, and I could imagine in the future that another Conservative government may need to do so as well. But it's the toxic concoction that this government has set out upon about the Employment's Right Bill, the raising of the minimum wage, the reduction in support on hospitality exemption, all at the same time is compounding the problem. So why I'm here to use my voice and raise my duty is to ask the government to be accountable and be able to show its workings. And these two amendments are an attempt to do that, especially when we know we've seen the government come forward in its first budget saying that it didn't need to raise any further taxes. Yet the subsequent budget we had in 2025 that we are debating now brought taxes further forward by £26 billion. When by her own admission the Chancellor said the slate was wiped clean. And it seems to be the Chancellor has hospitality in her sights, and it's not clear why. What does she have against cafes? What does she have against hotels? What does she have against restaurants? Now, she seems to be softening because she's heard from her backbenches the impact it's having on pubs.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend and to come to the rescue of the Chancellor. It turns out she simply didn't understand the impact, according to the Business Secretary. Perhaps the Minister in her winding up will be able to confirm that she literally didn't know what the impact of her own policies would be on these hospitality businesses, and she'll be able to tell us whether the Business Secretary was right to identify this failing of understanding by the Chancellor.
My honourable friend is very charitable because the Chancellor has said she doesn't know. However, we've also known the documentation released in the budget says that the Treasury did. So what's gone wrong there? Because as we've heard today in the committee, we heard that 5,100 pubs are going to have a rateable value that's going to double. But actually the Lib Dem spokesman missed the other point, which is 1 in 8 pubs will see an over 100% increase in their rateable value. So the government does have a question to ask. Did they willfully ignore that and choose to impact hospitality, or were they mistaken and actually not competent in seeing that there's a problem? I will.
Thank you for giving way. Does it not think that new clause 9 would actually be helpful to government backbenchers, given how frequently number 10 is U-turning?
Yeah.
Then, including yet another U-turn on digital ID just today, then actually having an assessment on the cumulative impacts will actually help them when they come to their potential next U-turn in this area.
Speak up, Jacob. Speak up, Jacob.
In government, and he understands why it is important to have that fixed point that we all in this House can reference, but most importantly, his constituents who own a pub, who own a cafe, who own a hotel, that are going to be impacted. So that's why I want to see this measure put in place, because I think it will go a long way to try to understand the impact that they are facing. Because if it is rumoured that the government will do something for pubs, I simply pose the question, why pubs, not cafes?
Yeah.
Why pubs, not restaurants? Why pubs, not hotels? Yeah. And so when I turn to the next amendment that we have here, new clause 26, if my memory serves me right, what was the biggest cheer in the 2024 budget from the other side? The 1p reduction in the pint. But what have we seen this time round? We've seen a 2p increase in the budget. Now, that didn't get cheered. Now, either, again, maybe the members didn't see it, or maybe it was hidden inside the detail, which is where we are today. And this seems to be the problem when it comes to whether we're debating thresholds last night or dealing with pubs today and rateable values on duty. Either the government doesn't know what it's doing, or it's willfully pulling the blinds over the eyes of the constituents. But fortunately, this side are here to point out the wrong that is happening, to hold them to account, to do our duty as opposition, and call them to be accountable by placing amendments like new clause 26. So that's why I will be supporting new clause 9. That's why I'll be supporting new clause 26. And until we see some support for pubs, this is the only way we in this House can hold the government accountable and bring transparency to what is actually going on in the Treasury, in Number 10 and in the country.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to place clause 86 in the wider context of the budget's impact on the hospitality sector and in particular on the village pub. I was very grateful to the Small Business Minister for agreeing to meet in December with 2 landladies from my constituency. The Minister heard from Becky, who runs the Red Lion and the White Hart in Ensham, and from Donna, who runs the Oxfordshire Yeoman in Freeland. These village pubs are at the heart of their communities, as other members have highlighted. But Becky and Donna described how hard it is to make the books balance. Donna gave the example of the work that she does in her community. She has a number of regulars. When one of them doesn't come in on a given day, she will give him a call, check he's all right, suggest he comes in. Not because he's a big drinker, but because it's the place where he finds somewhere warm and sociable to be, and she knows that he has mental health challenges. In other ways, these 2 publicans are contributing to the lives of their community. Becky put in front of the Minister some of the costs that she has faced and the increases she has faced. A fillet of fish cost her £2.30 in June 2023. When she saw the Minister in December 2025, the latest cost was £4.90. As well as the more than doubling of these food prices, energy prices have rocketed. But the greatest anxiety for these 2 publicans came from tax and regulation. Labour costs have increased with employer NICs. Becky gave the example of her employer NICs contributions, which in gross have increased over 3 years more than 4 times. Both have had to release staff. Donna is now working more than 80 hours a week, serving both as the chef and the general manager of her pub. She places orders on a Monday and Tuesday when covers are lower, and she's in the kitchen Wednesday through Sunday. Meanwhile, business rates represent a bombshell. Becky faces a near 120% increase in business rates at the Red Lion, but she is outdone in my constituency by the 223% increase at the Lion in Wendlebury. Becky finally highlighted the impact of VAT on the hot food sold in her pub. Before the budget, Liberal Democrats called for a 5% cut in VAT to offer some relief to the hospitality sector. Take that fillet of fish that's gone up over 100% over 2.5 years. Over the same period, the Treasury's VAT take on that food has gone up by the same amount, 100% over 2.5 years, an incredible increase in revenue with no relief to the publicans. The Minister asserted earlier that the government was backing British pubs, despite the many hits to their bottom line. She also said that the structure of duty increases and reliefs is intended to support pubs by raising the relative price of alcohol consumed at home compared to that consumed in a pub. Other members on all sides have made proposals to go further. But many pubs have sought to diversify and increase the share of income and profit from food. Those that have tried are now being hobbled by the VAT impact, which is another multiplier of costs. Becky and Donna are but two examples of the many publicans across my constituency who are holding on by their fingertips.
Would you give way on that point?
I shall.
Does he share my concern that often the publicans, the only way they can get round this is to either reduce their hours, reduce their staffing, or take on more themselves when they're already working 24/7 to try and deal with the costs? But with this kind of change, the impact is going to be inconsolable for them.
And I wholeheartedly agree. Both of the publicans I'm talking about are working in excess of 70 hours a week. They have laid off staff. That's fewer jobs for those who might be able to engage in entry-level occupations. And it is hitting employment as well as other aspects of the economy. So too many local pubs in my constituency, as in so many others, have shut, and other publicans are considering leaving the sector. And when they go, communities lose a key institution that brings people together at the heart of their villages. Madam Chair, that is why I strongly support Liberal Democrat New Clause 9, which would ensure an assessment of the cumulative effects of this government's careless assault on the hospitality sector.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm grateful to all honourable members for their contributions to today's debate, almost all of whom have spoken very passionately indeed about their local pubs. And I will specifically acknowledge the contributions of the honourable member for Angus and Pastor Guns, just to deny him the pleasure of me not doing so. So, Madam Chair, we're taking a prudent and responsible decision to uprate alcohol duty in line with RPI. This is fully assumed in the OBR's baseline forecast, and so failing to uprate would come at real cost. And based on HMRC's, I'm going to make some progress, based on HMRC's Ready Reckoner, freezing alcohol duty would cost the Exchequer around £400 million a year, money that would, despite the party opposite's best efforts to pretend otherwise, have to be found elsewhere. This is one of the measures, Madam Chair, that assists in ensuring that our economy is strengthened and our future prosperity more secure. And indeed, it does that without taking the axe to public services and to investment policies from the party opposite, which had catastrophic consequences for all of our constituents. I'm going to make a bit more progress. Madam Chair, Amendments 8, 9 and New Clause 26 would require the Government to publish reports on the impacts of alcohol duty. The Shadow Exchequer Secretary invited me to refer to our tax information and impact note, and indeed I will take him up on that invitation. And as is usual practice, our note was published at the budget outlining the anticipated impacts of this measure to alcohol producers and to the hospitality sector. Because this uprating maintains the current real terms value of the duty, the Government doesn't expect it to have significant macroeconomic impacts, including to the employment rate, nor to hospitality businesses' costs, where duty on drinks will have comparable relative bearing as now. Regarding impacts to public finances, I'm going to make some progress. HMRC published data on alcohol duty receipts quarterly. This data is reviewed alongside other evidence by the OBR when it produces its forecasts of alcohol duty receipts, as indeed it did most recently alongside the November budget. So the Government's view, as is evident from OBR certified policy costings in recent years, remains that freezing or cutting alcohol duty rates reduces duty receipts. Now, the honourable member raised the importance of producers of Scottish whisky, and I would agree with him as to that importance. This Government is supporting key Scottish industries, including whisky, including with our free trade agreement with India, which will boost exports of whisky and will add £190 million worth a year to the Scottish economy. Now, I'm going to make indeed more and more progress. So the honourable member for Keighley and Ilkley, a wonderful place in the world where in fact I was between Christmas and New Year, referred to the difference between CPI and RPI. Alcohol duty, as he knows, we're uprating by RPI, like many other taxes which are expressed in cash terms. RPI is obviously, as he will know, widely used, and moving away from RPI is fraught with difficulty. Now, I want to address, Madam Chair, the important point on business rates and on national insurance contributions. We've discussed some of this already in this debate, and as honourable members know, the Finance Bill does not contain measures on either business rates nor employer NI contributions, and I will not accept an amendment relating to them. However, I will reiterate, as I have said already, that pubs are at the heart of our communities, and we want them to thrive. As I said, we've heard some really heartfelt contributions and mentions of particular pubs in this debate today, and the role that they have played in each of our lives. I could tell my own stories in that regard, but none of us would get home in time. What I will say, Madam Chair, is that the budget, as honourable members know, the Chancellor introduced a £4.3 billion support package to give relief to those seeing increases to their business rates bills. We have made clear, as indeed I've said earlier, Madam Chair, that we're continuing to work with and talk to the sector on that support and what further support and action we can take. Now, I will come to this point. The shadow Liberal Democrat spokesperson raised several questions. We will come forward with that support package when we are able to do so, any further support that we're going to make available. She also raised a point around VAT. Now, I know that there has been an answer to the PQ for one of her colleagues on this, in exactly this point. But I would gently say to her, as indeed I'd say to other honourable members in this debate, that if you want to cut taxes, the money has to come from somewhere. And this is not a point that has been acknowledged at all. So, Madam Chair, I therefore move that Amendments 8, 9 and new Clause 26 be rejected, and that Clause 86 stands as part of this bill.
Very good,
The question is that Clause 86 stand part of the bill. As many as have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Stephen Morgan, Taiwo Owatemi. Tellers for the noes, Alicia Cairns, Lincoln Joh. Order.
The ayes to the right, 344. The noes to the left, 173.
The ayes to the right were 344. The noes to the left were 173. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. New Clause 9 has been selected for a separate decision. I call Daisy Cooper to move New Clause 9 formally.
Formally.
Review of cumulative impact on the hospitality sector.
The question is that New Clause 9 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. Are you ready? The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Claire Young, Zoe Franklin. Tellers for the noes, Stephen Morgan, Taiwo Watame. order.
The ayes to the right, 181. The noes to the left, 335.
The ayes to the right were 181, the noes to the left were 335. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. New clause 26 has been selected for a separate decision. I call James Wilde to move new clause 26 formally.
Formally. Yeah. Statements on increasing alcohol duty.
The question is that new clause 26 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Alicia Cairns, Lincoln Jock. Tellers for the noes, Stephen Morgan, Taiwo Watami.
Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 172. The noes to the left, 334.
The ayes to the right were 172, the noes to the left 334, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. The question is that I do report the bill, clauses 1 to 8 and schedules 1 and 2, clauses 9, 10 and 69, clause 62 and schedule 12, clauses 63 to 68, clauses 83 to 85 and schedule 13 and clause 86 to the House. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Whip to report.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill so far as committed to it and directed me to report that with the same amendment.
Clauses and schedules reported to lie upon the table.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. David Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to be able to lead this debate on government support for freedom of religion or belief in Nigeria, and I hope that we have some good debate here this evening. Recent events have thrown the spotlight on Nigeria in general and on freedom of religion or belief in particular, and I hope that this debate can strengthen that spotlight. One fact should make the scale of the challenge clear. More Christians are killed each year in Nigeria for being Christians than in all other countries combined. That's one reason why Nigeria is one of 10 focus countries in the first Foreign Office Freedom of Religion or Belief strategy, which I was pleased to launch last year. And to declare that interest, I'm UK Special Envoy for Freedom of Religion or Belief, or FORB, as I will say from now on in the debate. I'm committed to that strategy and to seeing Nigeria's FORB improve in the coming years. 15 years ago, you see, Madam Deputy Speaker, I spent some time in Nigeria, and it was clear even then that persecution was a serious problem. I remember sitting in a hotel room in Abuja, a very nice hotel actually as it was, and hearing directly from a man whose wife had been brutally murdered, in fact, it's sad to say, burned to death by a mob in northern Nigeria, purely because in that context she was a Christian. Let me reiterate, that was 15 years ago. And the FORB crisis in Nigeria is persistent and entrenched, with violence in the north and the middle belt, a way of life for Christians, Hausa Muslims, those of traditional belief systems, humanists and others. Meanwhile, some federal state legal systems have been manipulated by some politicians and other public officials in order to impose so-called blasphemy and apostasy offences, despite Section 38 of the Nigerian Federal Constitution guaranteeing freedom of religion and freedom of conscience. So Nigeria's FORB crisis is partly about violence, but it's also about legal suppression of freedoms at the state level, and it is a multi-faith crisis. While the majority of those affected are Christian, all FORB advocates know that persecution of one group invites persecution of others. Moderate Muslims, atheists, humanists, practitioners of traditional religions are all suffering in Nigeria for what they believe. I'd be happy to give way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for North Northumberland for bringing this forward? I have to say as well, I think government have made an excellent choice of the Honourable Gentleman as their envoy as well. And I also say as well, God has chosen him to be the position that he has, and that is more important than anything. But is the Honourable Member aware of the findings of the Global Christian Relief Red List 2026, which identifies the top 5 persecutors of Christians worldwide? One of them is Nigeria. And does the honourable member agree that the UK government, I say this to the Minister because he's an honourable man and I know he answers our issues, government must use its diplomatic engagement, development assistance and security cooperation to press for improved civilian protection, accountability for perpetrators and the defence of freedom of religion or belief for all Nigerians, whatever that faith may be?
David Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for Strangford. I know that this is a matter, an issue that he is really concerned about and spend a lot of his time in this place on. And I am aware of that list, and I'll be pleased tomorrow to be speaking at the Open Doors World Watch List launch. And they also, I understand, Nigeria is high on that list. So, what does this have to do with us in this place, Madam Deputy Speaker? Well, firstly, the government is committed to a values-based foreign policy. Our consciences won't let us ignore the suffering of anyone denied dignity, agency and freedom. When people ask, why do you care about something like this in Nigeria, our response is, how could we not? So I'm pleased to support a government that has moved to address suffering as far and as wide as possible. But secondly, Nigeria's business is becoming everyone's business. The old adage is that when Nigeria sneezes, Africa catches a cold. Nigeria is booming with a population of 240 million people, which will keep growing for years to come. In the UK, we have 270,000 Nigerian-born residents who make a dynamic contribution to our economy, society and country. So a flourishing Nigeria, built on the common good, pluralism and universal freedoms, will be a blessing to the world, to Africa and to the UK. I would be happy to give them.
I'm very grateful, and I also think it's a very good thing that he's taken the role that he has. He mentions the impact of this issue around the world. Does he recognise that what is going on in Nigeria, and he's absolutely right that it's in a sense the worst example of it, but it represents a pattern of Islamist persecution of Christians. It's not just a series of individual atrocities that are committed. There is a global pattern of Islamist persecution of Christians, and I think it's right that we in this House acknowledge that. Does he agree?
David Smith.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his contribution, and I'd certainly say that there are patterns around the world that we have to look at and be honest about and address. I think it's also true to say that there, as I've been saying in Nigeria, that freedom of religion or belief and persecution on that basis affects everyone. But we have to be honest and straightforward when a particular community is affected more than others, and I'll go on to say a little bit more about that in my speech. So, in the UK, I've mentioned about our Nigerian connections, and a flourishing Nigeria built on the common good is good for us all. But sadly, in Nigeria, this is some way off. Many of us here will have a rough idea of the situation. I look around the chamber and see many colleagues who I know passionately care about freedom of religion or belief all around the world, including in Nigeria. But in the last 6 weeks alone in Nigeria, just 2 examples. 13 people were kidnapped from a church in Kogi State in what the BBC called the second such attack in as many weeks. A bomb was set off in a mosque in Borno State, sadly killing at least 5 worshippers. These are just the latest in a long line of attacks, violence and atrocities, which is why on Christmas Day last year the American government launched strikes on terrorists, the Lakurua militants in the far northwest of Nigeria who are affiliated with Islamic State. Sahel province were the target of that strike. And these strikes, they raise the profile of the uncertainty, fear and insecurity that many Nigerians live with on a daily basis. At least 45,000 Christians have been killed for faith-related reasons between 2011 and 2025 in Nigeria. Happy to.
I also want to thank the Honourable Gentleman for his excellent work as Forb Envoy and the extraordinary effort that he's putting into it. Does he agree that in a world in which geopolitics is becoming increasingly transactional, when African governments are increasingly focusing on economic growth rather than civil and political rights, and when intolerance and bigotry is more widespread than ever, it is more vital than it's ever been for British foreign policy to make space for creating a voice for people who don't have them, like Christians in Nigeria. And however hard that is, we should redouble our efforts to do so.
David Smith.
Thank the Honourable Member for his contribution, and I especially as well for the role that he played in the Truro report, which actually led in the end to the role that I'm playing, and ultimately played a huge role in bringing freedom of religion and belief to the centre of our foreign policy, and certainly that's something that I'm advocating for in my role, and I know that the government takes very, very seriously, and we shouldn't have a false dichotomy, in my opinion, between whether we are advancing freedoms for people or seeking to build economic relationships with them. We should have a holistic relationship with all partner countries that we can around the world. But back to Nigeria, and you know, moderate Muslims are also targeted by these extremists, and we need to call out who these extremists are. You know, religion is clearly key, though, but to an earlier point, persecution is not necessarily evenly spread in every situation in every country, and that's true in Nigeria. For example, in Kaduna State, after controlling for population, Christians were 15.8 times more likely to be abducted than Muslims, so there is a particular issue there. The situation continues to deteriorate, and I think it's reasonable, therefore, that we ask serious questions of the Nigerian military about the response from a security perspective. On June last year, 258 people were killed in Yelwata in Benue State. The nearest military base was just 20 miles away, but it took 4 hours for anyone to respond. In the face of all this, it's perhaps unsurprising that the United States again announced in late October on social media that it would designate Nigeria a country of particular concern. And as the Middle Belt Times in Nigeria put it, the message is unmistakable. Nigeria's government is capable of fighting terrorism when sufficiently motivated. The capacity exists. The resources are available. What has been missing is political will. Yes, be happy to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for giving way. Given that reliable sources estimate that tens of thousands of Christians have been killed in Nigeria since 2009, largely in the north and the middle belt of Nigeria, placing the country at the epicentre of global persecution of the Christian Church, does he agree that every diplomatic and political lever available to His Majesty's government must now be used to help end this violence and to secure freedom of religion or belief for all?
Again, I thank you for his intervention, and I do agree that, as I was just saying in my previous answer, that it's very, very important for us not to have segmented silos relationships with other countries. We need to treat our relationships holistically, and I'll be looking forward to the Minister's response, because I know that the government is doing a lot, regularly raises cases of freedom of religion or belief with counterparts from foreign governments, but yes, certainly my view is that we need to have a holistic relationship with other countries, and that includes freedom of religion or belief. Let me just quickly move to the issue of legal suppression of freedoms. Freedom House reports that how state and local governments in Nigeria have been known to endorse de facto official religions in their territory, placing limits on other religious activity. Apostasy and blasphemy laws, so-called, have spread into Nigeria's social and legal landscape, often led by regional or local governments. 12 northern states have enacted Sharia penal code, with Christian Solidarity Worldwide reporting is effectively creating a state religion in violation of Nigeria's constitution. I'd be happy to, yes.
College. I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I thank him for bringing attention to the persecution of people of different faiths and beliefs, and particularly the heinous murders of thousands of people. My honourable friend knows about the case of Mubarak Bala, who was jailed for a Facebook post that was deemed to be blasphemous. After he left Islam, he was sent to a psychiatric hospital, forced to leave his home and state, and arrested. He calls on the UK and Western governments to repeal their own blasphemy laws, and explained that when he was arrested, he was told that, quote, even the British have blasphemy laws. Because today we have blasphemy and blasphemous libel in Northern Ireland. It is a criminal offence under common law. Now, it's not used in Northern Ireland. It is a dead letter law. However, other countries that do use their blasphemy laws in very extreme ways often point to these dead letter laws in other countries. So does my honourable friend agree with me that no country should have blasphemy laws, whether directly or by the back door?
I thank our honourable friend for that intervention, and I've been very pleased to meet Mubarak Bala twice now, the most recent time in person in Warsaw, and it was a great credit to himself, and he suffered very unjustly as a result of being a humanist. And yes, you know, it is, I'm sure we'll hear from the Minister, but the government seems very clear that, you know, blasphemy is not something we should be sworn in terms of blasphemy laws, and you know, we do see people suffering as a result of them. In the interest of time, I'll move on a little bit and maybe not take any interventions just for a moment. Why does this matter to us? You know, we're 3,000 miles away from Nigeria, but We are linked by history, by culture, by language, and we're linked by friendship. You know, Nigeria and the United Kingdom have a very strong relationship. It would be easy to dismiss Nigeria's problem as something over there, you know, persecution of religion or belief abroad. It's not our problem. But that position would be irresponsible, it would be immoral, and it would ultimately be untenable. It's immoral because when we see other humans in need, we want to respond as humans. How could we turn away from the suffering we see in Nigeria when we see families ripped apart, innocent people killed, and power brokers restricting agency, liberty, and conscience? We have, in the UK, have a rich history of experiencing and rejecting religious intolerance that we can share in humility, hopefully, with others. You know, we had civil wars, we had riots. Those riots became debates, debates became freedoms, and those freedoms led to flourishing. And the hallmark of freedom is wanting freedom for others. That brings me to irresponsibility. It would be irresponsible to assume that Nigeria's problems are also not our own. Nigeria is playing an increasingly influential role globally. It's young, resource-rich, and growing. The UN has projected that Nigeria will become the third most populous country on earth by 2050. And the UK is home, as I've said, to a substantial and growing community of Nigerian-born residents. They're hard-working, law-abiding, enterprising part of our nation, and we're privileged to have them with us. So working well with Nigeria is in the interest for the sake of all. Nigeria also represents a genuine democracy in a region where military governments are common and where civil society is precarious. As climate change disrupts the Sahel and Central Africa further, the promise of a resilient Nigeria is, with a strong sense of its future as a pluralist democracy, can't be understated. I'm happy to, yeah.
Well, Pinkerton.
I'm hugely grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way and for the excellent speech. He's giving a very powerful evocation of the significant crisis that exists within Nigeria in terms of intolerance and faith-related death. But can he also maybe give some indication, and this is a genuine question of inquiry, to what extent are there intersections with other sources of conflict, such as terrorism, resource competition that he just mentioned, and potentially even climate change? To what extent are they drivers of the kind of religious intolerance that we see playing out in his speech?
I thank the honourable friend for that question, and he's right to draw other factors into this equation, whether it be competition over land in the Middle Belt in Nigeria, whether it be climate change that leads to that sometimes, whether it be other forms of identitarian conflict, competition over resources. These things are true without question. It is also true, in my estimation, that there is a specifically religious dimension and a political dimension at times to the persecution that we have. So it can be both at the same time, is what I would say. But one thing that I'm concerned about is that we can lead to a slippery slope. If you compare to a situation like in China, for example, where Tibetan Buddhists have been persecuted for years, and that was later followed by a crackdown on Falun Gong and Christians. And then, where religious prisoners ultimately ended up being joined by journalists, activists, trade unionists, and other rabble-rousers, the state would prefer not to deal with. So we need to robustly defend freedom of religion or belief to avoid that slippery slope. The government is doing some great things that I get to see. I'll just make a little bit of progress and I want to make sure the Minister has time to respond. The government is making a great deal of progress, and we will hear from the Minister, but it's true to say that in my estimation, the government is supporting security work in Nigeria, working closely with the Nigerian government, the Spring programme that I hope we hear more about, and building that sense of intercommunal, interfaith relationship building, peace building, something that I myself did in the past in a different context. This is really, really important. I'd love to hear more from the Minister about what that could actually look like if we grow that more. I will give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and I suppose I would just remind the House of Matthew 5 verse 10. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. And I think we all must bear that in our minds tonight. And I suppose the question that I would ask is, how many more burned churches, murdered worshippers are we going to have to see before actual concrete action is taken? And I suppose I would just ask the honourable member, he's doing an amazing job in this area, well done in that regard, but we do need more concrete action. UK aid should be conditional on demonstrable action to protect religious freedom. Surely that's a question of the Minister tonight.
David Smith.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question and intervention, and again I agree that we should have holistic relationships with all of our partners. It should not be a hierarchy of importance when it comes to an economic trade deal versus us pursuing our values as a country when it comes to things like freedoms, and I'm sure we'll hear more from the Minister on that. Just a couple of things as I sort of draw my remarks to a conclusion. I've mentioned law and politics and what's happening there. I think this is almost the more worrying issue in a way, because it creates a context in which it becomes acceptable to persecute. And as long as ethno-religious fiefdoms are maintained contrary to the promises of the Nigerian constitution, widespread reconciliation may be out of reach. And I've said, the government, just one moment, the government is clear in its opposition to the spread of blasphemy and apostasy laws, and I support that. And in our complex and committed relationship with Nigeria, Britain has a range of tools at our disposal to support change in the direction of PORB. So I look forward to hearing from the Minister about the excellent work that the government is doing, and I remain committed to it myself. I'll take one last.
Order, it might be helpful to explain that interventions are not allowed from the opposition front bench, so the member in charge won't. David Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for clarifying that, and I apologise to the right honourable member opposite. So just in conclusion, Nigeria is rich with potential possibility, but violent and legal suppression of FORB is undermining, in my view, the country's future. A plural Nigeria rooted in the common good and with 250 million people where they have genuine freedom to reason, question and believe is a blessing to Nigeria itself, to Africa and to the world. A flourishing Nigeria is also good for Britain and a challenge to the autocrats of West Africa in declaring that freedom is, in the end, worth it. Conversely, every Christian kidnapped, mosque bombed, every atheist imprisoned risks the continuation of the cycle of ethno-religious conflict and a diminishing of all that Nigeria can be. No one wants that, and I'm pleased that the UK government is serious about freedom of religion or belief in Nigeria. I'm also committed to working with the government in every way possible to support a better way forward. This is an issue that needed attention years ago, and I'm glad that it now has that attention.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member for North Northumberland for calling this debate and for his tireless work as Special Envoy. And I want to thank the colleagues who've intervened from across the House for their thoughtful contributions, and I'll try in the time to respond to as many points as I can. And I declare an interest in this debate as a Christian myself, who has also worked with Open Doors and others to draw attention to these cases in the past where people are persecuted for their beliefs. And I genuinely welcome the chance to keep this important matter in the spotlight, and it's an issue I've engaged with on many years, including when I was Shadow Africa Minister on the other side. And I've also had the pleasure, and I'm glad to hear the Honourable Member speak about Nigerian communities in the UK. I've had the pleasure of meeting with Nigerian Christian communities in my own constituency in Cardiff South and Penarth, and the amazing contribution that they make, and as well with Nigerian communities across the UK. And he's right that this is an issue that should interest and concern and deeply shock us all. In terms of some of the horrific things that we've seen, because the brutality of the attacks against religious communities in Nigeria is truly appalling, and the cold-blooded massacre of over 200 Christians in Yelawata, Benue State last October was particularly shocking. We've heard indeed many terrible statistics today, but last year's Open Doors watch list, as we've heard, reported that armed groups murdered 3,100 Christians for their faith in Nigeria in 2025 and abducted a further 3,000. And it is shocking to hear that extremists have stormed villages, killed worshippers, kidnapped families and burned homes, and we've heard some truly horrific examples today. Of course, Nigeria's constitution promises freedom of religion or belief for all, and every person in that country deserves the right to practice their faith or belief safely without fear or persecution. And when we defend freedom of religion or belief, we help build trust between communities, strengthen Nigeria's social fabric, and create conditions for lasting peace and prosperity for everyone. And that is why Nigeria is one of the 10 countries prioritised for targeted action in the government strategy on freedom of religion or belief launched last July. And we welcome the President's commitment to religious freedoms its pledge to safeguard freedom of belief for all Nigerians. And we are working closely, and I'm glad that the Honourable Member recognised this, with the Nigerian authorities, along with communities directly and faith leaders, to uphold and protect these freedoms. Indeed, my colleague, the Minister for Africa in the other place, Baroness Chapman, continues to be engaged closely on this topic, and she is extremely concerned about the violence against many communities, including religious communities in Nigeria. We raise these issues. The Honourable Member wanted to know and reference some of the work we're doing at the highest levels. Indeed, she spoke directly with Nigeria's Foreign Minister Taga about freedom of religion or belief in November. Our High Commissioner and team engage with local authorities, communities and faith leaders in affected areas, and this includes groups such as the Governors Forum, National Peace Committee and National Human Rights Commission. And we know that criminality, intercommunal violence and insecurity make things worse for religious communities, and that's why we focus on tackling the root causes of instability to protect people's rights, and whether that's they come from Christian communities, Muslim communities, indeed humanists, or others with beliefs that are different, or indeed non-beliefs. We need to create a society where everybody is able to live and practice in the way that they wish to, and I'm glad he mentioned the case of Mubarak Bala, which I remember raising on many occasions in the past too. And we highlight, of course, violations of freedom of religion or belief on the international stage and push for joint action, including at the UN, the G7, and as part of the Article 18 Alliance, and of course in bodies like the Human Rights Council. Now, he's rightly pointed to the violent extremist groups, and indeed a number of members referred to like Boko Haram, Islamic State West Africa, who continue to shockingly attack people in the northeast of Nigeria, and they target anyone who rejects their ideology. And I think he made an important point that it's not just Christians, it's also the northeast, mainly Muslim population, who also suffer terribly as a result. But the Christian minority faces extreme persecution through mass kidnappings and murders that are utterly unacceptable, I think have shocked the world. And of course, intercommunal violence and criminal banditry are linked and fuel deaths and tensions, and criminals smuggle weapons into Nigeria, affecting both Muslims and Christians. They use motorbikes to evade the authorities and all sorts of other techniques. And of course, conflict over land and resources in Nigeria often also take on a religious aspect as tensions rise and violence escalates. And those ideologies can sometimes be used as psychological warfare, with attacks on churches and mosques seen as acts of revenge. But peaceful dialogue can resolve disputes before they escalate. And since our last debate on this in 2024, we've rolled out the UK's Strengthening Peace and Resilience in Nigeria programme across Kaduna, Katsina, Benue and Plateau states. And I was glad to see that referenced. It's doing very, very important work reducing violence by strengthening local peace and justice systems and supporting practical community-led solutions. And one early success, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that 5,000 internally displaced people have returned and resettled after a peace agreement between the Bassa and Egbura communities in Nasarawa State. If we don't tackle the root causes of insecurity, religious communities will remain at risk of these terrible atrocities. And that's why, and he mentioned our cooperation with Nigeria more broadly on security issues, which I'm very pleased to play a role in alongside my colleague, the Minister for Africa. But last July, we hosted the third Security and Defence Partnership Dialogue with Nigeria. I will be generous and give him a little in his new position.
Mike Wood.
I thank the Minister for giving way. The tragic case of Deborah Samuel Yakubu is a reminder of the culture of impunity that's been allowed to develop in too many parts of Nigeria. So will the Minister assure the House that the UK government does everything and takes every opportunity to stress the need for improved security in those vulnerable, particularly vulnerable parts of Nigeria, to make sure that people are safe to exercise their religious belief?
Minister.
I absolutely can, and I mentioned a range of the different levels in which we do that, and indeed my colleague, the Minister for Africa, raised at the highest level a number of these issues, but we continue to engage, and the High Commissioner and the team do an excellent job there in engaging at all levels to raise these cases. That's why we have this dialogue, we have the Spring Programme, we have the investment that we're making across a range of areas with the Nigerian authorities, who are close partners in many respects and many issues, not just in Nigeria, but more broadly. And we agreed to strengthen our cooperation and provide practical support to defend against these threats. And that actually includes very practical steps, such as sharing operational lessons to counter new tactics being used by terrorists, including the use of drones and improvised explosive devices, which have tragically, of course, been used against civilians in too many locations. And the UK is also, of course, trying to address wider issues around poverty and humanitarian concerns, and we support hundreds of thousands of people through our humanitarian and resilience programme. But I want to assure you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the Envoy, that we will keep working with Nigerian authorities and faith leaders to address the shocking violence against people who are simply trying to follow their faith or belief, and particularly welcome the concerns that have been raised about Christian communities, but it's of course affecting many, and we will work at every level to ensure that this violence is brought to an end, and we'll also work globally for these issues, and really want to praise the Special Envoy for the work he does on these important issues.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order, order.